Okay, hello. It's been a year since I've done a live stream. Can everyone hear us? As a first question, if there's anyone watching? There are currently 14 people watching. Yeah, if you can hear us, can you say so in the chat just to make sure? I take a hello means yes, you can. Oh yeah, it's come up on the screen as well. We've got the chat on there. That's cool. Mm-hmm. Right, I have 150,000 subscribers. Do you want to say hello as well? Since we started.
Yeah. Hi.
This is Kirsty. You may or may not know Kirsty, depending on how much of my content you follow. Mm-hmm. She's my fiance.
Yeah.
And we started earlier this year. We started a second channel where we mostly talk about films.
Because we go to the cinema every Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah.
And we just kind of talk about all the films we see.
Yeah, I mean, when we have the unlimited tickets, we can see as many films as we like for free. Mm-hmm. So we make a big day of trying to see 3, 4, sometimes 5 films in a day. Have we done before? I think we did.
Yeah.
And
just having a drink. And
that's what we enjoy doing. So we started a channel to talk about those movies we saw each week and a couple of other things. And seeing as I've now got 150,000 of you, which is a lot. I mean, it feels weird. It was 2 years ago, I think, I got 100,000. Mm-hmm. And there's a period where I kind of wondered if I'd sort of hit my peak, and that was it. I mean, there's a limited amount of people you can appeal to, I think, doing my kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it's a crowded market as well. You never know. I suppose that's just self-doubt. But there's now an extra 50,000 of you. And it's big, and we wanted to do something or other to celebrate, and we thought it's almost the end of the year. Why don't we go through and re-rank every movie we have seen?
There is 64 of them, right?
Yeah, I think there is, yeah. 64 films. Not all of them are new films. Most of them are, but, some of them are re-releases. Yeah. Because there are slow weeks. We live in a rural area. Which means we don't have great cinema choices. There's 3 cinemas near us. One of them has 3 screens.
Yeah.
The other one has 3 screens. The other one has 9 screens?
Yeah, something like that. But they tend to show the same film in multiple screens.
Yeah.
So
that means there's a lot of films we wanted to see this year, which we couldn't see, which we missed. What's that one I really wanted to see? The one about the skin.
Kneecap?
I wanted to see Kneecap, didn't I? I'm still disappointed about that one.
The skin?
Yeah, the one about the skin, with the becoming young again.
Oh, Substance?
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
We missed that, which is a shame, and some other things. But we're going to talk about the ones we got. We're going to answer questions you may have. I put out a thing for a Q&A a couple of days ago, and there's some questions on there. If you have any other questions, feel free to put them in the chat.
Yeah.
Currently, we've got hello, and I've answered that one. So should we just begin? Is everyone ready for this? Yeah. What we've done, we've both made lists. I don't know your list, do I? I don't know your order.
Nope.
You don't know mine. And we've basically got a picture. I'm going to bring them up, actually. We've basically got a picture for every film in the list. And we've changed the file name of each picture for what listing they are in our rankings. Mm-hmm. And that's then so then we just cycle through the pictures in the gallery and it should fit with the rankings. So that's the plan. And you can probably see from the screen that Deadpool and Wolverine is both our last place.
Yeah. On the list we did on the YouTube channel, it was the last and it still is.
Yeah.
So I don't think I have had a worse experience seeing a film, or actually just not enjoyed a film as.
I mean, I was really surprised about that. I thought it was a really strong trailer, actually, the Deadpool one.
Yeah, it was.
And I've seen bits of the first Deadpool film when it came out, and I thought it was quite good, from what I remember, anyway. Yeah. So I went into this thinking I was going to enjoy it. I should say as well, yeah, we did originally do an older list of this when there was about 40 films we'd seen earlier in the year. And that video is on the second channel, Thoughtless Tree.
Yeah, it's 4 hours long or something crazy.
But it's good to kind of do it now again at the end of the year with the power of hindsight to see other opinions. Because some of them I think I was really unfair on. Some of them are worse than I think I was giving credit because I wanted to enjoy them. There's a hi and there's a hey. Tyler Hacknell.
Hi. I remember that name from your comments.
Do you?
Yeah.
I was going to say I remember it, but you remember it as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Kneecap was good. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard really good things about it.
I wonder if that means the chat is a while behind.
Yes.
If so, that's fine. We can keep up
We
with
should
it.
100% watch Kneecap at some point because I think it is coming to streaming soon.
Yeah, they did one advert for it before one of the films we saw in the cinema, and I really, really wanted to see it.
I think it was a weekend when we had something else on and we really couldn't go to the cinema, which was a shame.
Yeah, I was really disappointed because you only had one showing for it. That was it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And there's so many films like that, and there's just one showing for them, and then bloody
Oh, someone else has said Substance was probably the best movie of the year. I'm sure you'll get a chance to see it around Oscar season.
I'd really love to.
Yeah, so I know the cinema we go to do re-releases of films, like when it comes to Oscar season. They do re-release films that have nominations. Yeah.
Oh, so that's possible then.
So they probably will.
That'd be good, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're still showing the Minions movie, even though that's been out a year. That's still going every weekend.
Yeah. What was it? There was a film that they showed for like probably 8 months, but I can't remember what it was.
It was something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like a kids kind of thing.
They show that, and then something like Kneecap, you get one viewing and then it's gone.
Yeah.
It's really annoying, that kind of thing. But yes, we started the live stream in a way that may annoy people. Deadpool and Wolverine, a lot of people love this film.
Yeah.
Like we were, I think, the only people in the cinema who weren't enjoying it. Everyone else was absolutely laughing their heads off.
And that could just be because we're quite grumpy people.
Well, I'm quite grumpy, I think.
I'm grumpy about certain things.
Yeah.
But
It's kind of British culture to moan a bit.
yeah. And I don't know, I don't think either of us are necessarily big fans of Marvel or superhero movies in general.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen... You love Guardians of the Galaxy, don't you?
Yes.
I haven't seen Marvel movies for a while.
I also like Spider-Man movies.
Yeah. I remember seeing the first Captain America and really liking that. A couple of ones. Yeah, but Deadpool, I thought I'd really enjoy it. It wasn't a movie, though. There wasn't any story. It was just a bunch of cameos, a bunch of jokes about Fox. Most of the jokes about Fox, and I just don't see how that's ever going to be that funny. Like, it is for one joke, maybe, but...
maybe it was funny the first time, but not like the 15th
time.
time.
I don't have much strong feeling about Fox.
Yeah.
You know, there's a limit to how funny that can be. A lot of the jokes are very the same. There wasn't really any story. There was some kind of fun bits. I mean, there were jokes that did make me laugh. I shouldn't say it wasn't funny in places. Some of them were good.
I just think like the kind of humor it was is very one note.
Yeah.
It's all very like sexual based humor. There's no actually like
yeah,
smart comedy. It's all just
yeah. I mean,
gags.
sexual humor can be smart.
It can, but like
some of them did make me laugh again.
When it's constantly the same theme,
it is.
It does get really repetitive after a while.
I found it really repetitive. I got bored. The story was very dull. It's a lot of cameos. Some quite interesting moments, like when is it Chris Evans who plays Captain America?
Yes.
Was it him who was the Fantastic Four man? I can't remember.
The Human Torch.
Yeah, yes, when he suddenly dies. I thought that was quite a nice change.
Yeah.
There's some ideas there.
I guess it was quite nice that they had his thingy from Logan in. What's she called?
Daphne Keane.
Yeah.
I wish they hadn't. I feel like that ruins her character. I like the way her character ended.
I think it would have been good to have her in it if they actually kind of did a good story with the character instead of her just being there. I said there's 3 reasons particularly I put this last place. One is because I did love Logan as a film, and I get the whole joke of this is that like they're digging up the corpse of that, and they're quite open about that's what they're doing, but I still don't really like it because I love that film, and it does kind of ruin it. The second reason was how much fun everyone else was having. Yeah,
which puts me off a bit, because it's that kind of, we said this before in that video about cinema etiquette, where there's that level of so much clapping and laughing so loud, it goes from being kind of a sincere enjoying experience to a kind of I want to show off how I understand those jokes. Kind of. I get what the joke is. I'm with it.
I know more about this franchise than anyone else.
Yeah, and there was quite a lot of that going on.
Yeah. there was that woman who kept talking all of the time about everything.
Yeah, look, so I use the phrase hooting and a hollering a lot, which kind of means just like people who feel the need to like clap and whoop, and that's not like a very British thing to do in the cinema.
No.
But yeah, that's kind of what it was like in the Deadpool screening, wasn't it?
Yeah. And the third reason I think I felt kind of unfairly annoyed about this film was because of how much it stole from Furiosa. And there's a lot of a lot of taking the aesthetic and the ideas, and it said it was quite open. This is Furiosa, but it just annoys me because Furiosa was a really good film with some original ideas that absolutely bombed at the box office this year.
I thought it was
and then
really
you
good.
get like this film copying its homework and just putting out a bit of slop, and it does really well. That's the other thing. If this was a Star Wars movie and they did a thing like this where it's all just cameos and references and no story, people would be really, really angry. They'd say this is just...
I mean, wasn't that just the Kenobi show?
Well, in a way, yeah. They'd say, this is just appealing... What's the word? Appealing to
Fan service.
Fan service, yeah. They'd complain about it like hell. But when it's Deadpool, because he makes a joke about it being fan service, for some reason it's acceptable. But I don't know, I think people deserve a better movie than this was.
Yeah, I think they knew that they were going to get people to watch it either way. So it felt like they didn't even try to come up with a story. It was like, just having Hugh Jackman there alone is the story.
I do like Hugh Jackman.
I do. He seems like a very, very nice man.
And it is kind of cool to see him in a yellow suit. I can't say I wasn't excited to see this movie. I was just disappointed with the results. Shall we move on to 63 then?
We should. I think we're probably going to have the same 63 as well.
Do you?
Yeah.
Alright, well, mine is Madam Web.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yours is Argylle.
Argylle, yeah.
I mean, originally when we done this, my 63 was Argylle, or whatever the number was back then. My second to last was Argylle. I suppose I changed it to Madam Web. Because Madam Web is, like, objectively, is the worst movie of the year, I think.
Right, so to not give, like, any kind of spoilers about the rest of my list, I did have Madam Web incredibly low on the original list.
Yeah.
And I have since moved Madam Web. Because it's a horrendous movie. It is truly trash.
Yes.
But it did make me laugh a lot.
It did me. I mean, I did. I really enjoyed the experience of seeing Madam Web.
Yeah.
We knew full well what it was going to be going in, and it was that, and that was what we wanted.
Like if I had gone into that without hearing any of the reviews prior, and then seeing it, I probably would have been like, "What the hell?" But going into it, knowing people already hated it, I was kind of like, "I know this is going to be terrible, so I'm just going to kind of enjoy it, as best as I can." And
it was almost like really interesting how a film could go that wrong. I was kind of in awe of it in a lot of ways.
It's like a parody almost.
Yeah.
Like
all of the dubbed over ADR voices where it just so clearly sounds wrong.
All the really cheesy dialogue.
Yeah.
Or like
scenes that make no sense.
The fact that the villain was literally no threat at all.
Yeah. Every scene is him just getting hit by a car.
Yeah. Or a Pepsi sign.
Yeah. There's that one scene where he's jumping in midair in the background and a firework hits him and he flies off the screen. I loved that. Yeah. It was. I mean, I think it is genuinely the worst movie on this list. And this is the bit where we're caught between, are we ranking this objectively and subjectively? Where's the in-between? Could you guys increase your volume just a smidge? Yes, we probably could.
Do you know how to do that?
I do. Sound settings. We're increasing the volume, right. Okay, hopefully that's a bit better. And I can move the microphone nearer as well.
Yeah. We've got snacks in front of it.
Priorities.
Yeah.
I'll put the snacks there. So, yeah, because it's I feel like we're torn between the two with a lot of these, and that would be maybe where this list is inconsistent, when we are judging them objectively and when personal feeling comes into it. Because originally I put this a lot higher. I've got it.
We've kind of, I guess, like, switched in a way, and, like, it isn't high on my list, because it is... But, like, I think,
better, yeah.
At least it's not too laggy, I guess.
No.
What was I saying? It's not too high up my list because I still don't think the scene with the supposed teenagers dancing on a table is right in any way, and that whole scene kind of did.
That's the bit I didn't
throw
enjoy.
me off a little bit. Like, I thought it was just kind of, and it went on way too long for my liking.
They got a load of. If you haven't seen it for some, I can't imagine why you wouldn't have wanted to see Madam Web.
Film of the year.
But there's a scene where there's the four. I think they're teenagers, aren't they?
I think they're meant to be. They're played by people in their 20s, but like.
Yeah, where they're supposed to hide out and be careful and keep their heads down because danger's after them. They end up going to a diner because they're hungry. And then there's some boys, and they end up dancing on the table for them to the song Toxic.
Mm-hmm.
And it just feels like whoever wrote this wanted them to do that.
Yeah.
And then had the other characters criticise them for dancing on a table. And it's like realistically, they wouldn't do that. You've made them do that. You can't then criticise them for something that they wouldn't really do.
Don't you have to see it twice as well? Because she's having like a... One of the times she's having like a vision almost, like That's So Raven.
Yeah.
About...
Yeah, the thing that ruins all suspense in this film, where she sees the future and you see the bad version of what happens, and you know it's not actually happening because she's envisioning it, and then okay, this is what could have happened. Now we're going to see it go better than that. So then there's no suspense because you've already seen how it's going to go wrong, and it's not going to go like that. It's just a really bad film.
I think the only like situation in which I would like advise people to see this film is if they were having like an evening, do you know, where you get a bit drunk and watch bad movies and have a laugh about it.
Yeah.
I think it'd be perfect for that kind of thing. But for an actual like serious sit down of watching a film, no.
I mean, yeah. Originally I've got it written down. Originally, because I put like a plus and minus next to all of the films compared to how they, well, not all of them were on your earlier list, but the ones that were.
I should have done mine. I didn't, but.
Well, this originally was 7 places higher. It's got
really?
-7 on mine. Because I did enjoy it so much, whereas other films I was bored in. But I feel like the satisfaction has worn off with this film. In that you enjoy it so much, also because you're getting to laugh at a big corporation messing up. Like, that makes it doubly fun. And it was really fun. But now the year's kind of gone and it's old news. I don't know if I would enjoy it as much watching it again. I don't know. So I think objectively it deserves to go there. And to be fair to other films on this list that were... I mean, Argylle I found a lot more boring. You fell asleep for bits in Argylle, didn't you?
Yeah, I fell asleep in Argylle, and when I woke up, a lot had probably happened, but nothing that was relevant to the story.
Yeah.
Like...
But let's talk about Argylle a bit then.
Mm-hmm.
I think the reason I put my Argylle higher is to be fair to it. It's kind of an interesting premise. You've got a famous spy thriller writer who writes about some agent called Argylle, this fictional character, and then she finds out there is a real agent Argylle, and everything she's written in the books is actually true. And what's going on here? It's a stupid idea, but I thought...
No, I do agree that it is, like, in theory, a good like story.
I saw a trailer, thought, that could be some dumb fun. That's a different idea.
But it's the fact that like who Agent Argylle is changes about 3 different times in the film.
Oh, there's
and
so
none of
many
it
twists.
makes sense. And like sometimes you see that the guy she's with, she sees him as Argylle, but then she's Argylle. But then Henry Cavill's Argylle.
Yeah.
Like, who is Argylle?
There's so many twists that you just get dizzy watching this film. There's like a twist every minute.
There were scenes as well, like, where I genuinely could not look at the screen. I felt such second-hand embarrassment. There's a scene where they're dancing in paint, or like...
Oh, yeah.
Something.
It's supposed to be romantic while they're shooting people.
And I cannot watch it. I can't.
I didn't find that bit as bad, but... yeah, I mean, is this the most bored you were in the cinema out of the year?
No.
No,
like this isn't the most bored I've been, but I think like there are films that I have put higher that probably are more boring, but they are better films still. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, Argylle didn't make any sense. I don't think the premise was stupid, and they could have had a lot more fun with leaning into the stupid, but they're trying very hard with a lot of twists and a lot of drama. And they tried very hard to make it very emotional, and I just didn't care.
Yeah, I didn't care about any of the... I say I didn't care about any of the characters. The only character I did care about was Samuel Jackson's character.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the cat.
Oh, I did care about the cat, but then I don't really agree with that breed of cat anyway, so I was like...
You don't agree with the breed? What do you mean?
It's a... Well, they're like an unethical breed.
Oh, right, I see what you mean. Okay.
No, they just don't like him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I cared for the cat because I just the whole film felt sorry for it.
Getting flung off buildings.
Yeah, chucking cats off buildings, not feeding it properly, giving it just chucking a can of shoot, and then not feeding it for days, and it spends half the film in that backpack, that tiny backpack that cat is just crushed into.
Even in that picture, it looks like it's going through something.
Must be shit and piss all over that backpack. I was just so distracted worrying about the cat for the whole film. It's just a weird amount of animal abuse going on.
Yeah.
So I think it's fair putting that film there. Yeah, should we move on?
Yeah.
I think after one, maybe we should look at some of the questions as well.
Yeah, sounds good.
My next is The Strangers
My
Chapter
next
1.
one is The Strangers Chapter 1.
Okay. I just check as well. You can all see these pictures on the screen, can't you? Yes, you can. I bet some of them are horrendous resolution that I didn't check. So far, so good. Yeah, so you love the original film, The Strangers.
Yeah, the one with Liv Tyler. I think it's such a good film because that kind of genre of horror movie is always my favourite because it's like I don't really believe in ghosts or anything like that.
Yeah.
So like supernatural movies don't really scare me. Like I enjoy them, but they don't scare me.
Yeah.
Whereas things like The Strangers, where it's like home invasion kind of things, can happen and do happen.
Yeah. I mean, I get that
so that's kind of why it's more terrifying.
I mean, this film did. I mean, the original film. I wouldn't say it scared me, but it did leave me, at my old house where I do have that floor-to-ceiling glass door.
Yeah.
And anyone can see if a light's on from the road, and there's like a big dark area outside around it.
Yeah.
It did make me go every now and again, is this safe? And I don't really like horror movies, or I didn't like horror movies until you made me watch them, and I've started to get into them now.
Yeah, like when we watched Jeepers Creepers and you were scared.
I wasn't. You don't have to mention that every time. Every time we talk about horror movies, I wasn't scared. I just got jump scared and spilled drink on myself.
Yeah,
there's a difference.
Oh.
But The Strangers Chapter 1 is a weird film because it's. Would you say exactly the same as the original film?
In the original video we did, I think I said it feels like a remake instead of a reboot.
Yeah, it does. Like it's the exact same idea. Spoiled also the ending by the trailer.
Never saw the OG Strangers. This was awful. Also my top 5 worst.
Yeah, I mean, I might have enjoyed it more if I hadn't seen the original. To be fair, but
I still don't think it's a good film.
No, it's the exact same ideas, but everything is done a lot worse.
Yeah,
like so much worse, and you could tell what's going to happen from the offset.
Well, I think by the trailer, you know what's happening.
I didn't really care about the two characters.
Nope.
The film is two people basically end up renting a hotel in this strange place out of nowhere, and then the strangers knock on the door and terrorize them, and that's the film. And at the really weird post-credit scene where they pop up in the hospital for some reason, and this is supposed to be setting up I mean, that was the thing that annoyed me the most. The whole idea of this, the idea was there's a trilogy that's going to reveal more about the strangers that you don't know about in the first film. So get to learn. The trailer was something like get to see who they really are. And you don't learn anything in this film. It's just the same. I don't know. They just continue to be strangers in masks who do this for unexplained reasons, and that's the ending. So nothing. Not only does it not reveal anything new, despite that being the whole point of the film. Not only is it exactly the same and therefore lacks much tension, but it's just all really badly done in comparison. I was disappointed by this movie.
I was, because I don't know what I was expecting, but I was at least expecting something more original.
Yeah, I don't know if I went into this expecting.
I wasn't expecting favourite film of the year or anything.
No, but yeah, I think Son of Marowak. Top 5 worst is fair.
Yeah.
That's 62. I'm going to answer some questions. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat. I've got the original community post I asked about questions, and there's a few on here. What do we have? What inspired you to start posting and making content? Someone's put 4 questions. That one first.
I did it because people told me to, really, didn't I? I mean, I used to have a thing where I'd write, well, I still do, to be fair, I write a lot of comments on other people's videos, long ones, and I got recommended years and years ago a clip from the film Good Will Hunting, the first therapy session from that film, and I was like, oh, this is quite, having come fresh out of training as a counsellor, I thought, oh, this is quite accurate to therapy, and I just wrote a long comment about how you can analyse it in that way, and that was on a different account. And I forgot about it, and then about a year, 6 months later, I logged back in, and there was loads of likes, thousands of likes on that comment, and loads of comments telling me I should make this a full video analysing it. And I think it was then, it might have been COVID then, or it was coming up to COVID, and I just thought, oh, that's a cool idea. So I thought I'd give it a go, it'd be a bit of fun, and I made that video, and then I made videos on all the other scenes, and I also happened to have, in the past, because this is what I was like when I was single, I wrote a 70,000 essay about the film Spirited Away in my free time, and I thought I could turn that into some videos online, so I started doing that as well, and that was just how it started, basically, a bit of fun, and then somehow that Good Will Hunting video got 1 million views. For ages it didn't, it had like 100 or something, and then suddenly it had tons of views, and I was like, oh my god, I'm doing this seriously now. This has suddenly happened. And it has changed my life.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a lot of passion about this. I've been doing it, what, 4 or 5 years now?
Well, YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, we've almost been together 5 years, and you were doing it quite a while before you met me, so...
And I've pretty consistently made a video every week.
Mm-hmm.
There's always things I want to talk about, always things I want to share. I've never, like, lost any passion for it. So it has been special in that way. It's how something can just suddenly miraculously change your life and it be a career like that is really cool. And I owe all of that to everyone here. And I was going to answer another question, but it's now clicked off on the page. We've also got Alex of the Roynar. I've seen them post before.
Hey!
I'll answer one more question, then should we carry on?
Is there any questions that we can both answer?
Okay. Outside of Spirited Away, what are your favourite Ghibli movies? There's also, what's your go-to meal after a long, hard day, in the same question.
Okay.
Favourite Ghibli movie outside of... I'm tempted to say Princess Mononoke, and I really love the music in that. There's a really great lo-fi remix of one of the songs in that, which I love. I think I'd probably say Only Yesterday, though. You haven't seen that one, have you?
No. I think we both have like a similar mindset when it comes to Ghibli movies, that we've kind of put off watching them all, because then when you do, it's kind of done. Yeah, there's still quite a few I don't want to see because you can only see them for the first time once. Yeah. I'd say Only Yesterday, which I don't know if anyone else has seen that. I think it wasn't released with an English dub for a long time because there's a scene about periods and they thought that was uncomfortable or something. Isn't that one done by Miyazaki's son? No. Or some other... No, it's Isao Takahata did that one. Okay. It's a film about a woman going back to a place she stayed at when she was a young girl, and it's kind of reminiscing about her childhood, and it sort of goes back and forth between hazy childhood scenes and who she is now. And it just... The first time I watched that, it really, really, really made me cry. Not even that sad. Mm-hmm. It's just this bit at the end of the scene. The credit scene is she's going off on this train to go back, and there's like her child self and all of the school characters are like running along the train with her, and there's a real kind of touching goodbye to childhood feel about it. Mm-hmm. And I suppose where I was at the time when I saw that, it really, really made me cry. Yeah. I love that film. It's an underrated one because it's just a slice of life one. Yeah. What would yours be? Castle in the Sky is good. Yes. Wait, is in the Laputa one or the Howl's Moving Castle? As in Castle in the Sky. I didn't know you'd seen that one. Yes. I really like that one. I also do love Howl's Moving Castle though. Yeah, that's another one where I love the music for. Yeah. We showed that to my dad, didn't we? Like several months ago. Yeah, he liked it, didn't he? Yeah, I wasn't sure if he would. Mm-hmm. He did like it. But he'd also watched Spirited Away in the past, right? And thought it was good. Yeah, I showed that to my mum once when I was young, and she said that the main character in that Chihiro, she said she's really annoying.
And I was like, is she?
I think
That was I don't like. That's my mum though.
I think this kind of touches upon like the whole when certain characters in like TV shows or movies act like that character should. Some people get annoyed by it.
Yeah.
I guess, for example, like Skylar in Breaking Bad. Like, she doesn't necessarily do anything wrong.
No, she's just an ordinary human being reacting to her husband's turning into who he does.
And I guess like when it comes to Spirited Away, like, what's she called? Chihiro. She is just a child.
Yeah. I don't think... people can have a thing about kids being bratty, they say, don't they? It's like kids are... And it's not bratty's the wrong word of it because that comes with bad connotations. But kids are supposed to be like that's them challenging the world, and you know that's a good thing in a lot of ways. We've certainly got a lot of comments. Which
yes.
Is your videos have always maintained a high quality. Really appreciate them, and you were the reason I watched Ted Lasso. That's cool. I hope you liked it. My dad talked about watching Ted Lasso.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd like it though.
No.
I think he'd find it too sort of cozy, sentimental.
Oh, okay.
Nice for him, which is odd because he also doesn't like things dark, does he?
Yeah, I mean, like he was watching Breaking Bad, but then refused to watch the last couple of episodes because he didn't want to know how it ended, or like he was worried about how it was going to end.
Yeah, he didn't want it to be too dark. The analysis of Good Will Hunting and Dead Poet Society are just something special. Yeah, I'd like to, I mean, actually, that's something I was working on, wasn't it? I was doing another big Good Will Hunting video. I released the other day a Coraline video, which is 2 hours and something long. If anyone wants to watch that, you can. Not many people have. Which was like compiling all of the Coraline videos I made, but then talking about those videos and then adding some extra thoughts afterwards. I really want to do that when I have started doing that with Good Will Hunting, because those videos mean a lot personally to me. And also I think there was a lot of things I would do differently now in those videos. There's a lot of things I said that I don't necessarily agree with anymore, so I think it would be really fun to just go through them all again and talk about everything and make like that will be like a 3-4 hour video probably by the time it's done. I really want to do that. I'm also hesitant to though because it means so much to me. It would be sad to kind of finish it. Bro, make a video on Dead Poet Society. I've made 2, technically 3, and I'll probably make more one day. One day I'll have to get you to watch it. The other question we were going to answer, then we'll get back to it. I said was.
Oh yeah, someone also said I've been watching the Ghibli movies as they come out in theatres for Ghibli Fest. Best way to be introduced to them.
I didn't know there was a thing, Ghibli Fest. That's
definitely not where we are.
Yeah, if we lived in a city, maybe. Yeah. That's so cool. What's your go-to meal after a long, hard day? Someone said for both of you. I mean, you do 99% of the cooking.
Yeah.
Because whenever I cook, you don't like the look of it.
I mean, the last time you cooked me anything was cheese on toast and it set on fire. So
I'm not a good cook. I don't pretend to be.
Anything on Death Note.
You like Death Note?
I love Death Note. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen it. I'm tempted to, but I don't know if it's too late now.
But I keep trying to want to get you to watch more like of my favorite like animes and stuff.
Yeah.
Like Death Note, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Things like that.
My go-to meal after a long hard day is it's always pasta, isn't it, with me? Because that's one thing I know how to make. I boil some pasta, I pour some pesto on it. I'm done. Yeah, that's kind of the best cooking.
If you feel a bit fancy, put a bit of cheese on top. But like you also love near us. There's like an Indian restaurant, and you love the curries there, don't you?
Yeah, if we could afford it, I would go there a lot more as opposed to just like for my birthday or something. So I love that. I love a curry. What's your favourite meal after a long hard day? That'd be one you don't have to cook, wouldn't it? Or one that doesn't require much cooking. Those chips?
No.
No?
No. I like a good like sausage and mash, toad in the hole. Anything involving gravy, to be honest.
Yeah. Chicken and gravy's good.
Chicken gravy.
Don't do the Netflix movie, it was so bad. I assume that's Death Note.
Yeah,
I've heard that.
I heard it was. Because I think, isn't Willem Dafoe like the voice of one of the Shinigamis or something in it?
Is he?
Yeah.
I have a question. If you would recommend a movie that is like Good Will Hunting, what would that be? Yes, I would. I would say Ordinary Peoples, which someone on Patreon once recommended to me, and I made a Patreon article about it. And I was going to make a video about it, and there's a lot of things that got in the way with that. I would definitely recommend that. I
I might watch that with you sometime and then make a video on it.
Okay.
Ordinary Peoples or Ordinary People, I forget. It's a really good movie. Let's get on with. He's commented again, bro. Make a video with Dead by Society.
You'll have to make another one.
Maybe I was supposed to make one in the time it took him to comment again.
Yeah.
Right. So 61 is the next film on our list.
Mhm.
Mine is Argylle now, and yours is.
Mine is Horizon.
Oh yeah, God, I forgot about that film completely.
Willem Dafoe is the highlight of that movie as well. Yeah, I didn't really appreciate Willem Dafoe until some of the films we've seen this year, and I genuinely do think he is such a good actor.
I really like Willem Dafoe. I find him really fun.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Costner in Horizon and American Saga Part 1.
Yeah.
I think he gives a good performance, to be fair to him.
He did, but the entire thing is a mess.
Yeah, I think he wrote and directed it, and it's bizarre, that film.
I had literally no idea what was going on for all 3 hours of that film.
Yeah, it's an American saga. We should describe the film as, because that's what it's called. It's a Wild West, and I think the premise is there's a poster called Horizon to say people can come and buy land in America.
Mm-hmm.
This new horizons for you all, and then you've just got lots of different characters doing things there, and none of it joins together, and none of the arcs have any conclusion. It's just disjointed things that end with a sudden montage about what may happen in a sequel that they're not going to make. It's supposed to be a trilogy, these films. It's about 3 hours long,
yeah.
And to not have story go anywhere is kind of impressive. to not really have any arcs, and then you get to the end of it, and it's supposed to be a trilogy, and they couldn't, so they just have some quick shots about things that will happen in the next film.
Yeah.
And that's supposed to be a conclusion.
Like, I genuinely don't remember anything that happened.
No, I mean, it's weird, because I think it was well shot.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was well acted.
And I think the cast in it was, like, pretty good.
And
but,
I was kind of intrigued, and because I thought it was going to go somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, this will be interesting. They're setting something up with this character. And then you kept waiting, and waiting, and waiting, and it ended. It's really weird. Just incoherent, that film, I think.
Yeah.
If it wasn't 3 hours long, it might have been less annoying.
It genuinely felt like they'd filmed a really good movie, but then somehow lost clips throughout it.
Yeah.
But then also got them completely jumbled up in the order of the files, but then being like, yeah, screw it, we're gonna release it anyway. And that's kind of how that film felt.
Yeah.
Like, they could have put that film in any order and it would have made the same amount of sense.
Yep. Yeah, it was really disappointing, that one.
Mm-hmm.
Though I thought I'd be able to recommend that to my dad, because he loves Wild West type films.
Yeah, I don't think he'd like that one.
We've kind of already discussed Argylle, so should we go straight on to 60?
Yeah.
Mine was The Crow 2024.
Yeah.
And yours is Imaginary.
Yeah.
So The Crow 2024 is a remake 30 years on of
Mm-hmm.
the original film The Crow. Was it a comic book at first? Adapted?
Yes, I think so.
Originally starring Brandon Lee.
Yeah.
In which he died. And that was a really good film.
Yeah.
We saw that. It was re-released
I
before
think
The Crow.
he is just perfect in that role. I think he's amazing.
Yeah. And it's, what is it? How do you describe it? A film about someone who, him and his partner both get killed, and his soul is so disturbed and angry with this death that he comes back to life and can't be killed until he's exacted revenge.
Like, crows carry your soul to the afterlife, and I guess his soul is linked with the crows.
Yeah.
When he comes back.
Yeah.
But then the new remake had all sorts of demon plots and
Yeah. Someone's just commented another remake no one asked for.
Yeah.
I kind of want to be fair to the film in that it tried to do something different with the story. There's an attempt there. The problem is everything they changed was a lot worse.
I think, in my opinion, if you're making a remake of a film, you have to add on more to the story, but in a respectful way to the original.
Yeah.
And I think this just kind of shut on the original.
It did, and this one was annoying as well because it was another one that had a really good trailer.
Yeah.
And I think
the music's good.
Visually, I think it looks really strong. There's a good cinematography, a great colour to the
screen. I thought it looked like it was going to be really great. Even that's quite a nice picture, that scene from it. There's some ideas in that visually. But
what do we think of the relationship
what do you
dynamic?
think
I
I felt really sorry for... Is it
Eric?
Is it Bill Skarsgård or is it...
Bill Skarsgård, yeah. No.
I felt sorry for his character. Yeah, it was Eric, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I felt sorry for him. I felt like he was just kind of taken advantage of and didn't understand the situation he was in at all, and had so much strong feelings to a woman that didn't explain anything to him, got him killed as a result, and then the ending. It doesn't matter if we spoil the ending, does it? He sacrifices his soul to go to hell so that she can come back, and I just feel like you don't deserve that. You were a good person, sort of.
Yeah, and I think like the thing about the original is like he comes back out of pure love for her, and then you see kind of her spirit at the end, and they're finally at peace together. Yeah. And I kind of like that because it's like you're together in life, together in death kind of thing.
That's the biggest problem with the remake, was I just was not invested at all in their romance.
Yeah. Oh, also, before we let the chat get too high and we miss one, someone said, what do you think of Robin Williams in general? I made a 10-hour video on him this year.
That's really cool. I have to watch that at some point.
You're really into watching like your crazy long videos.
Well, I like sticking them on, the sound of them on while I drive somewhere.
Yeah.
If you can at some point comment that somewhere with a link to it or something, if you put a link, it might get taken down for spam.
Do you want me to make somewhere. Note of the name?
Okay. Yeah, I'll look into that at some point. Well, I love Robin Williams.
Yeah.
Who doesn't? It's hard to be more specific on what the question means other than that. But...
I was recently watching Law and Order SVU, and he was in an episode, and I got really excited, and I yelled through to you like, "Oh my god! Guess who's in this episode?"
He's a really good serious actor, I think, as well.
Yeah, he is.
He's often underrated for that. He's really good in Good Will Hunting. I'm so used to that film, I forget it. But yeah. Is there anything positive you'd say about The Crow 2024?
Bill Skarsgård's acting.
I do think
he is genuinely a very good actor, I think.
Yeah, I think he's really good in this film. It's a really unique performance. He does stand out in this movie. But story-wise, I don't really understand his arc. There's some idea about him at the beginning where he struggles to express anger. And there's like that scene in the rehab centre where they're all trying to get him to be angry. And that's kind of an interesting idea, to go from that to then someone who is fueled by rage, killing everyone. Could be quite an interesting arc, but it doesn't really line up. It just kind of suddenly flips.
Yeah. I was really intrigued at the start because it had like him as a child with the horse dying.
That was a good... another nice imagery.
That was beautifully shot.
Yeah.
But it kind of just didn't go anywhere.
Yeah. I think The Crow 2024 would make a cracking music video if you just take a load of the shots and put a song over the top of them.
It would suit something like Linkin Park's In the End or something.
Yeah. If it's 2007. Anyway, Imaginary then. Well, yeah, I think we kind of explained why I put The Crow there. I would have put it lower, but it's the fact visually it was quite strong that saved it for me. That's why it's as high as it is. That and Bill Skarsgård being very good.
Even so, I always thought that Bill Skarsgård was like really attractive, and then recently I saw a TikTok which had a picture of him next to Steve Buscemi, and they are
they
exactly the same.
What?
Their faces are pretty much the exact same.
No,
they are.
No,
they are. Like I'll show you.
He doesn't look it in that picture.
But that's a side shot with his eyes closed.
Okay, should we talk about Imaginary then?
Yes.
You probably haven't seen Imaginary as a film.
Is it a Blumhouse?
Yeah. It's a really disappointing trailer, this one. It looks just very generic film about a horror movie where someone's got an imaginary bear and it starts to suggest she does bad things.
Well, it doesn't insinuate that it's an imaginary bear. You just think it's a bear that's possessed in the trailer.
I guess so. But it's just kind of a generic idea.
Yeah.
Which they did do something different with, I think, because it wasn't quite as clear cut as that, the understanding of what this is. And I kind of like the idea that they did sort of mention in the film that imaginary friends aren't a bad thing. It's a good way for kids to process things.
Yeah.
Which they get a tick for at least kind of suggesting that before having a story do the opposite.
But then they also had like therapy scenes that you were like, what the hell is going on here?
I got really angry at that, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when there's like a therapist a children's therapist who just sets up a video camera and films the entire session, which I think is a GDPR nightmare. And then she's got them all on a laptop, and she says to the mum of this kid she's therapizing, "Oh, your kid said something similar to this other session I had. Let me
get it up for you."
She pulls out a laptop, finding some confidential.
This is a missing
session.
child, you know,
Yeah.
instead of like
Someone else's session, just showing it to her. Yeah, that annoyed me.
I did like there was an old lady in it that amused me. But that was kind of the highlight for me.
That's most of what I remember of this film. The
I
old
don't really
lady.
remember a lot, and that's kind of why I put it so low, because like when I think about films that we've seen this year, this is one that I just don't remember.
I think, to be fair to it, the story like worked like compared to The Crow 2024 and Horizon. Like there was at least a functional plot. It was coherent. It was just a bit ordinary and dull. So I think you could say that much about it. As a comment as when, have I seen Awakenings? I have not. I don't know if it's you who's commented that on videos before, because I've seen that before. I've had that in the back of my mind that this is a thing I need to look into. If it's not you, then there's a few other people suggesting I watch it, and that probably means I should get around to it. Although it took me 2 years to get around to watching Arcane, despite a lot of comments. So just keep going ahead and nagging me with things. I don't mind people doing that, saying you said you were going to watch this thing and you still haven't. Please do, do that. I need a PA, really, don't I? That's what I ask you to be a lot of the time.
And they also left like the name of their video on Robin Williams, which I've made a note of. So
okay,
you can give it a watch.
Yeah, that'll be on my watch list at some point. Then. Okay, so 59 next. So we're out of the top. Well, this will be the top 5 worst now. This last one.
Yeah.
I'm going to do your 59 first. Your 59 is
Madam
Madam Web.
Yeah.
Okay, it did make the worst 5.
Yeah, of course.
Mine was, oh god, that's a low resolution picture.
That is absolutely terrible.
That's a shame, because that could be quite a nice shot. That is In a Violent Nature. Right, was there anything else what you want to discuss about Madam Web before we?
I can't really think of an awful lot that I need to say on it.
No. I don't think Dakota Johnson was at all good in this film.
No.
She just felt asleep, which if it was an acting choice, like for example, Micah Monroe in Longlegs seemed asleep, and that very much fitted the character.
Yeah, but that's kind of like, her character was kind of meant to...
And it was a really strong performance.
Yeah.
Dakota Johnson was doing a similar kind of performance, and it was really bad. And really...
It was just a bit dull.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, that's Madam Web done then. In a Violent Nature.
Well, I will say my 58 is In a Violent Nature.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can, I guess, maybe click to it like at some point. But like, I don't really know how to discuss this movie. It's...
Okay, well, shall I try and summarise it?
Yeah.
It's a really cool idea. I mean, when this movie started and I realised what it was, I got really excited about it. It's a horror movie from the perspective of the killer. It starts with this shot where it's just focused on this pole in the ground and there's like a necklace hanging from it. And you can just hear these kids in the background having like an ordinary conversation. And they just slowly move closer and closer, take this necklace off and walk on. And then this guy, where the necklace was, climbs out of the ground and you follow this monster figure. And it's like shots of him walking and kind of overhearing these kids who would normally be like the main characters in a horror film. They're sort of in the distance the whole time, and it's like you're eavesdropping on them.
I guess the best way to describe it is like you're watching like Jason Voorhees in Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
Whilst he's going to kill like the campers at the...
Yeah. So it kind of puts you in a voyeuristic's the wrong word, but that kind of spying on them.
Yeah, and catching like little bits of conversation and...
Which is such a cool idea, I think.
Yeah. I think like the idea of like learning about the main characters through like a different angle is really cool.
Yeah.
But this film had so much walking.
Yes.
It was like walking simulator. It was like...
It is all set in a big forest, and most of the scenes are just a camera following this murderer as he walks about,
Yeah.
and after 5-10 minutes, maybe he gets somewhere near the other characters. And maybe you vaguely overhear some things that could almost be character, but you don't get enough of it, and then it's more walking, and then more walking.
I think I described it at the time as like you're playing a horror video game and you're not quite sure where to walk, so you end up just like aimlessly walking through a woods somewhere, getting lost. It kind of felt like that.
Yeah. In practice, that didn't work, and I've seen reviews of people who are really positive about this film. And there were moments I thought did work. I like how very just... I mean, I think thematically the idea is that, like, killing is just a horrible aspect of nature, and there isn't necessarily rationality to it. It kind of... The killings happen in a very cold, almost mechanical way.
There are some deaths in this film, like, well, some of them are ridiculous and hilarious.
Yes.
But there is one where a guy gets put into, like, a wood chopper.
Yeah,
like, he's been, like, paralysed. But he gets, like, his limbs put into, like, wood choppers and, like, cut off and things like that. And that was, like, a very good scene.
Yeah, that shocks me because there was no drama to it whatsoever. There's no, like, intense music and suspense on what's going to happen.
It was just, like, the whirling of, like, the wood kind of...
like, it was the most ordinary thing in the world. And that was what was good about that scene. It was quite disturbing.
But then there is another death where a girl gets a hook through her stomach and then has her head pulled through the hole in her stomach.
Yeah, that one was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Gratuitous. All sorts.
Funny, though. It was funny.
Yeah. There's a really good film in here. And I don't... Originally, I put this second to last because I was really bored for a lot of this film. I was.
I was quite bored. I don't know.
And the reason... And I felt like I was kind of harsh on it because when I think about it, it is a good idea. It's done on a very low budget. It's original. It doesn't quite work for those reasons, but it feels harsh to fault it that much.
Yeah. I do think though, if it would have had like a few little tweaks here and there, I think it could have been like a really good film.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't know who the director was, but I would be intrigued to watch whatever the next film is because like if this is one of the I don't know if this is one of the first, then I'd feel like okay, there's a promising career here. Yeah, but it just was boring.
It was. Yeah.
It was boring, occasionally punctuated by something happening, and then more. And then the ending I didn't like either.
I didn't.
But should we move on?
Yeah.
58. So we're out of the bottom 5. There's Horizon.
And mine is
In a Violent Nature. Okay, well, we kind of done these already.
Yeah.
But I suppose I put Horizon there because it was quite well shot and quite well acted.
Yeah.
And I wasn't bored. I would have been bored if I knew in advance it wasn't going to go anywhere. But I was intrigued, thinking something was going to happen, thinking they were developing something. So, you know, to be fair, a 3-hour film that is quite slow. I wasn't bored at the time. I think that's the most I can say about it. Yeah, all right, 57, and then we'll get to 55 before we discuss
Imaginary.
more. And
A Quiet Place.
A Quiet Place Day 1. I've got the list I did originally. And Imaginary is another one that's dropped 7 places on my list.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and I think I did put it high last time because, like I said before, it's kind of functional as a film. It works, and some of the effects were quite good. I think, well, not bad anyway.
Yeah, no, it wasn't.
It wasn't. Did you find anything in it disturbing?
No, not really.
No. A Quiet Place Day 1. I mean, we kind of discussed Imaginary already. I think it deserves to be lower on my list than it was last time. Yeah. Because I
was kind of shocked last time. I think that you did put it so high.
Yeah. I suppose because there's almost something interesting in the idea of imaginary toys, imaginary friends, and how that could be used for processing things. That's what they are, and how they kind of get misunderstood as something disturbing. And people so quickly worry, oh, is my child going mad or something?
Yeah. I guess for some kids it is just like a way of like a coping mechanism for things as well.
Yeah, it can be really positive, I think. So
I think in that video I touched upon how when I was a kid I had like a world in my head where I'd give people like job roles and like things like that. And I guess that was my equivalent of like having an imaginary friend, an imaginary world.
Which is positive.
Yeah.
A Quiet Place Day 1. I got a picture with the cat in because the cat was the star of this film.
Yeah, the cat was so cute.
Unlike Argylle, the cat is. I don't. Is it mistreated in this?
No.
Yeah, you're in an apocalypse and a cat is treated better than the cat is in Argylle. That says a lot. Okay, apart from the cat, what do you remember about this film?
Just not really caring about any of the characters and repetitive action scenes.
Yeah, they were quite. I mean, we haven't seen any of the other Quiet Place films.
I've heard like the first one is really good.
I think it is a good idea.
Yeah. Isn't it like John Krasinski and Emily Blunt that's in the...
Is it?
One? Don't quote me on that. I don't know, but I think it could be.
I think it's a good idea. And the idea works in this film mostly. It is just quite a lot of repetitive scenes of being quiet, noises of the monsters, trying to be quiet, then accidentally making a noise because you step on something, and then having to run, and then doing it all again.
I also didn't really like what's he called, Joseph Quinn's character. Yeah. I didn't really understand that character. Like, I don't think you get a lot of like.
I mean, I like they didn't turn it into a romance.
Yes, me too. It felt more like just a nice friendship.
Yeah.
Which was good.
And I was quite interested, to be fair, by her character at the start, where she's very misanthropic, and I think that's a cool idea, having someone like that chucked into the apocalypse.
Isn't she going through
setting.
like cancer treatment and stuff?
Yeah.
I think.
And there's not really an arc of her like learning to not be misanthropic again, which I'm quite glad they didn't do. It's almost like a living out the last days type thing, which is a good idea, and it was kind of touching at moments as a result of that. There are bits of this that worked. Yeah, but again, there are bits where I was bored, and I was much more invested in the cat. If there wasn't the cat here, if there wasn't that gimmick, which it was a gimmick, if there wasn't that, I'd probably put it a lot lower. I quite liked Quiet Place Day 1, someone said, but it could. I can't read.
I quite liked A Quiet Place Day 1, but I felt they could have done I felt like it could have done more.
Yeah. I
don't think it's a bad film by any means.
No, I think it works. I wasn't. I was bored in moments, but I didn't come away like unhappy with the experience.
Yeah, like
I didn't feel like we wasted time.
We have like unlimited card for the cinema, but if I had paid to see this film, I don't think I would have been disappointed.
No. Lara Crystal says I have to go to work. I wonder what time zone it is in.
Yeah. I hope your day goes okay.
It's 6 p.m. where we are.
Yeah.
I forgot what I was saying. Let's move on.
Bye, Lara.
56 is Quiet Place Day 1. This is really similar. And If.
Another imaginary friends kind of.
Yeah, the very different vibe. This one, I suppose, is from the positive angle of it.
I do like how in our like bottom 10, there's 2 Ryan Reynolds films.
Most of our bottom films have been almost exactly the same placement, haven't they?
I think like.
I mean, this is I did mine in sections when I ranked them. At first, like I wrote them all in like vague categories of bad, all okay, good, really good, and I think it's once we get out of the bad section, it's when it starts to get interesting. Which I think my bad section ends at number 53. So we're almost after that. I think most of the films on here are at least pretty good.
I'd say my bad ends at like, 55 or so.
Okay, so there's some films you rate a little higher than me, then that means.
Yeah.
Yeah, we discussed A Quiet Place Day 1 already. I put it as high as that because, yeah, there were some aspects of it that kind of worked. I was Yeah.
I did find myself getting quite anxious for the cat because there were scenes when you didn't see the cat for ages, like when they went in the water.
Yeah, that's true.
And I was like, Jesus Christ, can you...
That was most of the tension. I wasn't worried about the people dying. I was concerned about where the cat's gone. That was the bit that did keep me invested. Yeah, I said it was a gimmick. If they didn't have the cat, I wouldn't have been as intrigued.
I had to go take a call from my grandmother. Did you guys see Civil War?
Yes. Yes, we did. We might have differing opinions on that one, mightn't we?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see when we get there.
That was one of the ones I was most excited for this year. That had a great trailer.
The trailer is, stunning.
Yes, that is coming up.
Yeah.
we probably should have read the list of all the films on here.
Yeah, we should have done.
It's got most of the big films this year.
Yeah.
I'll say that. Okay, so if you haven't seen If, which stands for Imaginary Friends, it's a film about
Imaginary friends.
yeah, a girl who discovers that imaginary friends are real, and it's what happens when people stop believing them. Where do those imaginary friends go? Someone has an imaginary friend, then they grow up, and that imaginary friend that is real then has to not have a friend anymore, and they kind of go to like a foster home for imaginary friends that no longer have a friend to be imaginary for.
It is a very sweet idea.
It is.
Yeah.
It was John Krasinski created all of it, didn't he? And you can feel like a lot of heart was put into it. There is an idea here.
Yeah.
It's almost like a reverse Toy Story in places. But
I feel like, I think we said this in the original video, it almost feels like there's very specific bits that they kind of force you to feel a certain way at.
yeah.
Like there's scenes which are sad, but it's like very forced sadness.
Yes. We both cried in this film.
Yeah.
But it didn't feel earned. You were crying because it makes you think of your own nan. And the idea of them being young again.
Yeah, like there's a scene where you see this older lady dancing with her imaginary friend again, and it is really sad.
Yeah, there's moments like that which do get you, and they blast it with sad music to make sure that you definitely get.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel earned, and that's a problem with a lot of the film. It feels like it was designed around some moments to make you cry rather than a coherent story.
And there's lots of plot points which I just don't understand.
Yeah.
Like this girl must be about what, 11, 12?
Yeah.
And none of her family like care that she's walking around like New York on her own.
Yeah, she gets this job working in this foster home for imaginary friends.
She tells the dad who's in hospital that she's got a job, and he's like, all right, I'm not going to ask you about it.
Yeah, off you go. Off you go to work. Nan is supposed to be looking after her. She's gone for like all the evening, and it's like, oh, I've just left some pizza out for whenever
just
you're
been
back.
hanging out with a man who lives upstairs.
Yeah. And I was concerned about the other kid character in it who's in hospital, and I don't know if it's deliberately made out to seem like there's domestic abuse there, or if it's accidentally that's what they've made the story seem like. But I was very uncomfortable that was never explored, and just kind of a joke of, I'm so clumsy, look at all these injuries I get type thing going on. That was really odd. And her dad in this, who's John Krasinski, is also in hospital. I don't think it explains why. I think it just says he's got a broken heart.
But I think it's meant to be that he did try and commit suicide.
And I suppose they felt like they can't mention that too much because
it's a kid's film.
Yeah, but also I feel like if you're going to do an idea like that, you've got to at least explore some of that. That was kind of the problem, because his dad was hinted at, but they never really did anything with his character.
Yeah.
So it's hinting at something very moving and sad that's worth exploring, but then just taking the film completely away from him and not doing that. And I felt like Ryan Reynolds' character should have been his dad, like.
Should have been played by John Krasinski.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
And
as
there's
well.
made much more.
I think we said this in the original video, like that it would make more sense.
Or even just thematically link the two, so that in her relationship with Ryan Reynolds, it feels like she's exploring her dad much more. But that's not what they do, and it's odd.
Or like that throughout it, like Ryan Reynolds is kind of just like as you see in this picture, but then later on he turns into like a clown, right?
Yeah.
And they should have had it where it's Ryan Reynolds, and then at the end it turns into her dad.
That would have been
cool.
Or
something like that. I don't know how you'd go about doing that, but I think that would just make more sense.
I also think Ryan Reynolds was wrong casting for this.
Yes.
I think you needed someone who's got a bit more. I mean, because in a way, I was going to say childish energy, but it's too snarky, quippy seriousness. He tends to be good at.
In this film, it's just Ryan Reynolds, kind of just been Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah. I think of his character could have been a great, like, Gene Wilder from Willy Wonka.
Yes.
Imagine how much life that would have brought if it was someone doing something like that.
Just get, what's his face? Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah, that'd be quite good.
Stanley Tucci.
Yeah. Jeff Goldblum was very good as the wizard in Wicked. That that kind of thing would add a lot.
Or
to this
like
film.
I've been saying in a lot of videos recently on like our second channel together, Batista.
You just want Batista and everything.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like the focus was on trying to make you cry here, and you're doing imaginary characters, and you should be approaching this from a really childish, playful point of view, where it feels like a kid's just having fun with imagination and going mad with it. But it's all done in a very serious way, and that makes it odd.
Yeah.
I think. So that have we covered that?
Yeah.
My next one is It.
Oh, someone's
as well.
asked, have you seen The Substance? Sadly not.
No, that's one I'm really disappointed we didn't get to see. Your next one's The Crow now.
Yeah.
My next one was If. The Substance is that and Kneecap are the two I most wished we'd seen.
There was something that I wish I saw, but I can't remember what it is. I
We
think it was
didn't-
some horror movie. Oh, Abigail. I really wanted to see.
We didn't see The Challengers, which I quite wanted to see.
Yeah.
Those are the main ones I can think of.
Alien. We didn't see.
Oh yeah, that was the one with the very British trailer, wasn't it?
Something about
Someone in the water.
something in the water.
Yeah. So all right, tell me how The Crow got this high on your list.
It was just that I think the things that have placed below it are worse.
Yeah, mine got 60, so mine's 5 places lower.
Yeah.
You think If is worse than The Crow then?
Yes.
Do you?
Mhm.
I mean, if I had to rewatch one of these two films, I'd probably rewatch If.
I don't know. I think I would rewatch The Crow though.
Why? Is it because the action scene at the end?
There are some really good scenes in it, like the scene at their like opera kind of place is really good.
It's kind of cool that.
There's certain things I would have changed about like the plot and a lot I would have changed.
The villain, I didn't like.
I do think it is better than If.
Yeah, I don't. I just think about the original. I can't help it. I think about the original Crow, and they had all these different aspects. They had this other child who was in there.
Yeah, I think the
that
child
added a
and
lot.
the policeman
The policeman
added
as well.
a lot to the original.
And the villain was quite interesting as well, in a very comic book way.
I
but-
do think the villain in this one, I couldn't have cared less.
No, but it feels like they cut out all of those elements because they wanted to really zero in on this relationship between the two and make it this super epic romantic thing. And it didn't work, and therefore there's nothing else to it. It's putting all your eggs in one basket and it not delivering.
Yeah, I think we said as well, like, because the original had their love story off screen,
Yeah,
and all you learn about them is kind of when they've died.
yeah,
I kind of like, and through other characters. Whereas this, you see them meeting, you see like them falling in love, and like, I just didn't believe their romance as much as I did.
well, yeah. Because you got to learn all about them, and kind of in the first act of the film, she has to die for everything else to happen. So you've got
Yeah.
to squeeze in learning everything about their romance, and it makes it all really rushed, and therefore you don't buy into it. It doesn't feel like a genuine romance. Whereas in the first film, because you can just hint it from a moment where they've already died, and it already like you're learning about it through a tragic lens.
Yes.
Yeah, and then you're hearing little bits put in about who they were through the other characters. You're much more invested in the relationship there. Because this time they made it sole focus, and as a result, it works a lot worse.
Yeah, I agree.
That is a problem. I don't think If had that problem as much. I didn't really care about the characters in If either, but there was some humour that kind of worked.
I liked the guy who had like the big purple If, and like he's nervous for like the job interview or something.
Yeah.
And his imaginary friend comes up and like hugs him and things. I liked them scenes.
Actually, that's something else that does bother me about this film.
Which
because
one?
Because the whole idea is these imaginary who had their old friends that grew up and stopped believing in them, and then they've got nowhere to go.
Yeah.
A lot of what this film is about is reconnecting these imaginary friends to the adults again.
Yeah.
And that's very touching and sweet, but at the same time I'm also like, shouldn't this be about moving on? And grief and
because like the dad is going through grief in hospital, so it
Yeah.
kind of feels like it should have been like her like the little girl learning about grief and things like that through
I mean that's what the because
because she's like grieving her mum isn't she?
I suppose the problem is doing that would make it the same as Toy Story, where the toys go off to a new home.
I suppose, yeah.
But they do that in Toy Story because it works better.
Yeah,
it makes more sense. Okay, 54 then.
Should we answer questions whilst we're on 55? Or?
Okay, yeah. I had to go take a call from my grandmother. Did you see Civil War? Yes, we did. It's coming up.
Yeah, we've already done them questions.
I
meant like ones.
Oh, the ones from the Q&A
Yeah,
before. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Well, I seem to have closed it. It doesn't seem to keep it open on YouTube. You know when you've not been on it for a while and you open it again and it's like gone onto a different page.
Mm-hmm.
We have the questions. And they are... what are your top 3 favourite TV series? That's a hard one. I really love The Sopranos, but I've also never seen the end for lots of odd reasons. Twice when I was young, I've watched it with my dad, but for various reasons we didn't get to the end of it. And then I was getting to the end of it, but my friend ended up borrowing the box set, and then by the time I got them back, I'd kind of moved on. So I've never seen... So that could be my favourite series, but I don't know how it ends. What else do I love? What's your favourites? Is it going to be some of the ones we've been watching recently?
Well, so my favourite ever TV series is probably the 1950s Twilight Zone.
Yeah, that's a good choice.
I also love Lost.
Yeah, which I've also not seen the end of.
Yeah. And then like British classics like Black Books, IT Crowd, things like that. Even though like creator of IT Crowd and Black Books isn't necessarily the best human, but
well, he only created some of Black Books,
yeah,
and
Black Books is probably my favourite out of the two.
Yeah.
What else do I like? I think I touched on it before. I like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. There's an anime called Higurashi, or like When They Cry, which I really like. Recently we've been watching a lot of like Mike Flanagan shows, like Bly Manor, The Haunting of Hill House, The Fall of the House of Usher.
Yeah.
Midnight Mass. We watched that one as well.
Yeah, that was a really cool idea for a show.
Yeah. I really liked. I don't know which one was my favourite. I really liked Hill House the most, I think.
I did as well. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know what my... I tend to prefer very kind of therapy type shows, I suppose, don't I? And also, I mean, the ones I tend to pick probably wouldn't be them because I'm not as into like horror type things. Although all of them were very good, actually. I really enjoyed Hill Houses, especially.
I remember like when we were watching it, we just kept feeling really bad for Luke.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really good. There was a lot they explored in that show, which was good. I don't know. I find these questions hard because there's never. I was saying this to you last night, wasn't it? There's never anything I'm like super passionate about, is there? In that way. I mean, Arcane, I'm going to say actually blew me away. For 2 years, people were telling me you should watch Arcane, you should make videos on Arcane, and I was kind of like, it's a show based on the game. The game doesn't really look that great to me. Is this character Jinx going to be a bit of a, I don't know what the word is, a generic kind of cardboard cutout stereotype of being edgy?
Yeah.
I worried that's what it was going to be, and then I binged all of it in one day, this first season, and was like, oh my god, I love this show. And that was absorbed in the last month or so of my life, making videos on Arcane, so that's definitely up there.
I haven't watched it in ages, but I used to really love like Clone Wars.
Oh, I've never seen that.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody says that's really good.
I'm trying to think. There are so many shows that I adore, but my mind goes blank whenever I'm asked to like. Oh, another one that I really like. The British TV show. It's kind of like Twilight Zone. Inside Number 9.
Yeah, that's a good choice. Yeah. I suppose you didn't say that first.
There's also the creators of Inside Number 9, Steve Pemberton, Reece Shearsmith. They also have done like Psychoville, which I loved. What else? Oh, League of Gentlemen, which is probably one of my favourite like comedy kind of shows.
I'm now eating pizza.
I was like eyeing up the muffins a second ago.
I'm tempted to say Wallace and Gromit.
Yeah.
Does that count?
Yeah.
It's not one anyone would pick as their favourite, but every time I watch it, I'm like, actually, I do love this.
If you had to pick like your favourite, like, what was your favourite show like as a kid? Like growing up, what were your favourite shows?
The Ricky Gervais show.
Yeah.
And I still like that.
Yeah, I liked.
I don't like Ricky Gervais, but I love Carl Pilkington.
And Stephen Merchant.
Yeah.
Speaking of Stephen Merchant, we are currently watching the show called The Outlaws, and it is so good so far.
Yeah, I've never heard anyone talk about that.
It's got like Christopher Walken in. It's really good.
Yeah, it's a BBC show. Sort of drama comedy about a group of people at a community service centre. They're doing community service who end up finding a big bag of money, basically.
Yeah.
That is a really good show. Never heard anyone talk about it. I'm going to finish eating my pizza. I'll read another question as I do.
Okay.
Oh, it's closed the page again. What is going on with YouTube app?
Do you want me to try and get it up as well?
Yeah. I don't know if we answered 3 favourite TV shows anyway. It's one of the things I'm going to think about it later, and there's some really obvious ones I didn't think to mention. What are your top 3 favourite authors? That's another similar one. I like Italo Calvino because he wrote. I've only read some of his books, but he wrote my favourite story, which is The Baron in the Trees. I'd probably say Dickens as well. You know.
Yeah.
My background is literature. I studied literature at first at university, and I do love Dickens. I find it genuinely funny.
Do you have a favourite?
I've not read. Probably his Great Expectations. There's a lot of them I want to read, never have. I didn't even study Great Expectations at school. Actually, I only read it when I went to uni. I don't know who I'd say as a third. Oh, probably George R. R. Martin. It's an obvious one. But I've really been enjoying the books, which I binged the audiobooks of 6 months ago, say, of Fondelee's The Greenbone Saga, of the books Jade City, Jade War, and Jade Legacy. I really enjoyed them. I wrote a Patreon article about it as well. What would you say your authors? Is it going to be Tolkien?
I do, yeah. I think Tolkien is in my top 3. I am also going to say Enid Blyton. My favourite books growing up were the Faraway Tree Stories. I still have a copy. Love it.
Did you like the Secret Seven, Famous Five?
I liked the Famous Five. I never read any of the Secret Seven books.
Was it just them two, the Famous Five? Was there wasn't a 4, a 3, a 2,
I don't think there was, no.
Oh, okay.
I also might say Jacqueline Wilson. I think we recently touched upon this in a video that we haven't released yet. But I found, like, growing up, Jacqueline Wilson books are, like, super relatable, especially if you're going through, like, a lot of troubles in your life or, like, not great family life, things like that. They are, like, a good way of, like, making people feel less alone, I suppose, in their problems.
Yeah, because I never really knew about Jacqueline. I mean, I knew about Jacqueline Wilson, but I think when I was a kid, it was kind of marketed that Jacqueline Wilson was the kids' books for girls, Roald Dahl were the ones for boys.
Oh, like Captain Underpants.
Oh, yeah, I love Captain. I still love Captain Underpants. I even like the movie they made, actually. And Where's Wally? I mean, I used to say that all the time at uni when I was studying literature, and like you'd have to meet a new class. It used to be the go-to question. You have to go around and say, "Hello, my name is. My favourite book is." I always said, "Where's Wally?" I just didn't. It's just because everyone's mentioning. Everyone's trying to seem as sophisticated as they
War
can.
and Peace.
Yeah. I just like. Yeah. Until I realised I kept saying the same thing, and I was like, "This is just becoming a bit now. I should stop." Anyway, I'm having a drink. Drinking from a giant 2-litre bottle. Was it 3 litres? It's 3 litres, isn't it?
2.
Oh, okay. So, should we carry on? We are. Someone else has asked, "Have you seen The Substance?" Or was that from Gone from earlier?
Yeah, I've answered that.
Okay. 54. Another low resolution picture. Salem's Lot. And yours is Red 1.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Red 1 hasn't come up on mine yet. Where the hell's Red 1? Red 1 we saw obviously recently.
Has it made it into your top 10?
No.
Oh.
It
What a
may have.
shame.
It may have made it into the bottom 10. Oh no, it hasn't.
No, it hasn't,
Because
no.
this is the bottom 10 now.
Yeah.
It's just and red one's next. It's just avoided the bottom 10. Won't they be pleased? Yeah, should we talk about red one first then?
Yeah. Well, this is just another film where they should have replaced The Rock with Batista.
Yes.
But I genuinely mean it about this film. Like,
I do actually.
I genuinely think he would have been really good in this.
Batista brings a lot of energy to a movie. A lot of kind of just kind of comic energy. Like he's great at that in Dune. His main role really there is just angrily shouting.
Yeah, or The Glass Onion.
Yeah. And they so could have done with that. All of these characters in this are the same character, really, which is
Angry.
well, very serious, kind of smouldering, cynical, which is odd as well when this is a Christmas movie. How there's a lot of talk about how you need to believe in doing things for the kids and bringing joy to them and things, but none of these people ever express the
No
emotion
one is
joy.
joyous.
No.
And it's like, I think like with The Rock and Chris Evans being like the main characters, I think there should have been like a big difference in who their character is. It's like you've got Chris Evans, who is very like, I don't know, a bit cynical, grumpy, things like that.
He steals candy from a baby at the beginning of this
Yeah.
film.
But then, so The Rock should have been more like upbeat, like,
Yeah.
you know, full of joy and hope, but he's not.
He's
the same as Chris Evans' character.
yeah. Yeah, basically. And then so is Santa Claus,
Yeah.
played by J.K. Simmons, which I find so odd. I like J.K. Simmons, and he's classically his Spider-Man role, he brings a lot of energy. I could see him as a very bombastic version of Santa here. They could have done that. But instead he's not. He's exactly the same as The Rock. The only thing I think they give him character-wise, the only real character trait other than just, oh, he's Santa, is that he does a lot of
Exercise.
yeah, does a lot of weights, and that doesn't really add anything.
Yeah.
It just makes him the same as The Rock. It's like, let's make Santa hench for no reason.
Yeah. And then the villain in this, the Christmas Witch,
Yeah.
also not really any character.
No, they're all everyone in this film is the exact same character. It's a problem. It's a real problem. How is that a Christmas movie when everyone talks about joy, but
No one is joyous.
no, it's all just the same quippy one-liners.
Yeah.
This film, a lot of people have like panned and said it's the worst movie of the year.
It's definitely not that, but
Well, I think
I can see why people would think it is,
yeah.
but I don't think.
I think increasingly people are getting fed up with this kind of film,
Yeah.
where it is the same kind of, with The Rock being The Rock, and that being the draw, really.
Remember you saying in like when we spoke about it that doesn't The Rock have like a thing in his like contracts and stuff that he can't seem weak or
Yeah, he's not supposed to clearly lose a fight, I don't think, and be kicked while he's down. He's got to look tough at all times.
I don't really get.
I find it odd.
Yeah.
I don't like The Rock as an actor. I don't.
I was like, so I am kind of big on WWE.
Yeah.
Not as much as I once was because I think it has kind of gone to shit a little bit. But I was never a Rock fan. Even when he was like in WWE a lot.
Was he the same sort of character in that?
Yeah, kind of serious. Not
It's so dull. I
lifts
think.
his eyebrow to seem. I don't know what.
It's a shame, I think, because there's a version of this movie where, done by a different director, it could have been kind of
And a different cast.
and a different everything. It could have been kind of interesting. Like, I think there's something of an idea in it. Santa being kidnapped and this. I think you have to make it ridiculous. You have to make that what's going on.
Yeah.
And it's not. It tries to play it all very straight and very seriously, and it's a problem because it is stupid, and and they should have made it that.
Yeah, I did just like all the cast was bad, but like I do kind of think that Chris Evans was a good fit for the film.
If everyone else had been
If
different,
everyone else had been different, then yeah, I think he would have been really good in this film. But
Yeah.
like, he wasn't the problem. I don't think the
No.
problem was just everything else.
So why have we put? In my case, why has it avoided the top 10? Why has it got this high?
I don't know. When I watched it, I wasn't bored during any of it, I don't think. Like, yeah, sure, the story isn't the best, but, like, there are some really fun bits as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's some ideas that kind of work. I like these fighting snowmen where if you take the carrot off them, they melt.
Yeah.
Done differently, that could have been a kind of wacky joke bit rather than playing it very serious and dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
I think the bit with Krampus was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
He is a slightly different character in this film. They should have had more with Krampus.
Mm-hmm.
There's some moments like that kind of, and it does work. It's not an incoherent movie. If every other movie with The Rock wasn't exactly like this, you probably wouldn't feel as tired as it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it is just a bit the same.
It is. It's kind of a generic.
Then it feels unfair that I scored Imaginary so low and this so much higher. Would you say it's better than Imaginary?
I won't say better. I think it's on the same level.
We've scored it a lot higher though.
We have, but
I think there is some reason for that. I think it's because I could imagine this movie being good. I think that's what it is. I mean, there is. You recast everyone and you don't make him so serious, and there is something there. And because it's a Christmas movie, you can get away with it being a bit shit, I think. Somehow.
Yeah. I think there's like a charm in kind of Christmas movies being a bit.
That said, I got really bored in all the bits where it tried to be Christmassy here, and they were talking about doing things for the kids and how much Christmas matters. That was the bits that just made me fall asleep.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's exactly what you expect it to be, and that's it.
I think, like, if you're looking for a film to stick on, like, while your family's opening presents or something at Christmas, or, you know, you've just eaten too much for your lunch and you want to just relax and maybe fall asleep, this is a good one to stick on, I think.
Yeah, but that said, I reckon if we looked at this list, there's better films I could recommend for a Christmas Day watch for family.
Yeah, but I know if you're looking for, like, a very typical Christmas movie, then...
Yeah. If I was to recommend one film on this list to watch at Christmas, other than, like, the really good ones, because maybe I'd say Paddington.
Yeah, of course.
One that came out this year, I'd probably say Wonka is the right sort of feel good, but done quite well, family friend.
I'd even say something like The Wild Robot.
Yeah, that could work. Yeah, I can't see any others, so I'm not going to sit here just scrolling through them. Salem's Lot, then. Do you know where you scored Salem's Lot? Is yours a lot higher than me?
Not a lot, but it is higher.
Salem's Lot is a Stephen King adaptation of which there was previously. Have you seen the original movie, Salem's Lot? There might even be a few.
I read the book when I was a lot younger. I was probably about 12 or so. So I didn't really remember much about it going into seeing this film.
Okay. Well, to summarise it for everyone, and not to make it sound like most Stephen King... What do you want?
Muffin.
You want the muffin?
Yeah.
Not to make it sound like most Stephen King movies. It's a little town in Maine where there's some kids who are slight outcasts and some dark, strange stuff starts happening. That's probably what you can say about spoiling what happens.
Yeah.
The hand in that low-resolution picture probably gives it away, though.
If people can make out the hand.
I think the problem with this film is that it doesn't have a main character. It's set in a town, and it's supposed to do the thing of you're following lots of different characters in the town. But none of them quite had enough time to really establish themselves. And none of them were given proper focus. So you just get slightly disjointed bits where they kind of join up at moments and not at others. Now I want a muffin too, Summers, but it's a lemon one.
It is very good.
Yeah, and that didn't work for it, I don't think. But I think that was a problem.
I also think, like, there's a kid in it. And he is doing probably 99.9% of the
yes,
tackling the thing that they're fighting in this movie.
Yes. Yeah, there's a bit where he comes in and he's like done everything, and they're like, where have you been?
He's even driving the car.
Yeah.
He's like 12 or something.
Yeah. Yeah. And they never felt like a team. That was a problem, I think, with this film. If you're going to do lots of disparate characters, there's got to be a point where they team up
and they work together with a plan. And there's a moment where they sort of team up and discuss a plan, but then they all break away again, and they don't really get much time to bond. So it's not just that there's lots of different characters; it's that none of them are bonding really to do something together, and that's what makes it. It's not incoherent, and it's not a bad movie. I don't think. I think we're now into the section of mine. I think we've ended the bad section of mine.
I think some of the effects in this film, like the eyes of the monsters, badly done.
The bit where the kid at the window did not work. I just found that funny.
I think the making a cross out of lollipop sticks bit that was fun.
Yeah, I think a lot of the kind of dramatic moments of this film as well was someone walking out into a very foggy dark, and they can't see what's happening, and it's like something's going to happen here. Just very slowly drawn out silence and fog, and waiting for something to happen, and that got repetitive. I think.
Yeah, it did. It's
too one note, the type of tension they're doing. What I did like about this movie, I think, was the music. I think they had a lot of fitting songs they used, which made it pop. I think the performances were fine. There's a bit at the start of this movie where I thought it was going to be really good. Was that? Did you not think that? No? Okay.
It had thingy in, didn't it? Euron Greyjoy.
Oh yeah, it did, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't find that quite worked either.
I didn't really understand what was going on.
That's one where it's not quite a villain. Yeah, it's... Yeah, we're now into the section of my list where they're flawed, but there's still something in there.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I'd say about that film. I wonder where you've scored yours then. It's not next, is it? No, it's Joker Folie Deux. Mine is Red 1. Yes, so we've done Red 1.
Yeah.
Joker Folie Deux. I mean, originally... I don't know where I put it originally, but Joker's gotten a lot higher on my list, actually.
Yeah. I don't think it's a bad film, by any means. I think maybe my kind of rating comes from the fact I haven't seen the first one.
Yeah, that's true.
So I was going into this as almost like a standalone film.
Yeah.
You kind of gave me like context for why he's in prison and things like that, and for like characters and stuff. But I just think the acting is great.
Yeah.
I think Joaquin Phoenix is just so good. Really good actor. The music, though, like, I have no issue with it being a musical.
I quite liked the idea of that.
But I think all the music is the same.
Yeah.
There's no, like, I think in the original video when we spoke about this, I said they should have done it more like the Tim Burton Willy Wonka movie, where there's like a lot of like different genres.
Yeah. yeah, they are all the same.
Yeah.
It's all kind of the vague stage show type aesthetic as well, which I get the idea behind, but it does make it quite repetitive.
I remember also saying in that video that I think this film would have worked if, do you know when it goes into his like musical delusions, if it was done with puppets.
I mean, I'd find that quite fun.
Yeah, like a Punch and Judy kind of.
I mean, that was one of my problem with this film, that it didn't go far enough for what it was doing.
Yes.
If you're going to do a film where you're kind of exploring the fantasy and someone getting lost in the fantasy, then like really go for that. Yeah, just go mad with it. They started with a cartoon, and that was the strongest bit of the film.
Yeah, I liked that bit.
The cartoon, and then after that, it kind of, yeah. And I really liked the law scene where he's trying to be a lawyer, and you can just it's kind of cringy in a way. Him watching this man try and present what he thinks a lawyer is.
Yeah.
And that over-the-top accent, and it just feels so forced, and there's the person in the witness stand talking to the real him, and he's trying not to break. I really liked that bit of the film. I think that was a great bit. Everything else around that kind of didn't.
I think there are some like really unnecessary scenes in this film. For example, the SA scene, I think just... It's almost like shock value. It didn't need to be there.
I didn't like that. It was that's as well, because that's the thing that's supposed to make him change in this film, and I don't like that, because
I think if anything, that would make him lean further into his defences. Really,
Yeah.
Not to say it necessarily would, but it's just there as though they needed to hit a beat where the character changes.
Mm-hmm.
What can we do to make that happen quickly now? Because we're getting near the end of the film.
But there was nothing leading to that. There was no dynamic with the guards or anything. It just came out of nowhere, and it was just completely unnecessary.
I didn't like it. It made me really uncomfortable, that.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the biggest thing I'd mark this film down on.
Yeah.
More than the music. More than Lady Gaga's character not really getting much to do.
Mm-hmm.
Which was a shame. Because she wasn't... I still don't really know much. I thought they were going to explore her a lot and explore their relationship. And she kind of just felt like a bit part to this idea of what people want the Joker to be.
Mm-hmm.
And she didn't get more to her than that. But I don't know, I mean... I suppose the reason I rank this higher is because I feel like... I think the first film was a lot better. I think the idea of this one is a lot more interesting, though.
Yeah.
I think people are unfair when they say this is just a film to criticise the fans. I don't think that's fair. I think that there's something genuine they're trying to do here. And they almost do. It just doesn't quite work.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't fault trying something mad.
Yeah, no. I think it's not a bad film, and I think it probably did get a worse worse reviews than it should have done.
I do find it odd how this film is hated and Deadpool and Wolverine is loved.
Yeah, I don't get it, but
all right, 52.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Tarot. This is when we were doing the rankings. I was going through them and I realised I'd forgotten to add in Tarot, and I was like, oh, should I put it a lot lower? But no, I think it deserved this spot.
Tarot is one film that I'm always conflicted by. Whenever we come to look at our lists, I'm always conflicted.
You got a soft spot for
I
it.
do have a really big soft spot for Tarot.
I think I kind of do. That's why it's got that high, 52. And yours is One Love,
yes.
Another low resolution picture.
That's terrible.
What should we discuss first?
Can we do One Love first? Because I've got probably less to say about One Love than Tarot.
Okay, yeah, I don't have much to say about One Love. In a way, that's the problem.
I think, for me, I'm not necessarily a big fan of Bob Marley's music.
Yeah.
And I think if you aren't into the music of someone in a biopic, I think if the story is solid, you can kind of, or if it's presented in a way that is a solid, here's the story kind of thing.
Yeah.
But this, I kind of thought, I don't know, I just don't think it was interesting.
I suppose the problem is they don't really explore much about Bob Marley.
No.
Especially not anything uncomfortable. They could have gone a lot into who he was as a family man, and they didn't. And I was thinking about this again actually, because I suppose the whole idea of this film is it's leading up to the concert where he unites the two sides in the civil war, and that's how it ends, is that sort of unification. But you don't really see that happening in the film. It feels like this film is supposed to be about how love can unite, music can unite two sides, peace and things.
Yeah.
But you don't see any of that. You get the idea there's this conflict, and then he goes away from it, and then suddenly the ending is that it's resolved. But you don't see that bit happening, and that's the bit that felt like it should be the story, how that happens.
I think where it ended, I was kind of oh, is that it? Because I didn't.
Yeah, yes, I suppose it's for that reason.
It felt
really
kind of rushed, almost.
I mean, I don't know what to take away. What I learned from this movie? No, because I enjoyed it, probably more than you, because I really like Bob Marley, the music. I think it was a really good performance. But yeah, that's kind of it. It's hitting the beats of a biopic, really.
Yeah.
And then not doing.
Truth be told, I am kind of bored of biopics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you interested to see the Robbie Williams one that's coming up?
Can't say I've ever been that interested in Robbie Williams' life in general, but
nor me.
I think there's a Beatles one in the works, which I think I would be interested in.
I'm interested in the Bob Dylan one.
Yeah.
That one, I haven't seen the trailer, but I just get the feeling that one's going to be quite good.
I do think with biopics they sometimes do glaze over a lot of the issues of the person.
Yeah.
Because like I know there's like a Michael Jackson one meant to be coming out like next year potentially, and I think that is just probably going to like glaze over a lot of.
That is the problem in general with it, and similarly, you get a lot of documentaries like that where it's how much is this exploring something and how much is this just an advert for
glorifying the person in a way
and promoting whatever it is. I don't think Bob Marley one's that bad.
No.
It's just a biopic, really.
Mm-hmm.
You could have done a lot of interesting things with the character or the person, but they kind of just hinted at them and then moved along to the next song, which is a shame. Grasshoppers commented, I think people appreciated being given what they want, good entertainment, which might have amplified how it was received. Are you talking about... would that be about Deadpool and Wolverine? I don't know. Should we talk about Tarot?
They've also been there's comments on biopics, so we probably should like discuss.
Oh, okay, right. They also often do biopics wrong, following the same formula that does not work. Des of Antrim did a review of Napoleon and explores this in depth and explains the pitfalls. Yeah, I mean that is kind of the problem with biopics. We know what they're expected to be. Yes, they were discussing it. We know what they're expected to be, and I don't know if the formula works or not, but there's a point where when you do the formula so much, it no longer works anyway.
Did you see the Napoleon?
I watched half of it.
I heard not amazing things about it.
I wasn't bored of it, but I was never bothered to see the other half.
Yeah.
I completely forgot that. Was that this year?
I don't think so.
No. Everyone's just forgotten that film.
Someone said, I cannot believe they've done what they have to the Robbie Williams biopic. I thought I was tripping when I saw it. The trailer. Yeah, it is an interesting.
I've not made up my mind on that.
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't, Robbie Williams in the biopic is played by, is it a chimpanzee?
Yes.
Okay, a chimpanzee.
It's like kind of a crossover between like a Robbie Williams biopic and Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. Or Monkey Man.
I imagine it's to express some side of him, and I'm not sure if it's a gimmick to try and make it look less like an ordinary biopic, or if they're going to do something interesting with that.
Yeah. I do know it touches upon quite serious like topics and stuff. So maybe it will be good. Who knows?
I can't
we'll
say.
See.
I'm curious to see if they're going to do anything with that gimmick. I don't think I'm expecting it to be a great film though.
No. I mean, probably better than the Lego Pharrell Williams one that came out recently. Yeah. We didn't see it.
That
but
looks like a gimmick.
I can just imagine it wasn't great.
Grossham to comment again. I think the formula often goes badly wrong when they cover historical figures. I mean, I don't know what the formula, at what point about it you mean exactly, but yeah, I feel like the problem there is when you're covering someone that's like there's so many different sides to people that you can't just encapsulate a person easily, and that then either means you end up glossing over something that you shouldn't be, or you're trying to do too much and it gets muddled and there's not really I feel like you have to zero in on one specific thing and really explore that, and too often they try and explore everything and it just becomes a bit grey and flat. That's what I think. Should we talk about tarot then?
Yes.
You want to talk about tarot? Your tarot is going to be higher than mine because I thought I was putting mine quite high.
Yeah, mine is a bit higher.
Alright, objectively, do you think tarot is in the top 5 worst? No, okay.
No.
Because it is bad.
It is bad, but then there are parts that, sure, not meant to be funny.
Yeah.
But are hilarious. Amazing cinema.
Yes.
I don't think any of the acting is anything special in this. I think the story, if it had been done better, could have genuinely been a cool concept. It
seems a straightforward thing to me, and they get a tarot card and they die based on what's on the cards.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, but Alex says they are off now.
Okay, have a good time.
Yeah, bye. Thank you.
Yeah, tarot similar to Madam Web, I suppose, in that way, and a lot not as bad as Madam Web. The story made sense here.
Yeah. I don't know. There is something about this film that I have like a massive soft spot for.
Well, it is a bad it's good type film, which is unfair because it's not so bad it's good.
Yeah.
There are moments that are kind of good. There are a lot of ridiculous bits, aren't there? I love the bit where it's their birthday, they're getting a call from their friend while they're getting murdered, and happy birthday is their ringtone, and it's supposed to be like a sort of dark rendition of happy birthday.
Yeah.
I just cannot stop laughing at the idea that someone made their ringtone the happy birthday song in the hope someone called them on their birthday.
Yeah.
So they get to hear it.
The general premise of this film, if people haven't seen it, is at the start of the film it's this girl's birthday and they're doing like tarot readings for her.
Yeah.
And like all their friend group. And each person kind of gets a different card. And then in the film, like the things from the cards come to life and kill them.
Yeah.
So you've got like for example, the picture on the screen is the Fool.
Yeah, and it's supposed to reflect something about that character.
Yeah.
There
was my favourite, I think, was the happy birthday thing was really funny. But I think my favourite was when the guy is like running away from whatever his thing was, and he goes into like the like underground like tube station kind of thing.
Yeah.
And he's like on the train tracks and he looks down and sees like a newspaper that says like "You're gonna die today" or something.
Yeah,
or
and he's got
a picture of him
looking shocked.
I did like that. I thought that was
Yeah. I mean, there are. Yeah. This was one of those films where we were laughing through it. This would be a great one to put on with some friends just to have a laugh about.
Yeah, Madame Web followed by this, sorted.
Yeah. And I think this is a lot better film than Madame Web, though.
Yes.
And also, I think it's different because you feel like there's heart in this movie. There is something quite charming. You feel like someone
really did try.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A bit like The Room, but it's a lot better than The Room classically. But there's some genuine heart poured into this movie, and they're trying. And some of it, the bit with the magician was like quite a good bit.
I really liked that bit, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's there
and
are
I
bits
do
that work.
think like the Fool like brought to life character thing was genuinely quite creepy.
I thought that was well done. Yeah. So it's not to make it sound like this is an awful film that's fun because it's awful. There are a lot of cheesy bits which are very fun, and that is what's most enjoyable about this film.
I kind of like that in a horror movie though, like a bit of cheese.
Yeah. It's a very charming film somehow, and I don't quite know why.
I have like a massive soft spot for it.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
I'm
but, like,
smiling
I do.
talking about it.
Yeah.
Whereas Madame Web, I think because it's so cynically made and it's just a corporation and it's just pumping it out.
Yeah.
It feels a lot different. I think partly I laugh at Madame Web so much because I want to ridicule the film.
Yeah.
This one I feel a bit sorry ridiculing it, but I it's part of the fun. I quite like that about the movie.
Yeah, and I don't think like we're not ridiculing it in a way of oh my god this film is so bad. It's more of like a I don't know. Like,
it's like you have a son or a child who's they've tried their best at something and
like they've drawn you a picture, they've tried their hardest,
and there's something a bit odd about the picture that looks quite funny, but it's also there's a real attempt there, and it's a bit like that. Tarot is like having a toddler.
It's like our child.
Yeah. So that's 51 next. We're almost into the 50s.
I like the fact we're on 51 and we've already been doing this almost 2 hours.
Yeah, should we be speeding up? Do you think? I don't know.
Whatever.
Back to Black.
Yeah.
Or back into Black.
Back to Black.
Back to Black.
Back to Black. Yeah, that's the name.
Is it?
Yeah, cause that's the name of the Amy Winehouse album.
It's not Black to Back.
No, it's Back
right.
to
Yeah.
Black.
Something.
Because that's the name of the album.
And I can't. Where's the arrow gone? There it is. Borderlands. Yeah, I forgot about Borderlands. I made the thumbnail for this. I just put in because those are the ones people talk about the most as the awful films: Red One, Borderlands, and Madame Web.
Yeah.
Madame Web's the one that scored really low. Red One and Borderlands both avoided the bottom 10 on my list. Which should we talk about first?
I think maybe Back to Black because I think I have less to say about that one.
Me too.
I mean, I don't have a lot to say about either one of these, but like I think I have less about Back to Black.
An Amy
Winehouse.
Yeah. Biopic. Again, sort of the formula.
Yeah.
I suppose also a lot of people heavily pans this one because it glosses over her relationship with whatever the hell he's called.
Her dad and Blake.
Yeah, and her dad. And it kind of paints him in a not bad light here, which is... I don't really know anything about Amy Winehouse, but that is uncomfortable.
But I think, like, we should specify that I think this is meant to be how Amy saw things.
Yeah.
Right? Which I also don't necessarily like, because she's not here to explain how she felt truly about things.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, it's an interesting idea to explore how an abusive relationship looks from the inside, or a toxic relationship, I suppose.
Yeah.
That's an interesting thing to do. But also, it does feel a bit of an odd choice to be doing that with a real person, for one. And also, it almost feels like that's I can see why people are angry at the glossing over that, because it could feel like an excuse to say, but this is from her perspective. Like a kind of get out of jail free on that.
Yeah.
But it's like, well, you still chose to do that in the first place.
Yeah.
But to judge it objectively, it's fine.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
I think it's better than the Bob Marley one, because there is more happening. And there are some moments where there's quite nice touch. I did like that live performance in here where she's just getting drowned out by the fans and just feels like she's being swallowed whole. That's really well filmed. I think it's a really good performance.
Yeah.
A lot of
people were criticizing like the singing and stuff, and I don't understand that.
I don't. I think she got the mannerisms of Amy Winehouse down really well without it feeling like a caricature.
The thing is, like, sure, if you're a big fan of like a certain singer, and then someone is doing like them in a biopic, you are going to be extremely critical. But the thing is, like, people need to remember, she isn't Amy Winehouse. She isn't going to be exactly like Amy Winehouse.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an odd thing. I mean, a lot of people do that with biopics, don't they? They go in, and that's the appeal for them, is how accurate
they don't
is
sound
this person.
close enough to... And it's like, as someone who maybe isn't necessarily a big fan of Amy Winehouse, to me, she sounded pretty similar.
Yeah. But also, I don't feel like that's the point of the movie, of a biopic, is to how much are they the same person.
Yeah.
I mean, in a way, they have to be, because that's part of the good acting performance. But also, that's not what it's about. It's about telling a story of some sort. It kind of doesn't matter. That's not the whole thing to judge a film on. But yeah, I'm not surprised this film didn't get any higher. I think it's I think out of the biopics we've discussed, it is the best one.
Why would they expect her to sound like Amy? She has a very... Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, and I almost think sometimes, like, if someone tries too hard to sound like someone, it feels really cheap in a way.
Yeah. Sometimes I think the performance gets lost in that as well, because you could do there's a lot of people who could, I assume there's a lot of Amy Winehouse lookalikes who do it
and
as a
impersonators.
living, and could do a great impression of her. But doing an impression of someone is very different to doing a performance where you've got to have them in a very specific point in their life.
Yeah.
You know, you're having to do a scene where they're really angry about something, or they're really upset, or they're really excited.
Or when she's going through like the issues with like alcohol and drugs and things like that. And I think if someone was to do that just as an impersonator, it would be really disrespectful.
And everyone's got different sides. Like I assume there's a big difference between the Amy Winehouse, how she is in front of a camera, and the Amy Winehouse who's on her own. Because you do have a slight performative edge to you when you're in different situations.
Yeah.
Or the Amy Winehouse when she's struggling, or when she's with a partner, and they're not all going to be exactly like the Amy Winehouse fans know, because you don't all see those sides to them. So that's also where like that kind of thing gets in the way of the performance, I think. So yeah, that is kind of ridiculous. Borderlands. This is one of the things. Yeah, people said this was awful.
I don't agree with that.
I do and I don't, because I've played a little bit of Borderlands.
Me too.
And I got bored.
I got really bored. I think it was really repetitive for me, but
more like boards. No.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't think it's boring. I think it's because like I wasn't paying any attention to what was getting said in the game.
Yeah.
And
skip the dialogue.
Yeah, and then I was like, what am I doing?
All right. I suppose based on that, I think if I was a big fan of Borderlands, I'd probably be annoyed at how much they've changed here, and how much doesn't work, and how odd the casting choices are compared to the original characters. I get why that would annoy a lot of people. And I think some of the Firehawk stuff apparently is supposed to be much more interesting in the games.
Yeah.
I do think that it's a functional movie. I think it does get to draw on some of what's interesting about Borderlands. Visually, it looks a bit different.
I thought I was gonna. I mean, I didn't like it, but I thought I was gonna absolutely detest this movie when we seen the trailers.
Like they were trying to recreate Guardians. Yeah.
It did.
Yeah.
And it's trying to. This is another one that's following a formula, and again, it's in an uninspired way, and you feel that there isn't anything special about this.
No, I know. Like, I think what left me pleasantly surprised, maybe, would be like, I usually hate Kevin Hart as an actor and a comedian.
Yeah.
I don't think he's funny. I think his entire thing is, I'm short.
Yeah.
That's all he's really got. And he's usually in like a lot of remakes of like films that don't need remaking and things like that. But he didn't annoy me too much in this film.
No.
So I was pleasantly surprised about that.
I don't think I was annoyed by any of the characters.
No.
I just about avoided that, I think.
I know you didn't like how almost like the whole like mental illness side of things.
Well, in a way, I think that's why I've scored it as high as I have, because that's what I thought seeing the trailers, and that's what I was going to hate about it, is a kind of, look how mad we all are.
Mm-hmm.
Let's glorify mental illness because it's so quirky and interesting, and we throw bombs at people, and the film wasn't quite as much like that as the trailers made it sound like. The trailers made it like that's the real draw here, and it was a bit more human than that. So I think the pleasant surprise of that I didn't detest it quite like I was expecting.
Yeah, no, I thought I was going to really dislike it, but I didn't.
It was, yeah.
I think next on my list is Borderlands.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's one of those films. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Yes, it's one of those films. There's not much to say about it. I've forgotten most of it. I don't think Jack Black really stood out either.
No, I don't either.
That's one of those characters you expect to work really well, and I think Jack Black is an obvious casting choice for that character. That could work.
Yeah.
But I guess the dialogue he was given was just a bit ordinary. Glorifying mental illness is a big pet peeve of mine. Yeah. It doesn't do that as bad as I expected this film. That's the most complimentary I can be.
At least it doesn't glorify mental illness much.
I think Cate Blanchett was quite good.
Yeah.
She didn't sound like Cate Blanchett. I don't think the character was interesting, but she's doing the performance well.
Yeah. He was fine. Yeah.
That is about it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't hate. I'm not angry at this film the way a lot of people are, but there's nothing special to say about it.
No. This kind of upsets me.
Well, that I've put Godzilla X Kong at number 50.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is yours going to be a lot higher then?
Yeah.
Is it?
Borderlands wasn't as bad as everyone says. It's just a really boring movie. Yeah.
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 I think that sums it up fine.
That's how we could have just summed it up in one sentence and moved on.
Yep.
But
Godzilla X Kong then.
Mm-hmm.
It's number 50 on mine.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fair. In a way, I feel bad about this.
I have put this
Really
a
high.
lot higher.
Have you? Okay. All right. I tell you what it is, because last time I put this higher than this, and I feel like with this film, if this is what you want in a movie, then it does it really well.
Yeah.
If you just want a load of monsters to roar and then punch each other, it's 10 out of 10. It delivers all of that. The effects are really well done.
They are, yeah.
They put a lot of emotion into Kong's face and some great body language, which I didn't expect.
And you also got Kong throwing around a little monkey.
Yeah, it's
was
not afraid to be completely stupid,
Yeah.
which something like Red One was lacking to just lean into being dumb.
Just fling like Kong or Godzilla in Red One. Sorted.
Yeah. So all of that worked.
Red One X Kong.
The fights were good. You cried, didn't you?
Yeah, I think it was. Thinking about it makes me feel a bit teary still.
Does it?
Yeah. I think it's when Kong's no longer alone. Like he realizes there are other like apes out there.
It is just a thing consistently. Animal characters will make you cry, won't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't say I
like
did
when we
cry.
watched the first Gladiator in cinemas, like when it was re-released, there was like a dog which had no like role in the entire film, but I just kept being like, is this dog gonna be okay?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen.
You're like, what dog?
Yeah, I'd seen Gladiator loads. I didn't remember a dog.
Yeah.
I've put it here, I think, because I think if I saw these films a lot,
these kind of films, I would have been a lot more bored by it. I haven't seen a film of just the punching and roaring in a long, long time, not since I was a kid. So to see it like fresh, it feels quite good. But I don't think there's anything really special about it.
I think I was pleasantly surprised because this isn't the kind of movie I would usually want to watch. But I genuinely did really like it.
Yeah, I reckon...
And I have put this higher than like some films that I know people will be angry.
Oh god!
About...
If it's higher than Fight Club, we're ending this stream. Is it?
No,
it's not, is it?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any. I think it's fair enough liking it.
I remember like when we saw the trailers, we were like, "Oh my god, this looks ridiculous."
Yeah.
But I don't think the trailers did it justice for what it actually is.
I thought it was. Well, it kind of did.
It did, but I think it felt.
It is funny, a kind of Godzilla Kong Avengers team up. That is a funny idea, and I think it's probably meant to be.
But I was expecting it to be like a really stupid film, but there is actually moments that are quite touching and.
Yeah. There's the stuff with the character who's like a conspiracy theorist journalist, which is fair enough.
Yeah.
I did a lot of the story we didn't know because we haven't seen the other films. I think if I had seen the other films, I would have gotten bored with this kind of film by this point.
Fair enough.
Because it's seeing it fresh. I was surprised how well they did what they did, but that is all they did.
Yeah.
They weren't trying to do anything else, and I respect that. But I still don't think that makes it a great film.
Well, yeah. We'll get to it again when.
Very good special effects, though.
Yes.
All right. Oh, God knows where you could. I'm gonna guess you've put it about 37. Am I close?
You're very close.
Am I?
Yeah.
Well. All right. Well, next you've got Salem's Lot, which is 5 places higher than my list, and I put Wicked, which will probably annoy a lot of people, won't it? So, what for you got Salem's Lot this high?
I genuinely like the story of. Sorry, I just I was
got distracted by the comment.
I'd say Kong x Godzilla is the best modern American Godzilla or Kong movie since 2014.
Okay, that's interesting then. It's better than the other ones, but the same stuff. Yeah, I could see that.
Why have I really like the story of Salem's Lot.
Yeah.
And I do think there were certain scenes in it when I was like, this is really cool.
Yeah.
And I think it all comes down to preference of like what kind of movies you enjoy the most. And for me, I enjoy like spooky kind of movies more than I do like action or like whatever. So maybe that is why I've raised it higher, because it does fit within the theme of movies that I enjoy.
I did really like the bit where the sun's going down and they're trying to drive to avoid to stay in the sunlight. That's quite a nice tense bit.
Yeah.
That was one of the few bits where the tension wasn't just the slow walking through misty dark, where there was actually a bit of energy to it.
Like, is it one of the best Stephen King adaptations ever? No.
No.
But it was still fun.
Yeah. I could see people having a soft spot for this kind of film.
Yeah.
Wicked, then. I imagine you've put Wicked a lot higher than me.
Not a lot, but...
No?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, we discussed Wicked at length in a video on it before, about Wicked. And I can't get over the fact that these characters are far too old for what they're doing.
Yes.
It just annoys me that there's a 40-year-old man acting like a school student, and they're all just being cliques and spending so many scenes where there's just lots of people in the background over and over just gossiping and
there's a lot of pointing and laughing.
Pointing and laughing at what she's wearing.
She's wearing a black hat.
They're doing it for about 5 minutes of pointing and laughing. How much is there to say about it?
It's not like she's got like a jacket with a swastika on or anything. It's like it is just a black hat.
I just feel like grow up, you know? Like, if they were all cast as children, I'd probably understand it a bit more.
Well, like, how old are they meant to be? Can like anyone clarify it for us? Because like I genuinely don't know how old the characters are meant to be.
I imagine it's supposed to be like a university
like 18,
type thing.
19?
Like, do universities have cliques like that? As everyone's so concerned about what fashion people's wearing anymore?
I don't know.
And how everyone's just like always following anything Glinda does in this film. Like, she's... That's what bothers me the most. I feel like it's a really unfair stereotype of Glinda being a blonde popular girl. I feel like it really dehumanize the person there and just play her like the stereotype, and I don't like that. I think that's unfair to the real...
Have you seen the musical? No, I do want to see the musical, But since seeing the film, I have kind of gone on like deep dives of.
Yeah.
When I haven't been able to sleep at night, I go on like deep dives of like the characters from like Wicked and like.
Yeah, you keep waking up and saying, "I saw on TikTok this about Wicked."
So I really would like to see the musical, to be fair, because I think this film would work way better on the stage than.
I think it would.
I kind of put that weird stuff down to it being Oz. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's not weird in an interesting way, I don't think, though. Because you can do wacky, like Return to Oz is wacky.
I love Return to Oz.
But there's not anything, there's not real imagination to it here, because all of the characters are the same. You get, and this is why also it would work better as a stage performance, because it feels like it is staged like a stage play, in the sense, loads of the scenes have just people in the background, and then you've got like Glinda or Elphaba in the centre, like they're in a stage, and everyone else is just whispering. And that would work better on a stage, I think. Yes. Whereas in here, it makes it look a bit flat and makes everything look like a set. But it's all of them is just. I got very quickly. I said to you in the film, why is everyone clapping so much in this movie? Because Glinda does anything and there's a whole crowd just clapping her, or Elphaba does something and everybody's whispering and pointing, and it's very repetitive, and it just makes everyone. It just makes a community look like just. They're all the same person.
Yeah. And
I got really annoyed with that. That's probably the thing I like the least. No. I also don't like that nothing really... Everything's set up. I'd say this is similar in a way to about Horizon American Saga.
But I think the difference here is... Well, that originally was probably meant to be a trilogy. But, like, obviously this is a two-parter.
Yeah.
So it doesn't work as a standalone film, I don't think.
I don't.
And then it's almost like I feel like I've just had a lot of setup, but no.
It is, isn't it?
Interesting kind of stuff so far. And I have looked into what happens in like the next part, and yeah, it is interesting.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't think enough happened in this film to keep you entertained.
2 hours and 40 is a long time for very little development.
I saw that their stage play is about like 3 hours, I think. So they clearly could have removed. They
could have done that. I mean, I get that this is a part 1 and part 2, and I imagine this does end at the interval in the stage play.
Yes.
Then you get a second act where all of the setup pays off, and that works fine in that scenario. But splitting this into an individual film where there is all set up and no payoff, it just doesn't work as a film. And I'd probably feel kinder to it if I had seen the sequel to this when that's eventually out.
Yes.
But it still doesn't work on its own, I don't think. I feel like the whole film is no story for the first 2 hours, really. It's just them doing typical, very generic high school things. And then suddenly you get a story when she goes to Oz. But that story is also what you know from the film or the book, The Wizard of Oz. Yeah, you're kind of getting that again, and then it ends. So it's like you have to wait until you get to Oz for there to actually be a story development. And
we have to wait like another year for more story development.
Yeah. So I don't know. Structurally, I don't think this worked. I also didn't like Ariana Grande in this. I feel that's the thing I said I was most critical about, that it feels like a very dehumanizing stereotype of the blonde popular girl. And that's all she's capable of doing in her performance. All of her jokes are the same. Look how vain and self-centered I am. Some of them work, but like done with a better comedy actress, I think they could have added a bit more to her character, made her much more human and interesting, and given her just a sense of maybe some other layers. But it's just very flat, just that. That's all my gripes out of the way anyway. I seem to enjoy just angrily ranting about this film.
Someone said, as far as I know, every song in Act 1 is in this movie. If pacing was an issue for you, that may be why.
But yeah, I don't think all of the songs were necessary in this.
But I guess they kind of had to get them in because they are in the stage play.
I think that's fair enough.
Some of the songs I think are bangers.
Defying Gravity is a good song.
Yeah, I also liked The Wizard and I. That was a good one.
I can't remember that one.
I went to the toilet halfway through it, I think, and it was still on when I got back. It was a long one. I also liked, I can't remember the name of the song, but Jonathan Bailey's character's song when he's doing the whole dancing and.
I didn't like that one.
No.
No, I felt like I wanted to know more about his character than just a 40-year-old man talking about living life. I don't know.
I think he's like 36 in real life.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah. We know him mainly from Broadchurch. Yeah.
That's all I think of him from.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, anyway, what are the positives about this film? Because I've mostly just complained there.
I liked the animal plot point.
I did. I wish that had had more development. I wish that had been the main. I wish they'd made a real mystery element out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Peter Dinklage as a goat was pretty good. And he's just got a very good singing voice, Elphaba.
Mm-hmm.
That's surprising. I mean, Ariana Grande's actually was quite good.
Yeah, I think like her kind of standard music style isn't necessarily my thing, and I don't think the music she does does justice to her singing voice.
No, I thought that. I thought she was actually a genuinely good singer in this.
Yeah.
I thought Elphaba was a better singer and really powerful though.
Mm-hmm.
I think the costumes are quite good. They very much draw on the aesthetic of Harry Potter for a lot of this, but for the wizard school elements. But
yeah,
it's fine. It's. I think if you'd like
something that I didn't understand when it comes to costumes was the rest of the students wear uniforms. Why don't they?
Yeah, that's another thing that makes it feel like a stage play to me, because elements like that where it doesn't quite feel like an immersive world.
Yeah.
Where they get to stand out differently because they're the main characters type thing,
mm-hmm.
which again would work better on a stage play.
Yeah.
I think I would enjoy this if it was a stage play. I probably would.
We should go see it or something at some point.
Yeah, I mean I don't even like musicals, but I probably would. But I just have a lot of issues with this as a movie on its own, and I know I'm a bit unfair on it. I know I'm like more annoyed at it than it's fair to be.
Yeah, and I think it probably does come down to the fact that you don't really like musicals.
Yeah.
So
if I did, I probably would
actually really respect this movie because it's so loyal to the musical and it was stylish and radiant for the end.
Yeah, I mean, if you're loyal to the musical, then it's always going to do well because there's a lot of people love that musical, and this hits all those beats, and therefore it's that's fine.
And I'm sure we would probably feel different if we did see the musical. I do really want to read the book as well.
Yeah.
I think that would be interesting.
Right,
I've heard the book's quite dark though in parts.
The Oz books are quite dark as well, aren't they? Let's do 48 then. Mine is Back to Black now, which I've scored higher than Wicked in terms of like music related films. And yours is Tower here, so at 48. Okay, not too high then.
There was a big part of me that wanted to put it higher.
Was there?
Because in my head I was like, should I put this like top 10?
No,
I was like, I can't. There was a part of me like, it isn't top 10 worthy.
No.
But I do have such a soft spot for this film that it even feels harsh putting it here because I do genuinely.
I would happily watch it again.
Like it. Yeah, I think it would be fun like if we got like friends around, had a few drinks, and kind of watched this film and just took the piss out of it.
Yeah,
I think that would be really fun.
Yeah. Well, I probably would never watch Back to Black again. I don't think.
No.
Not that it was bad.
I think it's just one of them things that like you see it once.
That's
kind of that.
And then you forget it.
Yeah.
But I suppose I've scored it higher than Wicked because I think character-wise there is something going on in it.
Yeah.
Where there isn't really in Wizard of Oz. Also, it left me a lot of questions, that film. Like, why do they not need to wear glasses when they go to Oz? Why does everything actually look like that?
Yeah.
But yeah, all right.
Why are they following the trope that if you wear glasses you're unattractive?
Oh yeah, they did that as well, didn't they? She's like, I'm going to make you popular, so she takes off her glasses. I didn't like that.
Mm-hmm.
As someone who wears glasses, I don't like that. We could probably just move straight on to 47 then.
47.
Smile 2. Yeah, that might be similar to my ranking. That mine's Joker, Folie, Deux. And I defend putting it this high because I think they are really trying something in this movie.
Yeah.
And it doesn't all work, but some of it does, and they are really strong performances still. And I think that makes up for all of the bits that drag.
Yeah, and I do think a lot of why maybe people didn't like this, if they're like hardcore Joker fans, is that it isn't the Joker that they thought he was gonna be.
No, yeah, and the whole argument became that this movie hates its fans, which I think is unfair on it. I reckon if a lot of people rewatch Joker, they'd probably be like, actually, it's not that bad. Mm-hmm. It's bad, but it's not that bad. I think if you despise this movie, watch it again, and you'd probably think a bit differently.
Yeah.
Smile 2, though, then. I don't know where I've put Smile 2. Mine's probably not far off from here. But in a way I wanted... Oh, it's not quite yet. Smile 2 on my list scored 3 times higher than I put it last time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's because it did sit with me.
Yeah.
But I did keep having dreams where bits of Smile 2 kept popping up. I dream very, very vividly.
Mm-hmm.
But I have about 4 or 5 dreams every night, and I remember most of them. And it did seem to stick in my head somewhere. It is a creepy idea.
Yeah, and there's certain scenes that are incredibly creepy.
Yeah. And there is something powerful about the idea, that kind of, I suppose the symbol of a smile and being forced into that emotion when you feel something quite different.
Yeah.
Is quite good. Why would you say you put it here?
I don't know. This is kind of like the sorry, I keep getting distracted. It's kind of that area where none of the films are bad. They just didn't maybe touch me as much as the others did. Or like,
yeah,
I do think the acting performance of the main woman was so good.
I think
she was really good in this.
She was also a really interesting character.
Yes, yeah. And I think some of the scenes, like the one where her backing dancers, are in her apartment.
Yeah,
I think that bit was really good.
Yeah, part of me found that slightly ridiculous.
But I thought, the entire concept is kind of ridiculous when you think about it.
No, yeah, I mean, it sort of is, but...
And if that happened to you, wouldn't you be a bit terrified?
It is creepy.
Yeah.
And I suppose that's what I did really like about this movie, was that there is genuine character stuff going on besides all the creepy stuff. Like, you're invested in this pop star who feels a lot of social pressure to put on a tour, but isn't really in the right headspace too, and is trying to feel like she's in the right headspace, and has to talk about how much she's changed because of past trauma. And it's just a really interesting character in itself, I think. And then there's all of the horror stuff on top of that.
Yeah, I liked there's a scene where she's having like a meet and greet, and all the fans that are meeting her are just a bit off.
Yeah.
Well, at least some of them are. And there's one guy who is just very creepy. And later on, she kind of thinks she sees him in her apartment.
Yeah.
And I wish they would have played more on that. About, like, is this something, like, that this man is genuinely creating, like, this sense of, like, unsafety for her?
Yeah.
Or is it all just in her head?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, actually. I think that would have been...
I kind of would have liked the idea that she isn't part of the smile thing. She is just being stalked.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That'd be a great twist if it wasn't actually the supernatural horror stuff going on like the first film.
Mm-hmm.
It's this. Because in a way, that's the most interesting bits of this movie. Is I feel like if you were a pop star, you would watch this film and fully empathise with her and be like, yeah, I get all of those things.
Well, there have been like instances of like like what is it, Thingy Chapman, who shot like John Lennon, and like to the point where like super fans can become dangerous.
Yeah, there's the Björk thing as well.
There was Christina Grimmie, the singer, who was killed at like a meet and greet thing.
Yeah.
So like I think that would have maybe been a good way to go around it. Like
all of that was done really well with empathy for her. It wasn't just gratuitous.
No.
And then the supernatural stuff kind of got in the way of it. I think it almost started to detract from the interesting bits.
Yeah, I agree. And there was like a big kind of plot twist at the end, which then turns out didn't actually happen.
Yeah, that was a bit annoying.
And I kind of wish that they would have just stuck with it and been like, this has happened, and
yeah. Not to spoil that for the movie, but there is about a 20-minute segment where you then find out none of that was real, which is a bit annoying. because that's a lot of the story to then sort of go, oh, this was all a dream type thing for.
Yeah, and it was kind of almost like unbelievable. Well, I know the entire plot is unbelievable, but do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that did slightly annoy me. It's also very much that's because it's the same. It's kind of like we said with The Strangers. This is the same as Smile 1, except where The Strangers Chapter 1 was the same as The Strangers but done everything worse. This is Smile 1 but done everything a lot better.
yes.
I think visually it's a lot stronger as well. I think the tense moments are more tense. It's creepier, a lot more character. The music was really good.
Yeah.
It's a much, much better film, but I wish it wasn't the same type thing.
Yeah, I wish they kind of would have followed more down the route of mental illness, maybe.
Yeah.
Because, like, but not done in, like, a glorifying kind of way, but, like, more...
Yeah.
Like, because there's the whole thing about how her boyfriend has died in a car accident, which turns out to be her fault.
Yeah.
And things like that.
There were a lot of interesting elements there.
I did also really like the fact that they had Jack Nicholson's son in this, just smiling. Because Jack Nicholson is, like, iconic for his smile, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and he looks exactly like him, so...
All right, 46. We're getting there. We've done this for 2.5 hours. And we're not,
Ooh, we've got the same.
Oh yeah, Ghostbusters: Frozen Empire.
Yeah.
My voice is going already. I'm going to take a swig of drink. I could answer some questions if that's. Take a swig of drink. Kirsty's going to go get something from the kitchen, so I might as well do that now. What else we got in the comments here as well? As far as I know, actually, I really respect this movie. It's loyal to the musical. Yep, I'll discuss that. What we have in the comments. My throat is really going. I can hear it. I'm not used to talking this much, despite doing this for a long time now, because I don't talk much the rest of my life when I'm not in front of a microphone. Do you have any opinions on Cinema Therapy, the channel? Also, isn't BetterHelp a joke of a company? That's a question where sometimes you get questions where you feel like there's something they want you to answer to confirm it, and you can feel what I'm supposed to say here. I don't know. Cinema Therapy is an interesting one because I do really respect their channel. I think they started YouTube a little bit before me. When I found them, I discovered that. And they've taken off in a way my channel never will. And I can't be bitter about that because I think their formula for their videos works for a very good reason. It's really good. Two people sit down, one of them's a therapist, one of them's a filmmaker. They react to movies, and it's very feel good, I suppose. And they hit on some important therapy points, which I would discuss in my videos. And they do it really well. They're both engaging people. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything negative about Cinema Therapy, even if that's what the question's angling towards.
I'm back, by the way.
Yes, you are. What did you go? You got a muffin. In terms of BetterHelp, yes, I get sponsorship offers from them, I'd say every 6 months. And I'm not going to take one up. I don't feel negatively necessarily towards the fact Cinema Therapy do have done sponsorship with BetterHelp. I understand why. They put out a big community post about their reasons why, and I kind of think that's fair enough, even if I fundamentally disagree. I think because the argument still is that whilst they're not ideal, they are providing accessible therapy to people who might not be able to get it otherwise. They might not be able to get it on the internet. Here's a way you can get it, and it's sort of affordable, I suppose. The prices vary, but I don't think how they pay the therapists is ideal. I think the pressure they put on the therapists, and there's no supervision in place or measures to really look after their staff, which is a real problem because therapy is not a job you can do without support, where you're crushed into a lot of stress. If you're not able to commit 100% and be 100% for therapy sessions, then you're not going to be providing the best therapy. That's obvious. And I don't think there's also obviously all of the other controversy that's happened with BetterHelp, like I can't remember what it is now, but there's a lot. Even besides that, I have issues with that business plan as a company, and I think whilst I can understand that it fills a hole, I think in the long run there's a danger that's going to get a monopoly on the therapy market, and it's going to push out some of what the actual solution should be, because the therapy industry is woefully underfunded and undersupported, and it's in a mess, even in the UK where it's a lot better than it is in the US. But I don't think BetterHelp's the solution, and I don't want to support what I think in the long term would make it worse. So that would be my answer to it. I don't feel any ill will that they do support it and do promote it. I think they're doing it from a position of conscience where a lot of channels just take it for the money and don't really understand. I think they do understand, and they do have some arguments behind why they do it, but I personally wouldn't. That's what I would say. Is The Last of Us on your list? No, we're only doing films, but I did watch The Last of Us. You watched the first 2 episodes? 3? Then I watched the rest on my own.
Yeah.
And I really liked it. I made a video on every episode of The Last of Us if you're interested in that. I made them as they were coming out. Someone said, seriously, well said, just like you. I don't know what that was in relation to. Maybe it was what I said about cinema therapy.
Yeah,
you can go on all night. I'll listen. I won't. By the time we get there, I will have lost my voice. All right, Ghostbusters: Frozen Empire. I don't know. I almost have a soft spot for this movie.
I don't think I do.
No?
No.
I suppose it's because there is a good movie hidden away somewhere in here.
I think the film is done completely backwards to how it should have been done. It should have been where... Is it New York?
Yeah.
New York is freezing over and then investigating?
Yeah.
Instead of it being like freezing at the end?
I think that was a problem. Because that was what the trailers made it seem like. Like, suddenly New York's frozen. Oh my god, why is this happening? Let's figure this out. As opposed to, very slowly, they make it happen. And then you suddenly get the drama of that act rushed in at the end. And that I think more than anything, I mean, everybody says there's too many characters in this film. I think that problem with the structure of the actual story is why everything feels all over the place. Because there's not a clear development in that, and then it just gets very rushed at the end. With that done better, obviously you do need less characters, but even if you didn't, if you fix that, I think it would work a lot better. I agree with that. I think, having said that though, there are bits of this movie I did really like. I did laugh at this.
Yeah, me too.
I can't remember his name, either actor or character-wise.
The fire...
I should remember his name. I do know his name. The fireman.
Oh, got the title wrong, meant it ends with us. No.
That's very different to The Last of Us. I did kind of want to see it ends with us, because I knew I would have been very angry at that movie.
Yeah. Well, I don't really agree with Colleen Hoover as a writer. I think it's poorly written, and I think she maybe doesn't understand the context of the things that she's writing about enough to be writing about it.
Yeah.
And I think the marketing and stuff for that movie just wasn't okay, especially a film about domestic violence, a very serious topic. And then you've got people like, oh, grab your girls, wear your florals, go see.
That's very odd.
It ends with us. It just felt a bit weird.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know anything about Colin Hoover besides what you've told me, and I watched one Rachel Oates video, which is a good video, and that's all I know about Colleen Hoover. But it doesn't sound.
I know
positive.
Off the back of this book originally, she'd made a colouring book based on a film about book about domestic violence, and I just find that quite odd.
I think if we didn't have unlimited passes and we were having to pay to see a film, I definitely wouldn't see that film because I wouldn't want to financially support it. Which is probably one of the reasons we didn't see it, to be fair.
I didn't really have much interest, I don't think.
I mean, we both knew we wouldn't like it.
Yeah. Also, I've seen clips from the film, and some of the fashion choices in it are just hilarious. She wears fishnets under pajamas and stuff. Odd.
Right. Ghostbusters Frozen Empire then. Though. Yeah, I liked the Fire Starter, Fire King, Fire whatever it was, man.
Yeah, I can't remember his
I
name.
wish he had been much more the main character, and they just zeroed in on him as one of the many characters there were in that film, because the comedy was really good there, and there is some level of a story with him in a way you didn't quite get with any of the others. There is just too many characters. I didn't like James Acaster in this either.
I was about to say that. I was like,
because I really like James Acaster.
yeah, it just wasn't the right role for him at all.
No, he's a very odd person, and they gave him a very straight and serious role, and he couldn't quite pull it off. And I don't know why they gave that to him. It doesn't make any sense.
Yes, literally, my heart could not watch it from the very beginning.
The effects were fine in Ghostbusters, I think.
Yeah.
I liked the beginning as well, to be fair. When it starts and they're chasing a ghost and the family are all in that car and they each get because I haven't, neither of us saw Ghostbusters Afterlife.
No.
So that was like our first introduction to that family of characters, and I think that's a strong introduction.
Mm-hmm.
And then the film just sort of meanders away from them.
There was also the whole like plot point of the daughter having like a ghost friend that never really came to much.
Yeah, that was another thing that was there and didn't get to. There's just too many things in this movie.
Yeah.
And but that said, I do quite like it in a way, because you can feel there is almost a good movie in here.
Yeah.
If you could have just sent someone in to chop it up a bit and reshoot a couple of moments and just have a consistent idea, then it would have been good. Someone's commented, I'm a survivor of domestic violence and I do actually wear fishnets underneath my pants.
I mean, you do you.
Yeah.
And
maybe we're just out of fashion then.
Yeah, maybe. Not fashionable enough for that.
Right, should we go to 45? You love them. Are they comfortable though?
What, fishnets?
Yeah, they don't look comfortable.
I've worn them before, like, not under... Well, I don't know, like, I think it looks really nice if you wear them, like, under jeans that have holes in, when you can see them, like,
don't they just get
stuff,
snag on things whenever you walk and it
yeah,
ping,
but
and then
I
you're going
think
to get
like,
cut
holes
in
in them kind of add to the vibe sometimes.
They don't look comfortable to me.
Yeah.
All of my clothing is just designed around comfort, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, mine is as well. It's not like I'm not out here, like...
Well, you've got a bit more fashion than me, I think. But
I mean, I pretty much dress like Adam Sandler. Oversized clothes,
no, you
that's
don't.
about it.
You have some dresses and things you wear on occasion.
Yeah, mostly oversized.
Yeah, that's only because we never go anywhere, though, is it?
That is true. It's true.
Apart from the cinema. But you don't really need to dress up for the cinema.
No.
45. Another low resolution picture. That's annoying because that could be quite a good shot in the film. It's quite a, but that low resolution does not make it look good.
No.
That film is The Watchers.
Which we called The Watched in everything we talked about it.
Yeah. We didn't even know the name of this movie the whole time.
Can't cook and no fashion sense. Oof.
Yeah,
that's you.
Yeah, I don't know what my draw is, really. Well, I'm lucky there, because you just really enjoy cooking. Mm-hmm. I think if you didn't, I would have had to learn. But I haven't had to. Well,
sir.
I do good at DIY, though, don't I?
Yeah, but on the subject of food, there was one time when you sent me a picture and you were like, look what I've made to eat. And I was like, oh, here we go. It's going to be something... it was probably... What was it, like a bread roll with a bit of pesto and some red onion. And I was just like, what the hell is this?
I was proud
I was just
of
like,
that.
this is prison food.
No, well, I made
this
the
is
effort.
Something they serve criminals.
I made the effort to chop up an onion and add it, though. I mean, I thought you'd be impressed by that.
Or when you put, like, just a leaf of lettuce into, like, pasta. And I was like, what are you doing?
It's not a skill of mine, cooking. Even if I did try it, I probably still wouldn't be, to be fair.
It's cold in New Orleans, Louisiana.
And
I really want to go to New Orleans.
Do you?
Yeah, it looks really cool.
I don't know where I'd visit in America if I visited somewhere.
And we love you too.
Alright. Well, you picked The Watchers. The Watchers, yes. Mm-hmm. And I've picked for number 45... One Love. I'm surprised it got... Because it was a long time ago we talked about One Love.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten
I had it at 52.
Yes, that's quite a big difference. I
Yeah.
wonder where it scored on my last one, because I did, when I think back at it, I do feel less positively.
Have you had gumbo? No, what's gumbo? Do you know what gumbo is?
I don't know what gum
Is it some type of food?
Is it a New Orleans type food?
I guess.
Is that how you say New Orleans? They say it differently, don't they?
New
there?
Orleans?
I don't know.
I don't know. We're just uneducated.
I originally
British people.
scored. One Love is it's only dropped 2 places compared to last time I did this.
Okay.
So it's not that different. But yeah, I think everything you said about this film is fair. Maybe it's because I like Bob Marley. The Watchers, though, I really like The Watchers.
Yeah, I think until probably about 20 minutes from the end,
Yeah.
this film was great.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think it kind of fell off a bit at the end. Please come, you're both invited. We'll be there.
Yeah. One day we'll afford a
Yeah.
holiday. We managed to go on holiday to Cornwall. It's the first holiday we've had, isn't it? It's the first holiday I've had in 8 years. That's as much as we could afford
New
for now.
Orleans.
New Orleans.
New Orleans.
Okay. Yeah, I think that horror movies in a way have been the best thing about this year, in that that's where we've consistently had the most kind of original ideas, or films trying something imaginative with an
Yes,
interesting
yeah.
premise. I think a lot of the horror movies this year have done that, and The Watchers, I think it's based on a book before it,
Yeah.
but it is a really cool idea. There's people end up in a forest where they have to hide away in this kind of like a bunker, but there's a big glass wall, and they have to stay in there every night, and they get watched by some unknown monsters, and they kind of, them living their lives is entertainment for them. And it's like, why is any of this happening? How do they get out of this situation? Because to get out, they would have to travel away from this forest before night falls, and that's a long journey to make.
Yeah.
I really like the idea.
Also, I really enjoy seeing Dakota Fanning in horror movies. One of my favourite horror movies is Hide and Seek with Robert De Niro and Dakota Fanning when she was like really little.
Yeah, we've got it on DVD, haven't we?
Yeah, we do. It's one of my favourites, and it's just nice to see her in kind of like a horror role, because I think she does really well in them kind of films.
Is it Dakota Fanning in Coraline?
Yes, she's the voice of Coraline.
Yeah, she's very good in that.
Yeah.
Who is she in this? I don't know what she looks like.
Ah.
Oh, is that okay? She's good in this then. Yeah. Okay. So, I think the monsters of this film are quite good. That's always the difficult thing, I think, of a horror movie, when you've got some weird monsters and you've got to reveal what they are without it coming across ridiculous. And I think they did that. I don't think that's what's wrong with the movie. I even think it's fair enough them getting off the island, and there's a bit there where it could have ended, and I think the film should have ended there. But then they wanted to add in all of the thematic meaning about the monsters and what they want, and finding a conclusion to that. And I think the meaning is admirable there, but I think you had to kind of cram it in a contrived way at the end of this movie, and it really harmed the movie. It made it feel like the movie had gone into something completely different. And as much as I like depth and meaning to a film, I think it probably would have been stronger without that there. Until then, yeah, I was very much into this movie. I think the sound of it was really good as well. I liked that about this movie. A sponsored vacation, New Orleans. New Orleans. I don't know. We're not going to be. We're too British.
Dakota Fanning is like our child.
In what? As Coraline or in this, or as a person altogether? Do you know much about?
She is so cute in Hide and Seek. She's
she?
so adorable. Yeah.
Oh, maybe that's what they mean. Okay.
She was quite a lot of stuff, I think, when she was quite young.
I wonder where I scored The Watchers. I wonder if mine's any higher than this. It is. Watchers was up 5 places based on where I put it last time. Because I suppose I kind of forget the ending. That's the thing. In hindsight, the bit about this movie that didn't work just sort of filters out of my brain. I just remember this being a really cool premise. Really cool premise. I was really intrigued by. And you just have to praise it for that.
Yeah.
Amongst a lot of films that, like One Love, which is very much a paint by the numbers movie,
Mhm.
The Watchers is trying something different, and it almost all works, but you have to, praise it. 44 then. Smile 2 is mine. It's got a bit higher. Another low resolution picture. That's annoying because that's one where it's worth looking at what the hell this film is.
It's
If any of you have seen that movie or know what it's called, I will be mightily impressed. Because I bet nobody
we
does.
watched her growing up. Yes.
Okay, Smile 2. Yeah, I think I put it this much higher because if I hadn't seen the first one, I probably would have put it this high.
Mhm.
Because it is a cool idea. It did stick with me a lot longer than I expected it to.
Yeah.
And the character works well with this. The image of being forced into a smile works well for this character who's trying to present themselves as a together person for the sake of their publicity and popularity. And
I do think the main character in the second one is a lot better than the main character in the first one.
yeah, I think everything is better in the second one.
I do have a soft spot for Kyle Gallner, the actor in the first one, who's in the second one for all of 5 minutes, which was quite saddening.
That annoyed because the trailer made it seem like it was going to be a continuation of that character, and then it isn't. That was a bit. That was a bit cheap
He is
out.
like one of my early life celebrity crushes, I think.
You have so many though.
Well, yeah.
Every day you're mentioning another one, and I haven't heard of who half the people are.
Some I forget about until like they come up in new things, and I'm like, oh yeah, I used to be in love with you when I was like a teenager.
That was Josh Hartnett as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was why you originally put Trap at like 15 when we first did this.
I was blinded by love.
Okay. I don't know if Getaway is a guess of what this movie's called, but it's not.
All telling me to get away from Kyle Gallner. Seeing that soon.
The movie is Seize Them,
Mhm.
which we're probably one of the only people to have seen. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if the picture makes it clear, but I don't know what the budget for this film is. It must have been like 5,000 quid, maybe less.
Maybe less. It feels like a school play.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's a lot of big comedy actors. In that picture, there's Nick Frost, Lolly Adefope, was it?
And I can't remember the name of the other. Something Wood.
She's in a lot of things. I was going to ask them to comment what her name, but they won't know. Who else is in this? There's Paul Kaye. There's
James Acaster.
James
briefly.
Acaster doing a better performance than he did in Ghostbusters. A lot of known British comedy actors who I imagine are all friends, and it feels like this film was just a load of them get together and just mess about. If you've seen Horrible Histories, it feels a bit like that. I think that's basically all the film was. Let's get some medieval costumes.
Yep.
Have a vague story about a queen who is forced to flee because of riots, and then forced to kind of live with peasants and slowly become less queen-like. But every scene did feel like there wasn't a script. They vaguely talked about it before. Like, they'd just stop the camera and go, right, for this scene we could do this, and I could say this sort of thing. And they go, oh, yeah.
So, yeah, like they almost planned each scene like in the moment.
Yeah, and then they just started filming and messed about.
Yeah.
And then went on to what they'll do next. And it's really charming as a result.
Yeah,
It's kind of like what YouTube was 20 years ago.
When it first started, I was kind of like, I don't know where this is going, but I genuinely enjoyed it a lot.
It did take a while to win me round.
Yeah.
And I don't think all of it worked. I think some of the humour was a bit of a miss, but a lot of it also did work.
There are some scenes that like had me in stitches.
Yeah, and you forgive what doesn't work because of it. It's kind of like Tarot. You feel a lot of heart in this movie. It's just nice and charming to see people basically just having fun for the hell of it.
And people that you've kind of grown up watching in various other like things.
Yeah.
The love of my cinema life is Pierce Brosnan, and we were able to hug here in New Orleans right after I was able to save my roommate's life. Wow.
There's a story there.
Yeah.
I really like Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah, we'd definitely like to hear more about that encounter.
Pierce Brosnan was also in The World's End, wasn't he? Which is similar to this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget about that. I haven't seen World's End as much as I've seen the others.
You haven't seen many of the Bonds he did either, have you?
No. The only Bond movie I have seen is Goldeneye.
Which is Pierce Brosnan.
And that is mainly just because Sean Bean.
Yes, there's another one of your celebrity crushes. Another one. I really like Seize Them.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to. It's one of those ones I want to score high because it is charming, but also there isn't really much story. Not all of the jokes do work. There's no production quality to any of it. But that's what it is.
The costumes are terrible.
Yeah.
They're terrific.
This film probably it doesn't work great in the cinema either as a result of all of that. I think this is one of those ones where it would be good to watch on Christmas Day with a family to just sort of stick on in the background. This is an ideal film for that. I don't know. Maybe it's not all kid friendly. I can't remember, but it's a charming thing to watch at home. Cinematically though, yeah, it's hard to score it higher. We kind of discussed Smile 2 already. So As I Eat Pizza.
That's why y'all are coming here. Yes.
Oh, my next one was very similar. It scored 5 higher than it did last time on my list. And it is your Wicked. So 6 places higher than I put it. I put it at 49. Yours is 43.
Yeah. I don't think we need to talk about Wicked again, do we?
No,
We've already kind of.
All right, let's move on to 42 then.
What about Mrs.
Bike Riders?
Doubtfire? You've never seen Mrs. Doubtfire, have you?
No, it's one of the few Robin Williams. I haven't seen Patch Adams.
Have you seen Flubber?
Yes, of course. Had it on VHS as a kid.
Um.
You haven't seen
Jumanji?
No, I haven't seen Jumanji. You haven't seen Good Will Hunting or Dead Poet Society or Good Morning Vietnam, have you?
No.
2 Robin Williams films with good in the title.
Mm.
Unless there's a third. Is there a third?
Hook. It's also. Have you seen Hook?
We watched 30 minutes of it live on TV once before we had to go do something.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to see Hook, yeah.
I love Mrs. Doubtfire though. I think it's such a good movie. Really like touching and stuff as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is a good, serious actor. Alright, so you've got the Bike Riders here.
Yes.
Tom Hardy, Austin Butler, and Jodie Comer.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the First Omen. I can't remember anyone who was in the First Omen. Oh, was Bill Nye in the First Omen?
And...
I can't tell who the main actress is there either.
What,
it's hard when... You ain't right. What did I say that's not right? Alright, well, I think both of these films are probably fair rankings for a sort of a 40-ish mark.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think I scored Bike Riders quite a bit higher than this, actually.
I liked Bike Riders, don't get me wrong.
I did.
Movies we will watch. I just don't think a lot happened. And
No.
I found Tom Hardy's accent in this extremely distracting.
I think a lot of people said that about Jodie Comer's as well.
I can't remember her voice in it. Was it quite squeaky?
It was very, very almost stereotypically like.
Yeah.
I don't know if it is New York or New Jersey or something like that.
I remember when we talked about this initially. I remember saying that I found Austin Butler to be the standout character in this. I think you said Jodie Comer.
I think she was. I really liked her in this.
I don't know. I just think Austin Butler's acting was like really good. But yeah, Jodie Comer.
Yeah, I think it's a strong movie in the sense it feels like you're dipping into that world for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I mean, it's vaguely. I think this is based on a book of a photographer who went and just hung out with the bike rider crew for a while.
Yeah.
And took some photos and put together a book. And the movie kind of feels like that. Like you're dipped into them for a while and then you leave at the end. And that's kind of what's charming about it in a way.
You ain't right that you haven't seen the Robbie Williams brilliance.
But yeah, at the same time, nothing happens because you are just kind of hanging out with characters for a bit. And there is a bit of drama, but not a huge amount.
No.
And there's not huge development with the characters either. It's just a nice sort of calm, atmospheric film. And it sticks with me though. It feels a bit like a dream. I think I have when when you have a dream and you live in a world, and then you wake up and you're like, oh, I kind of miss living in that world.
Yeah.
I feel like that about with this film. Like I'd been a bike rider for a little bit, and then I go away. It's like, oh, wasn't it good when I used to be a bike rider? Do you remember when I used to be in a gang?
That's kind of cute.
I feel like that about it, and I think Jodie Comer was really good in this. I don't think it's fair when people said she was annoying. Yeah, that is kind of what you can say about the film, though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's solid at presenting a time and a place, and then it ends.
Mm-hmm.
The First Omen was a weird one because I didn't know anything about the other movies.
Mm-hmm.
This is a prequel to
The Omen.
The Omen,
yeah.
Which I'd never heard of. So we got to the end of this movie and it sets up that film, and I was like, "What the hell went on with the ending there?" And you were like, "Well, there's this other film where this," and then it made sense to me. I think there were some good moments in this.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was some exploration, sort of shame and people being condemned as evil and how kind of what that's like. And I felt really sorry for the characters, and I felt really angry at some of them, and this how religion can do that and just
Mm-hmm.
brand someone as evil, and then they're made to believe it about themselves. I think that was good in this movie. It was difficult though, our viewing, because there was like a group of, I don't know, how old would they have been?
I'd say like 16 maybe.
Yeah. And they would not stop talking and laughing really loudly. And then I went and asked them if they would mind, and they tried to blame it on you, didn't they?
Yeah.
I wasn't us talking, it was her. I was like, no, I was sitting next to her.
And then there was like a birthing scene where you see like full vagina. It's like right there.
Yeah.
You see like a hand coming out, and then they left. They were gone.
They suddenly
Yeah.
like, right, we've had enough. Then it was alright after that.
Yeah.
Is it a film you'd see again?
No.
I think I probably would see Bike Riders again.
I would probably, yeah. I think it'd be a fun one to like. That'd be a good one to stick on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
If like.
If that was like a thing that appealed, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. First Omen, once you kind of know what the ending is, it kind of loses some of the appeal, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard to criticize. I think if you're going to do a prequel to a very old horror movie,
Mm-hmm.
it's easy for that to go wrong in so many ways. And I don't think this film goes wrong. I don't think it's bad at all.
I don't think it's memorable though, really.
No, I don't. Like, yeah.
Right.
It's an odd one to make a prequel of as well.
Before we move on, and before you touch that button,
Okay, I'm going to get a pizza as you do whatever.
I want to apologise to people
What?
for what's to come next.
Oh my god. Is it something really good? Is it Dune? It is, isn't it? It is. We're going to click it. No! At 41? Oh god. Really?
Yeah.
What's mine? Long legs. Okay, go on. Explain.
It just wasn't for me.
No?
It's just not something that I really enjoyed.
Why not? I mean, because you love Lord of the Rings.
But it doesn't have the same warmth and heart as Lord of the Rings, and I think that's the big appeal to Lord of the Rings for me. It's cozy.
I suppose that's true. Yeah, warmth's probably the right word, actually. Because the Lord of the Rings is a warm film, and you feel like a real human
it's
sense
almost like a sense of like belonging somewhere, or like community, or
whereas that's not really what Dune's about, I suppose. It is quite cold maybe in that way.
Mm-hmm.
I see what you mean. I mean there's the romance. This is Dune Part 2.
the romance doesn't feel like anything though.
Yeah, that's the bit I think didn't work really in this film.
Yeah.
That's the bit where it should be adding that, and I didn't entirely. It wasn't bad, but it just felt kind of like they were making it really epic, and I then didn't buy it as a result.
And I just don't think like if we're gonna go down the route of comparing it to Lord of the Rings, each character in Lord of the Rings is very specific. You know their story, you know their character. Whereas with Dune, I don't know the characters. You don't feel like you have a connection to these characters, or
I suppose you don't.
I don't really care about what happens to these characters.
I think I care.
Whereas, because like I think Lord of the Rings and like Middle Earth feels real to me.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard for me to sometimes believe that it's not a real world because it is so detailed, it is so perfect. Whereas I think Dune, maybe with the books it's different, but with Dune, it doesn't feel complete to me. It doesn't feel like a complete world.
I think the world feels real to me. I think there's a lot of detail to that, but I get what you mean, and like it's not really the characters themselves. Like, I care about the ideas of them and what they mean and symbolically, rather than who they are as people themselves, I think.
Yeah.
And I still buy into that, but I know what you mean. You don't feel close to any of them.
No.
And there isn't, apart from Javier Bardem saying Liz and Al Gaib, there isn't really humour.
No.
Or touches to remind you that these are human people going through some massive struggles.
And I just think there were characters that didn't really make sense to me, like Christopher Walken's character, Florence Pugh.
Yeah, they didn't
They
quite
were just kind of there for me.
Yeah.
I think one of the highlights is probably like their sandworm
Yeah, I loved that bit.
bits. But apart from that, I just don't think it was for me personally.
I
feel like it dragged a lot.
I suppose, because I disagree, but I can understand it. Because it is like, I think the Dune, I suppose the books are in a way similar. It's probably an artistic choice. That it doesn't feel like you're with these characters. It feels like this has already happened 1,000 years ago, and you're being told the story. And so the characters almost already feel like they've gone a bit mythic and larger than life in those sort of ways. It feels like that, I think. And that does make it harder to feel invested in those ways. But I do really love the ideas of this. Since watching these two, because we watched Dune 1 the night before we went to the cinema to see this, it did made me want to read the books, and I did read the first book, or the audiobook of it. I haven't been able to get the audiobook for the second one yet, and I think there's a lot that the book does better, which did then slightly damage my feeling of the movie, but there's also a lot that's horribly written about the books that you're never going to be able to put into a movie.
Yeah. I do think I preferred the first one to the second.
Did you?
Yeah.
I much preferred the second. I think the first one had a really odd ending where it just sort of petered out.
It did.
Because this one had a really strong ending, and I really loved that battle. The bit where is it called a sandworm? It's not called that. I can't remember what it's called.
Is sandworm like Beetlejuice?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Where the worm,
or Star Wars.
where they charge out of it into the battle. I just think visually and sound-wise, especially, actually, I think this is the most powerful I can remember a movie being. Where it's the most the spectacle, where I was just sort of, you felt the sensation and the experience of cinema.
Yeah.
I think
Someone's just, Angela's just asked, have we seen Stardust?
I've seen half
and then
of it.
someone said, I hope they have.
I've read the book.
I love Stardust.
And we started watching the movie, but we had to stop for some reason, so I haven't finished the movie. It is Neil Gaiman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If for this we are going to just fully separate the art from the artist.
Well, we have to talk about Coraline later, because we saw that in the cinema this year.
Yeah, but I kind of see Coraline the film has been very different to Coraline the book.
Yeah.
But still the same, like, original, like, concept. But I love Stardust. I think it's great.
I loved the first half of it I saw, and I did enjoy the book, although it was a long time ago. Yeah, alright. We'll talk about Longlegs then. I wonder where you scored Longlegs then. This was exactly where I scored it last time, because we did these lists early into the year when we'd seen about 30 of the movies. Well, not early, but...
Yeah.
And then I did it again. I avoided looking at my original list, because I wanted to think fresh what I thought about these movies. And this one got the exact same score. Both of them are 41. And that made me feel like, okay, this is probably what I think about this movie. This is probably where it comes. I was disappointed by Longlegs. I thought the trailer was great.
Yeah, I agree.
There was loads of talk about how this is the scariest film ever. And there was a big sort of excitement about what is Longlegs.
I do think the starting shot with the house and
visually,
the little girl, I think was so well done.
Yeah, I think this is a gorgeous looking film.
Beetlejuice equals sandworm. Yeah.
Right, okay. What is it called in Dune then?
Sand snakes. and...
I think it is worm. I can't remember what they are. Earthworm? No, I don't know.
I don't know.
Anyway. Yeah, like, artistically, it's a really artistic horror movie.
Mm-hmm.
And all of that's great. Like, it's the story itself that lets it down. The script. It just feels like an ordinary kind of slightly supernatural murder mystery plot to me.
I think the best part about this film is Nicolas Cage.
I mean, I think Michael Monroe was good as well.
She is,
but
yeah.
Nicolas Cage does really stand out in this film.
I think this film gives Nicolas Cage the chance to really touch upon his like extremely weird side, because he is an odd man.
He is.
Yeah. I know, like, I've seen like pictures of him and videos of him just going to like Disney World drunk and just on his own,
right.
which is an odd thing to do. But like,
I'm glad he is praised as an actor nowadays. I'm glad we've gone through the phase where everyone said he's the worst actor ever, because he's not.
Sure, he's been in some not so great things.
If you cast him in the right thing, he's very good, and he's very good in this.
Hi, welcome.
Yeah, hello. All of this film was set up around the idea of what is long legs, and I'm really invested in that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so artistically done, and it's really engaging, and you've got all of this tense idea, and then you find out what long legs is, and it's a bit of a letdown, and then the film ends without much to it, and there's not much to the mystery. There's not much of it. Kind of is a twist, I suppose.
Yeah.
But there's not much of a reveal of why it's all happening. I didn't feel like there was much depth to any of it. It feels like a really strong style to this movie that just deserved a better script. It kind of was a shame.
I'd say until about like half an hour from the end, I was fully gripped in this film.
Same, yeah.
I think it has like a very eerie feel to it, which I kind of love when I see them kind of films.
It probably is the hardest thing in a horror movie like this, for the reveal to be satisfying.
Yeah.
And I don't think so much of this film depends on the what is long legs question.
Mm-hmm.
And then you don't, and all of that, and it was a shame.
Nicolas Cage was asked to leave New York. I still don't know how I'm meant to say it. Why?
You've got to explain why.
Yeah,
Nicolas
what
Cage
happened?
made to leave New Orleans. It sounds like a very Nicolas Cage story.
Yes.
All right. If you've just joined, yes, Kirsty ranked Dune Part 2 at 41 on the list. Mine's higher than that. What do you got for 40 then? That's the First Omen.
Yeah.
Okay, so we discussed that a minute ago, and mine is The Watchers, which I probably put this higher than Watchers because I can't remember the ending that well. That was everything else was it.
Mm-hmm.
Was a strong movie. I quite liked the reveal in the First Omen as well near the end.
Yeah, me too.
And
I kind of expected it. I still liked it though.
Yeah, but I wouldn't see it again. I probably would see Watchers again though.
Yeah.
Despite the ending.
So my next one is one that we haven't talked about in any other video before.
Oh, okay. Should we get to that straight away then?
So you love him because he's done some serious movies.
39. He did the one where this year, didn't he? About the dream where everyone keeps dreaming of Nicolas Cage.
Is that the one that's got Pedro Pascal in?
Well, he's in everything, so I assume so. But I was really intrigued to see that movie, and it wasn't showing in any of our cinemas. I wanted to see that a lot.
Yeah.
And I still haven't seen it.
I had that almost dream the other night, didn't I? Where in my head, I recast Star Wars, and in my head, Pedro Pascal would just play Lando.
I could see that, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why I was doing that when I was trying to sleep. But yeah, there we go.
Alright, so your 39 then is Conclave. And mine is Maxine.
Mm-hmm.
Should we talk about Conclave first then? Because we haven't spoken about it at all.
It is... I mean, the entire experience was... I'll tell you later. I'm on the edge of my seat.
For the Nicolas Cage
Yeah,
question.
I want to know.
Yeah, Conclave is starring Ralph Fiennes, Stanley Tucci, John Lithgow. I can't remember the rest. They were the main
Voldemort
three.
to some people.
Yes, I love Ralph Fiennes. He's one of my favourite actors, to be fair.
Very good. Is he the one that's in the Dig?
Yes, he is in the Dig, yeah. I really like Ralph Fiennes, and it's a movie about a conclave. A pope has died.
Mm-hmm.
They all have to be shut in from the outside world to elect a new one. And it's kind of builds as a really tense sort of political drama. And all of the music in the trailer is very tense, and they describe it as a war.
I also I kind of thought that there was going to be like almost a thriller element, like something really dark was going to happen.
So did I, and I wasn't. In a way, I wanted that.
I wasn't
in another way,
disappointed,
I didn't,
but-
because I feel like it could have cheapened this.
Yeah.
I didn't want it to turn into like the Da Vinci Code type movie.
The
it wasn't
entire
that.
experience of seeing this film though was a weird one. Like about 15 minutes into the film, about 50. Yeah, the fire alarms went off,
Yeah,
so we had to leave.
yeah, and we missed a section of it as a
And
result.
we went to like a local, like really small kind of independent cinema because they weren't showing it like anywhere else.
Yeah,
And
and I did really want to see this
the
one.
seats were so uncomfortable.
Yeah, they were. They build it as like, oh, you can come and sit on sofas here, and it's the most box sofa.
I think like you had to be probably as wide as a pencil to be able to fit comfortably in these seats.
And I'm really tall, and my feet were crushed against the sofa in front of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, someone has said that she said Knowing, and I actually really liked the film Knowing with Nicolas Cage.
I don't know that
If
one.
it's the one that I'm thinking of, it's the one where like he like either finds something where he now knows the date of all like natural disasters, stuff
that's
like
cool.
9/11, things like that, and he finds out that the world's going to end, and it's him trying to like save people.
That's quite a cool idea.
Yeah.
Conclave is very, I think, understated is probably a good word for this movie.
Yes.
In that it's got its idea, and I think what makes it the thriller gripping ideas of this are just the music really, and how and some of the shots visually make it look more tense and dramatic than it actually is.
Yeah.
I think I was kind of disappointed by this movie.
Yeah.
I think it looks very nice. I really like the idea of it. I think it's a really interesting idea. Just all set around this because it's an interesting thing, a conclave. I don't know much about it. You can explore faith a bit. There's a nice speech to do with faith in this movie.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, there was a woman in the screening though who kept laughing at really weird moments
that
and
was
like
annoying, yeah.
talking really loudly.
Yeah.
I'm just like, shut up.
I just feel like there wasn't enough political intrigue for what this was. If you're not going to have anything else in the movie, it needs to really be driven by that, and you need really strong characters. And they weren't strong characters, really, were they?
You didn't really know anything about any of the characters.
No, you get some vague hearings about what another character believes politically, and then what another one believes politically, but not much to it, or why they believe it, or any nuance to it. And you don't.
Yeah.
It needs to feel like really getting inside these characters' heads and the stress of the competition between them, really, and the politics of that. And then and it just felt a bit, just a bit ordinary in that way.
Yeah, I agree.
I wasn't bored. I was kind of disappointed because it could have been so much better. But it would, for this movie to be better, it would require it to be really, really, really well written. I think to get that much character out of such a simple, contained premise. So I can't really fault it that it isn't that. But yeah, I think 39 is fair. Not that it's my 39. You're eating a Dairy Lee Dunker in case you can hear the crunching. Maxine, then. A lot of people really didn't like this movie. Yours hasn't come up yet, so yours is higher. I liked Maxine.
I liked it, yeah.
I kind of like the weird confusion around this, where it's like she's not really a great person, but because she's like the main character in a horror thriller, you sort of gloss over that, and she's like framed as like a badass, and I think that's kind of the point, that she's not really, but that's what those kind of movies do.
Mia Goth is the best. X and Pearl were amazing. I was kind of disappointed for Maxine.
I haven't seen X or Pearl. I've only seen Maxine.
I've heard they're very good though.
I think Mia Goth is really good in this.
Yeah, yeah.
And I really like the feel. It does feel like an 80s movie, and that's, yeah, I think knowing that is what works about it. I really liked her dad in this as well. He was just so over the top.
Oh yeah.
It was really fun. It did just feel like it was dipping into it like a cheesy 80s, like it turned, and I liked that about this. I think that would turn a lot of people off, but I really liked that. And there's a really great shot where she's got the mold stuff on her face. There's a lot of great touches like that in this movie. I was uncomfortable with some of the moments. I think I cringed
Like when
a lot.
she stands on the guy's balls in stilettos.
Oh, don't even say it. Yeah. And I you had the small part from her agent, played by what's he called? Gus from Breaking Bad.
Oh,
I don't
Yeah,
remember.
yeah.
He's very good in it. I don't know though. I just feel like it was that. It was kind of an exploration of a 80s thriller type thing, and it is an interesting character to do it with. I don't think it was psychological enough as it could have been. This could have been a really interesting psychological film. I think the ending was quite sudden. I think. Oh God, it had Kevin Bacon in it, didn't it?
oh yeah.
He was also hamming it up, and that was what I loved about most of this, when it really hammed it up, and that was just fun.
I do love me a bit of Kevin Bacon, to be fair.
Do you?
When I was younger, I used to watch a film called Stir of Echoes that he was in probably like 4 times a week.
I can't remember any movie I've seen him in ever. Apart
He
from
was
this.
also in one, I can't remember the name of it, but it's pretty much, I think his son gets killed at like a petrol station. And the film is pretty much him getting vengeance on these people by like killing them in weird ways. There's a scene like where he shaves all his hair off and stuff. That's all I remember about it. Don't know the name, but I enjoyed that one.
All I know him from is the EE adverts. I don't know if that's a thing in other countries, but the internet, the phone service provider EE, he's done all of the adverts for them for about 10 years now, I think, since
Yeah.
EE became a company, probably longer than that. He's done all their adverts, and I struggle to see him as an actor.
Yeah.
But he's very good in this. And this movie was fun, and it had a great atmosphere and a feel of the 80s. I don't know if I could say much more about it though. It's not as interesting an exploration as it could have been. So we'll move on to 38. I put Twisters, the sequel to Twister, or the remake or the reboot. There's your Godzilla X Kong.
Yep.
That did get very high,
Yeah.
considering mine was 50 on the list.
What can I say? I liked it
Uh, do-
more than Dune.
Oh God, yeah! You put this high in it. Go on, justify that. Try.
I preferred it personally.
Why?
I don't know. I didn't find it boring, whilst I found some of Dune quite boring.
Did you?
Yeah.
I didn't find Dune at all
I just
boring.
found it too long for my liking.
It's quite a slow pace until the ending, I think.
Yeah.
But Godzilla vs Kong is arguably quite repetitive.
I disagree.
There's a lot of creatures that just roar and punch.
Yeah, and in Dune there's just a lot of sand. And what?
There's a lot of sand and what? There's a review of Dune for you. Alright, we'll talk about Twisters then. I liked Twister. I haven't seen the original film Twister, which I hear is better. I think I wouldn't fault this movie at all.
Yeah.
It just I think why I like this is because it didn't just feel like a kind of thriller thing. In a sense, I came away quite interested about Twisters.
Yeah, like, it's not something I would ever want to do, but this film kind of made me want to go tornado wrangling.
It does feel
It's-
like
yeah.
it feels like it was made by someone who genuinely has a passionate interest about Twisters, and
Yeah.
wanted to make this remake for that reason, that they like really care about them, and I think that came across, and that's what was interesting. And the characters were fine, I think.
Yeah, I thought I was going to find, like, the main guy, I can't remember his name, played by Glenn Powell. I thought I was going to find him really, like, insufferable and annoying.
No, he wasn't though, was
But
he?
he was fine.
Yeah, they kind of poked fun at him a bit.
I also liked that it wasn't like a super in-your-face romance. Like, there was a
Yes.
little bit of flirting every now and then, but there's no, like...
Yeah.
It's not the primary focus of the film being, like, the romance.
10 years ago, this would all have been a love triangle between them two and the other guy, and I'm glad it wasn't.
Yeah.
I didn't like the other guy in this film. I can't remember his name, but he's the one who was originally her friend,
I've
and
seen
he's now...
so much, like, hate for him on the actor
Really?
on TikTok recently.
Why?
Nothing to do with the film, just like him as a person or something.
What?
Not
Is he in-
necessarily a great person.
Isn't he?
No, it's not like, it's like cheating on his wife or something, who knows. But I've seen a lot of hate videos on him recently.
Everything you tell me about TikTok just makes it sound like school gossip.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, but I found his character in this. He was like the one who was her friend originally growing up, and then he works with a very corporate company to try and handle Twisters, and he's kind of criticised to doing the corporate thing and how that's causing harm. And I feel they did that in a very kind of one-dimensional way.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like they could have done a bit more with that. Not that it was bad. Just opening the crepes. I'm gonna have one. Yeah, because we were doing this, we thought it's not worth really cooking anything tonight. So we're
just eating shit, really.
Yeah, it's a Sunday. We thought, why not? We don't do it much. So I'll have a crepe.
We've got cookies, muffins,
Pizza,
crepes, Dairy Dunkers.
It's a good crepe.
Hmm?
Did you say crepe or crepe?
I think it is crepe.
Is it?
Yeah.
I liked most of this movie, I think. I don't think there's anything else to say bad about it. I don't think it needed to be remade. And maybe I'd feel worse if I'd seen the original, but I think it's fine.
I don't know if it was a remake, though, or if it was. I think it is just
A reboot
the same
of the same
general
idea.
premise.
Well, it's a good idea. I think it's worth doing another film about Twisters because they are interesting, and they're quite a serious thing. I mean, I find it quite shocking about this movie because I'd never really thought about them before. We don't get them here, and then it's horrible. That's an awful thing. They did that in a way where it didn't just feel gratuitous. You got a real sense of the damage these do to real lives. But it's also somehow quite a nice, light-hearted film where you're interested in the science behind them. So yeah, it's a good film. Should we go to 37?
Yeah.
We should probably look at some questions again soon. Trap! I put Trap at 37, you put Long Legs. Are you annoyed I put Trap this low?
No, because on like a review and rewrite of our lists, I have seen the error of my ways when it comes to Trap, and I have changed it.
So you've not scored it 17 again?
No, I haven't. For, like, just a side note, if people watching haven't seen the movie The Faculty, which has Josh Hartnett in when he was younger, I recommend it. So good. Such a good movie.
Josh Hartnett was the best thing about this movie, I think.
Yep.
A lot of people said he was bad. I don't think a lot of people got the character.
I think he's meant to seem pathetic and a bit like all over the place, and
yeah, like there's a lot of conversations where he's talking to someone and it just feels like the oddest conversation in the world.
Yeah,
and I think that's deliberate. I think I really like that about this movie, and I really like that with his daughter, where he's trying to be this really clever, manipulative type character. And his daughter's just like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You're being so weird.
Like the scene when, so he's pretty much trying to escape this concert.
Yeah.
And like there's a, like wherever one of the artists has come up through the floor, there's like now a hole in the floor, and he's like trying to convince his daughter to kind of go down it.
Yeah.
And that bit's really fun.
Yeah. It's just like the most pathetic line. She's like, you're being so weird. Your review of Trap was great.
One more reason you will be coming to New Orleans.
Yeah, that's probably about the Twisters, I'm guessing, or
maybe.
Yeah, I'm glad someone watched my review of Trap because that's I think the lowest viewed video I've made in probably about 2 or 3 years. Nobody watched that. I was just surprised about it because it was quite topical at the time.
Yeah.
I thought it was a good review, and I do really like this movie. I find that so fun, getting that supposedly mastermind type character and just giving them a daughter to puncture all through it.
Yeah.
It's really fun.
I think the end started to get a bit ridiculous when he kept escaping like random situations.
Yeah. I wish it had ended before
and I
then.
think is it his Night Shyamalan's daughter?
Yes.
I don't think she was the best in it. I don't think her acting was great. I think the music was pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think it was as good as the music they did in Smile though for the pop star.
No, definitely not. But I think like the actress in Smile is also a musician, and I think she wrote a lot of the songs for Smile. But maybe the woman who did in...
Yes, she did write all the songs for Trap. She released it as an album as well.
Oh, that's pretty fun. But yeah, no, the music in Smile was better.
I think it was, yeah. I think if this film was supposed to be an advert for a music, I don't think it quite...
No, it didn't leave me, like, wanting to...
No. But yeah. I mean, I don't mind her character in it, and I don't mind the whole bit where they go away from the stadium and she's there. I think
hurricanes.
I think that can work fine. It's the bit after that where he's kind of being caught, but he escapes again, and then again, and then again, and it's like the movie forgot how to end it. And didn't quite know how to end, and it just feels like the same thing over and over again, trying to find a conclusion and sort of going around in circles looking for one. So that was a problem. It's also a ridiculous idea, but I don't think you can criticize it for that.
Yeah, no.
I think you know what it is going in, and it's ridiculous, but it's also really cool. So you suspend disbelief for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would happily watch Trap again. Trap is one I feel a soft spot for.
Yes, me too.
More than I do for Tarot or Seize Them.
I still do think, like, there's a part of me that...
What?
That just... I don't know, like, not that I regret putting Tarot so low, but I'm kind of blinded by the fact that I do have this big soft spot for it. And I do think I have more of a soft spot for it than I do Trap.
I do. I have more for Trap. I think... Cause, Trap is... I could just... Yeah, I so wanted it to be better than it is. And it's almost there. I just willing it to be better.
Yeah.
But I still really love it. And Josh Hartnett is really, really, really good in this.
I think the end should have had another twist. Where, like, they went to the house and his wife was controlling him all along. And making him do these things.
That could have been interesting.
Or something just wasn't there that needed to be.
Ending it in any different way probably would have been better. The ending just wasn't right. We kind of discussed Longlegs. I think it's pretty similar ranking to mine. Is it for the same reasons you feel about this movie?
Yeah, it was visually stunning, but I don't think the story was all there.
They're both quite similar in kind of that way, isn't it? They're both really engaging until the end where it all goes a bit... But Longlegs is still a stronger ending. It still works in a way where Traps is all over the place. Not that Traps doesn't work, but it is all over the place, I think. Okay, we'll do 36 then. We're getting there. We're 3.5 hours in. It's 8:30. Oh, this is Carrie.
Do you know there's like top chat on here?
Yeah.
Does that mean is that all the chat?
I don't know. What is there more? Is there more messages it doesn't necessarily show?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll turn that on. I don't know if we've missed any messages then.
I don't know how it works.
Oh god, really, I've just moved.
No.
Now you know what the next one is for mine. So mine is Carrie, the 1976 film which was re-released.
Yeah.
And yours is Twisters now.
Yes.
That's pretty similar then. My Twisters was what? 2 ago.
Yeah.
Alright, let's talk about Carrie then.
I love Carrie. I think it's... I don't know. It's uncomfortable. It's...
Yes. I felt really tense in this movie.
Yeah, tense is the word. I don't know. I feel a lot of sympathy for Carrie.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think it also is like the... When did this film come out?
1976.
The whole, like, the teachers in this film are baffling.
Yes, they are.
Like, just be, like, hitting and...
Yeah, and there's a bit where they're just shaming them about going to the prom in really odd ways, isn't they?
Yeah.
And she has a really odd, close relationship to Carrie, and yeah, there's a lot of things about that where I was just confused by them. But you're right.
I think this is one of my favourite Stephen King adaptations.
Yeah.
It's not my favourite, I don't think, but it is up there.
It does, I think, do a really strong job of just highlighting how horrible bullying can be. Because you can sense what all of these characters are going... You know what the plan is, sort of, for what they're going to do to Carrie
I think
don't
it's
know
the
specifically.
sense of like you can't stop it either.
Yeah.
Like you want to.
It's so sad and so horrible in that way. You know it's going to happen, and it takes a long time to happen, and every second is awful while it's coming. You don't know specifically what it's going to be, but it's going to be something, and you know how she is as a person. It's going to break her heart, and it's awful.
The only thing that like my issue between like the book and the film is for Carrie in the film, they've picked someone really conventionally attractive.
Yeah.
Slim. Things like that.
Yeah.
Where in the book, I think she's meant to be like kind of overweight, not the most attractive kind of. And that's why she gets bullied, and that's why like they call her like the whole pig's blood thing, because they call her a pig and things like that. So it kind of has more impact in the book because it's like,
yeah,
not that you understand why it's bullying, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get that.
And we did see that Mike Flanagan, who we were talking about earlier, like who did like Hill House and stuff, is doing a Carrie TV show. So I hope that kind of goes along more with the book than.
Yeah, I mean, I think this would work a lot better as a TV show, actually, because I think
you can have more setup of her like telekinesis
and the other characters, because I don't think any of them really got to be much characters.
No. The only one I think I feel for is Tommy.
Is he the one played by what's he called? Mr. Greaseman.
John Travolta.
That's the one.
No, I don't feel sorry for him. He's one of the.
Who's Tommy?
The blonde curly guy who she goes to the prom with.
Yeah, I feel really sorry for him.
And he just gets knocked out by the bucket.
Yeah, I do. I mean, it's so uncomfortable, a lot of that in this film.
I did like the end bit when the one girl who survives is like having all these like nightmares and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And her mum's on the phone to the doctor, and the doctor says something along the lines of like, "It's okay, she's so young, she'll get over it pretty much."
Yeah, he was like, she'll forget it in a few years.
It's like, I'm not sure you'd forget being the sole survivor of a
That is not how
fire.
trauma works.
Sure, you'll get over it if like someone maybe like calls you a name at school or something, but like not a mass fire that kills all your friends.
Yeah, just because you're young does not. If anything, that makes the trauma more impactful. Yeah, I suppose I put this film here though because it's got this one thing it does really, really, really well, which is this build up to this final sort of act and the tension of all of that and how horrible it all is. But that's kind of all there is to this movie. There isn't much you get to explore with the other characters, which you could do a lot more in a mini-series.
Yeah.
And I think they could have done more with the mum even. The telekinesis kind of suddenly happened.
There is a part of me that kind of likes the fact that it's not a big deal, the telekinesis, compared to everything else.
I know what you mean.
It's like, it's just there. This is...
It's a very contained movie, I suppose. And it's got its one idea, and it wants to focus in on that. And that's probably a good thing in a lot of ways, because it does that really well. But yeah, I find it hard to score it higher as a result, because it is that thing. Just that. But I don't think there's anything bad about this movie at all. I didn't like the nudity at the start, to be fair.
I think because these are meant to be like still at school, it makes it feel like. That's
what I was saying to you. I was like, how old are these supposed to be? I didn't like that.
I think it is probably meant to show like a vulnerability and like almost like a childlike nature to Carrie. And like I guess you do feel most vulnerable when you are naked.
But you can do that without actually showing it. And I think there's an odd level where you can almost, where it becomes like Lewis Carroll, whereas there's a sort of idealising innocence of that, which I don't like either.
They were not hurt.
Which I feel uncomfortable about. Did I describe them as their friends? I don't know. Yes, alright. Should we do 35? I should probably answer some more comments soon though, shouldn't I?
Oh, did I say all the friends dying? I don't know.
Yeah, well, they weren't her friends. No, I don't think.
No, but I meant also like they were the friends of the girl who survives somewhat.
Oh right, yeah. I did feel really sorry for Tommy in that. I liked that about this movie, that he was genuinely quite caring to her. You felt like, is he just doing this for a trick? and I think it's quite important that he isn't, that someone would care for her.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it presents it like, oh, she's doomed to be bullied kind of thing. Which...
I just don't like the whole thing of like asking someone to take someone else to prom as a favour.
It is odd, isn't it?
Yeah. I guess that's just a part of like Wicked that I was like about as well.
Yeah, I really didn't like that. I found it really odd.
I do get that it is part of the musical and stuff, and like want that a bit.
It's still odd though.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when a complete movie in itself, and the payoff to that, the understanding of what they're doing there is in the second movie. It still makes it like a standalone thing, and it's like if you're doing something that's bad and the film's not presenting it as bad because they're waiting for the next movie, I do feel a bit odd about it.
Yeah.
Should we talk about these two though?
Yeah. Oh, should we answer? Is there any more questions?
Okay, I'll try and find it again.
Wasn't there one about like
fictional crushes that you could talk about that endlessly, couldn't you?
Yeah. Do you have any fictional crushes?
I don't think I did. I never really had crushes though. I don't think I did. I can't think of any.
I fancied everyone.
Yes.
I'd say my biggest fictional crushes were Roy Mustang from Full Metal Alchemist. If we're talking about like animated character, then sure.
Okay.
Also Hughes from Full Metal Alchemist. If we're talking about like fictional characters who are like played by actors, Shaggy, Scooby-Doo. Shaggy? Matthew Lillard.
Yeah,
Matthew Lillard is probably one of my biggest ever celebrity crushes. Yeah.
But as Shaggy?
As anything. Like, there's just something about him.
Okay. Do you know what the something is, or?
I can't explain it. There's just, yeah.
Even with the Shaggy voice and things, and.
Well, that's his voice, pretty much, isn't it?
To be fair, I'd love to be friends with Shaggy.
Yeah.
If you got a talking dog, then yeah, I'd like to hang out with a talking dog. I'd be friends with Shaggy for the sake of Scoob.
Is it though that Shaggy just does so much drugs that he thinks Scooby's talking to him?
And then all he has is just politely go along with it.
I was obsessed with Matthew Lillard in 13 Ghosts as well.
Yeah, you watched that film a lot, didn't you?
Yeah. It's not the best movie, but I have a soft spot for it.
There's questions. If a train leaves Austin heading northeast at 47 miles per hour, how long will it take to reach Shanghai?
I'm really bad at these things.
I mean, if it was the British Rail, I'd say never.
There'd be delays forever.
I don't know what the US train system is like. If it's anything like ours, never. What strategies to use for children with mental health issues? That's a very broad question. It's hard to say. I think that's often some of a trap I think you can fall into therapy as well, is to trying to like present strategies, because you get thrown with a big problem and it's not like you can just rationally fix it, and sometimes you'd anxiously want to just chuck strategies at it as though to, but it's a problem bigger than that, and I think the best thing to do is to not do that at first and to just focus on learning the person. If I have a strategy, I think it's that. It's sort of sit back at first and get to know who they are, let them take the lead. That's what I'd say to that, I think. What is your favourite music to listen to while you work? I know what yours is. It's that bloody song by Darius, isn't it?
No one's going to know that song, though. This is a man who probably won Pop Idol 20 years ago. I have a soft spot for Nickelback, too.
Do you?
I think Nickelback...
What about Nickelback 1? Sorry. Go on.
I hate you. I think they became, like, a big meme.
Yeah.
But I genuinely, like... I adore the song How You Remind Me. I wouldn't say I'd listen to that almost to relax or anything, though.
No, I mean, yeah. I mean, when you sometimes put TV on when you work, don't you? Which
Yeah.
I could not do. I have to work not to any voices at all, unless it's... I listen to a lot of voices in other languages that I don't understand when I work, because then there's not the words distract. I love world music. I've got, like, I think it's about 4 days worth of just music from different cultures across the world that I've just amassed from places on my laptop. And I love lo-fi hip-hop. Those are the typical or trip-hop mixes I like listening to when I work, depending on what sort of mood fits. It's normally those kind of things rather than specific songs because they distract me, I think.
The Nickelback hate is silly. Yes, I agree.
I don't really know any of the songs apart from the obvious one, How You Remind Me.
You know Rockstar. I think everyone knows that song.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Photograph. That's the meme one, isn't it?
Yeah. Would you ever cover a Monster Calls movie? I'd love to hear your perspective as a child psychologist. Keep up amazing videos. I'm a child therapist, not psychologist. Although it's hard to know the difference, really. Do you know that movie, Monster Calls? I've never heard of that.
No.
Is it like an Inspector Calls, but they've just done it with a monster? Because that'd be cool. That'd be like an Inspector Calls, but with Muppets.
Is like Inspector Calls like universal, or is it like?
Oh yeah, maybe.
Or is it just a British thing?
Maybe, I don't know. All right, should we go back to it then? Oh, have you played Spiritfarer? Is a question here. Yes.
We adore Spiritfarer.
We've never finished it though. We didn't.
No, we got to a certain bit, and I was crying so much that we had to turn it off, and we never picked it up again.
Yes, you are, weren't you?
It came to the Bruce and Mickey kind of bits, and I was just like, I've got to go out of this now. I was in floods of tears.
I really love that game though.
Because I love the idea of like the whole Spiritfarer thing in general. I just think it's really cool.
I do.
And I don't know, I think these people kind of being like the animals and learning their stories through gameplay and tasks and stuff.
Yeah, if you don't know what a game is, you can play it 2-player like we do. It's your job as you run a boat and you can sort of do the boat up and add rooms to it and things, and it's like a hotel for lost spirits that need help ferrying to the other side, and you collect them and you sort of have to emotionally help them reach a point where they're ready to move on, and then sort of let them go, and it's just a very touching game about grief, really. I
kept getting like really attached to these characters.
Yeah.
So I guess that's the point, like you're having to personally let them go.
Yeah.
Because it is really hard to be like, okay, you're ready, like you can move on now kind of thing. Or like there's certain characters where like you don't get to say goodbye.
Yeah. And that's the point, and it's really moving game. I love that game.
If you're into games that have like a lot of like gameplay, then I wouldn't say it's very story heavy, I guess.
Yes.
But I think it is beautiful.
It's 20 to 9. Should we? We're only just halfway through the list.
Yeah.
Are we going to be able to do all this tonight?
Yeah.
Do you think?
Yeah. Why not?
All right. Let's get back to it then. So 35 we're up to. I put Paddington in Peru, which is much more obvious from the low resolution picture. It makes it look like an old. Maybe this isn't low resolution for you. The screen in front of us is your old TV, so it's a really big screen, and it makes it look really low resolution.
Yeah.
But it makes it look like it's an old like novel cover from like the 70s or something.
Yeah.
Paddington Peru, the third Paddington movie, which I would have loved to score higher. I imagine have you scored it a lot higher?
Well, Paddington?
Yeah.
No, not really.
No.
Well, maybe. Yeah, we'll get there when we get there.
Paddington 1 and...
You are moving at snails, but yes.
Your poor voice. Yeah, it is going, isn't it? Yeah, Paddington 1 and 2... Paddington 1 and 2, not Paddington in 1 and 2, I think are just really perfect movies. Like, some of the best movies I can think of ever seeing. And I don't mean it with any hint of irony. They are that good.
Yeah.
And then Paddington Peru, we were really excited for, a third Paddington movie. And it's not quite the same level. It's not a bad movie at all. It doesn't feel like a Paddington movie though, I don't think.
It feels... It doesn't feel like a continuation. It feels like a complete side story.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't feel like it's the same world or
which is probably why it's not called Paddington 3.
Yeah.
Because it does feel like a sort of spin-off where he goes, to Peru. And
I have to wait till February to see Paddington. Okay, we won't do any spoilers then or anything.
Spoilers, but it's worth seeing, definitely.
No, 100% it is. I think out of them all, I do genuinely find this one the most heartwarming.
You did cry a lot at the end, didn't you?
Yeah, I think the ending...
I do really like that idea in this.
I think especially for someone like myself who has never had a great relationship with family. I've never really had family.
Yeah.
So it kind of explores the themes of where do you belong, and whether like birth family or like families you make along the way, like the importance of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose in that sense it does make sense for the next film to be in Peru, because that's where Paddington's from.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's the kind of culture clash of he's made his home in London, but he's also from Peru. What is his identity now?
Yeah.
What is his sense of belonging? And that's a really tricky question for a lot of people in real life.
The kind of setup, which is in the trailer, so I guess it's okay to say, is his Aunt Lucy, who's in the retired home for bears. Retired home for bears. Kind of goes missing, and it's all about Paddington and the Browns going to help find Lucy.
Yeah, which I mean, there's shades of this movie where it feels like a homage to things like Indiana Jones, and that's fun. You even get like the boulder rolling moments and stuff. That's fun, but I also feel like that's not what I want from a Paddington movie exactly. I mean, yeah, that's the thing you can't do as well with this, because a lot of it is just a few characters in a jungle. Yeah. Whereas the original movies, there's a whole sense of a community around them and a society and trying to fit into that and how he's affecting the world. But you can't do that as much when it's mostly just a few people in the jungle, and it's more kind of an action adventure quest. Yeah. So it's not that any of those bits are done bad. It's just that's not what I want from a Paddington film. I do think as well, like, so Sally Hawkins isn't in this film as Mrs. Brown. Yeah. And I do think it is lacking her a lot. Yeah, she's really good in the first two. Yeah. There's also this is a minor spoiler, but I don't think it affects the story. But you get a post-credit scene where you briefly see Hugh Grant from the second movie back, and I do kind of see that and feel like, yeah, the second movie had a much better villain, didn't it? Yeah, yeah. Like you do feel that. But I think Hugh Grant in Paddington 2 is like the perfect villain. I do. He's so good. Not to say Antonio Banderas is bad here. No, I think he's doing a great performance, and I love the whole thing they do with his ancestors in this. Is really fun. But he just doesn't fit into it as much. No. Hugh Grant really elevates the second movie. Yeah, so I still really like Paddington in Peru. It's not a bad movie at all, but I'm quite happy placing it here on my list, because there's a lot of movies. I put it higher originally because I just really wanted to love it. Yeah, yeah. But I feel like this is a fair place. I think I had this at like 13 or something before. Yeah, you did. Is yours still around there? No. No. Yeah. If you hadn't seen Paddington 1 and 2, this movie wouldn't feel at all disappointing, because those are just like pinnacles of cinema. It is slightly disappointing, but it's not fair to be disappointed. I think that's how I say it is. Never Let Go then is the other film here. I don't know if many people saw this one. Yeah. I still don't really know what I think in my... Neither do I. I know I enjoyed the film. Yeah. And I think some of the acting was really good. Halle Berry's really good in this, but both the kids are as well. Both the kids are really good. Yeah. I think there's some scenes which are genuinely heartbreaking. Yes. And I just like the whole concept of there's, I guess, like a forest, woods kind of thing. There's a forest, and Halle Berry's character has kind of grown up to believe that the forest is haunted, or there's evil in this forest, and the only thing keeping them safe is the house in the forest. The house is like a good thing, spiritually good somehow. So they like attach ropes to the house and then attach them to themselves, so they can kind of go out and explore the forest without any harm, The idea is if they let go of if they're not in contact with the house, then the evil will get them. And of course, these two children have never seen this evil that their mum talks about, and there's the question of is it real? How right is any of this? And that's what I really liked about this movie, is it did feel like quite a heartbreaking story about a mother possibly struggling with mental health issues and the effects that would have on her children, because a lot of this is genuinely abusive to the children.
And I guess like extreme religion as well.
Yeah. And poverty too. There's a real struggle of starvation
and hunger
here.
And
yeah, and how fear can be passed on in a lot of ways, and the effects of it all, and it's I find it really heart wrenching. And I would have scored this movie so much higher, apart from the ending, which is a confusing ending, and I feel like it's deliberately confusing. It like deliberately contradicts itself, just to try and make it as ambiguous as possible.
Yeah, it almost kind of feels like they didn't know how to end it.
Yeah, because and so it becomes an argument of whether or not this evil is real. Is it in the mum's head or is it not? And I'd prefer a version of this film where it definitely was in the mum's head, and it's much more of an exploration of that family situation as a result. But we don't really get that, and it's not clear by the end. And there are some ambiguous dilemmas where it's really engaging, and you really like that about the movie. Like we'll say about Heretic later. I like how ambiguous the ending is there.
Yeah, but that definitely works better than this does.
Yeah, with here it just feels a bit cheap and a bit confusing, I think. Yeah, if it wasn't for that, I probably would have scored this top 20.
Yeah, probably.
Because there's a bit in the middle of this film as well to do with a dog, and that probably gives you a wrong idea of what the scene is, but that whole section was just...
It was horrible, yeah.
Yeah, it just has your heart. I think it's worth seeing Never Let Go. But
I don't think it was talked about much at all, really, though.
No. Good luck making sense of the end.
Yeah.
20... Oh, God, we're still on 30s. 34.
I've got Maxine.
There's your Maxine. All right, we've discussed Maxine. Mine's Gladiator II, yes. You're surprised by that.
Yeah.
Just quickly then on Maxine, anything worth saying for it to be this high?
I don't think I've got anything else to say. I liked it.
Okay. Gladiator 2 then.
See, I think I have a big soft spot for Gladiator 2.
Yeah.
I don't know, I think when we came out of the screen, and I think in the video we did on this, I did say that I prefer the second one to the first one, which is probably quite controversial, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it is. I disagree, but
I don't know. I felt like I cared more about the characters in the second one.
Did you?
Yes.
Well, I cared about Pedro Pascal's character. I cared about Lucilla.
I really liked Joseph Quinn and
yes,
Fred. I can't remember his last name. As the Emperors.
I think
they were so good.
I wish they had more screen time, because they technically didn't get much in this movie. I think Denzel Washington was really good as well.
Yeah, so good. I think his character was on a level with being as good as Joaquin Phoenix in Gladiator 1.
Possibly, yeah. Possibly. I think the difference is, though, Joaquin Phoenix's character was much more built into the story. Whereas I don't think Denzel Washington quite had as good a script.
But I think the acting and stuff, is...
Okay, yeah.
I think the worst part about this film for me probably was Paul Mescal.
Yeah, so I was going to say, I cared about the other characters, but I didn't care about him.
And I don't like the whole thing they did with him now being Maximus's son.
I didn't like that. I feel like that cheapens the romance between Maximus and his wife in the original film.
Yeah.
The idea that he also had this son.
But I really liked this film. I think it's a really strong film.
It's got some good action scenes. I think it's ambitious. It's trying to do more different things than the first Gladiator. I like that. It's not just the same film. It's trying to expand it a bit, and it's not chaotic. I don't think either. I think it does come together. But I don't find it stirring in the way I do the first Gladiator film, and I don't care about Paul Mescal's character.
The difference is here probably. I was like, you kind of grew up watching Gladiator, I suppose, or like you watched it when you were young. So I think you already had like a special place in your heart for that film. Whereas I only watched it for the first time probably like 3-4 weeks before the second one came out. Maybe a bit longer than that. But, so I didn't have that already planted in my head that I love this film.
Yeah.
And when you see it from like an outside view, I don't think like, I don't know.
Well, I think I didn't, at the start, this isn't probably a spoiler, I think you said before it happens in the trailer. Paul Mescal's wife dies.
Mm-hmm.
It happens about 2 minutes into the film, and I'm not that bothered. And like you don't ever meet Maximus's wife really in the first film, but I care a lot more about that relationship with his wife, and I feel that grief from him, and the anger about it.
But I guess this one is less about the main character's connection to their wife, more about the main character's connection to where they're from and like their...
Yeah, but I don't think they did that in a very focused way. I think that's where it does get a bit unclear. And they talk a lot about how much anger Paul Mescal has, but I never quite feel it in this.
No, I get
He
that.
spends a lot of the scenes where he's just sort of joking about with a lot of the characters and having... Not that you can't joke when you feel really angry, but I didn't feel that from him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think because he's not as strong and doesn't have a clear focus in this film, it does make it feel a bit wayward at times. But it's still a good movie.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people said this was bad. I don't think it is.
No.
I don't think it delivers the same kind of idealized feel that a lot of people love about the original Gladiator.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad it doesn't, to be honest, because the original Gladiator is quite idealized. A lot of people love the masculinity of it. It's a very like a red pill film people talk about a lot,
Mm-hmm.
which is a shame. It's kind of been co-opted for that. But yeah, I stand by putting it here.
Okay, that's fine.
33.
Mm-hmm.
I've got Conclave here, and another low resolution picture. That's a shame. That one's Love Lies Bleeding.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk while I have a drink and recover my throat?
Okay. What do you want me to talk about? Love Lies Bleeding?
Yeah, we haven't discussed that yet, have we?
I really, really liked this film. I saw Gladiator II as a mystery movie. I hadn't seen the first yet. What did you think of Gladiator II then? Like,
That's interesting.
how
Not seen the first one.
how does it hold up as like a standalone kind of film?
Oh, there's also the sharks and the weird monkey zombie things, which are a bit odd.
Yeah. But yeah, Love Lies Bleeding.
Do you reckon many people saw this?
I don't know. I think it's beautifully filmed.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about this film, really. What would you say about Love Lies Bleeding?
How would you summarise it? I suppose you'd say, is it set in the 80s?
Yeah,
And you got a relationship between these two women who meet at the gym.
Mm-hmm.
One of them works there, and the other one's
a bodybuilder
who's travelling towns on the way to a bodybuilding competition somewhere or other. And they become very close, and they have a relationship. It's a toxic relationship.
toxic. Yeah.
And it's an exploration of that and the situation they get stuck in, and how kind of they idealize it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's quite humorous, I think, in places.
Mm-hmm.
It has a really strong ending in that way. At the time, I didn't like the ending. I found it confusing because there's a bit where it suddenly goes quite fantastical, and I didn't really get that at the time. We're like, what's going on here? But looking back at it, I quite like that. They sort of disappear into the sort of fantasy honeymoon idea of their relationship.
Yeah.
And then you pull away again and you see the reality of what their situation is and how kind of dark it actually is. And that's how the film ends. It's good. It's I think it's very worth seeing this movie.
There's a really, like, I'd completely forgot about this until I was thinking about it when we compiled these lists. The really gory scene with Dave Franco in Love Lies Bleeding.
I can't remember that.
When he gets his head like bashed in and you see his face all messed up.
Ugh.
I'd forgotten about that bit until... I mean, I'd even forgotten Dave Franco was in this film until I thought about it yesterday.
Yeah, we say it's a beautiful film. It doesn't include that.
Love Lies Bleeding was in my top 10 for a long time. I can understand that one.
There's a lot about this film in steroids as well, isn't there? And they make that feel really horrible. The sound of
the
veins
close of like
and
the
muscles.
veins and
They do that really well.
yeah. And I guess this comes back to like people who've been turned into like a meme or something over the years. I think Kristen Stewart is a very good actress.
I do.
And I think Twilight definitely was a bad move for her career. And I think a lot off the back of that, she got a lot of stick for being like an emotional actress, like an emotionless actress. Yeah. But I just think that's the source material for Twilight that was the issue, not the acting. And I think this film, yeah, she was really good in it.
I think everyone was really good in this film.
Yeah.
It's hard to fault this film. I think I don't know what I would say wrong with it. Are we getting into that stages now where it's hard to criticise the film?
Kristen is good, yeah.
We've already discussed Conclave though.
Mm-hmm.
I think mine, Love Lies Bleeding, is a bit higher than this.
Yeah.
So we could just move ahead. 32. There's Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
For which I can't remember which one of you it was that was asking. And mine is Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. Okay, should we start with Civil War then?
She definitely gets more hate than she deserves. Yeah, definitely. I think Robert Pattinson with that as well. Robert Pattinson is such a good actor.
He is. He seems to have escaped it much more now though.
Yeah. She's really good in Into the Wild.
Oh, I really like Into the Wild. I didn't know she was in that. I haven't seen that since I was a kid.
I used to be a big fan of Kristen Stewart in like Panic Room. It's kind of a shit horror movie, but like I used to like it. It's got like Forest Whitaker in and Jared Leto.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Civil War then.
Mm-hmm.
The movie, it did look massive in the trailers. This.
Yeah.
I think this movie only had like a budget of 40 million. I think I'm right on that.
Mm-hmm.
Which, for how big this looks, is really impressive. I think it had like half the budget, for example, One Love had, which says how much more they did with the money they had. I really like Civil War.
Yeah.
It's a movie that divided a lot of people. There was a big argument online about what this movie was about. And I think a lot of people got lost in that. What did you think about it then? You put it at 32. I think mine's higher than this, quite a bit higher.
I really liked this film. I did. I think I probably would have put it higher, but on this list we also have Lee.
Yeah.
Which
that's
feels
true.
quite linked to this film because the character in Civil War is named after the Lee Miller.
Yeah, who was a real war photographer.
Who is like the real war photographer. And I think after seeing Lee, and I think you do have to compare it to this in a way because...
Yeah.
And I think Lee, for me, shows the emotion of people who are in these, like, what would you call it? Like,
well, war photographers.
Yeah. And I think you get more...
Yeah.
Like, I can't explain what I mean.
I know what you mean. Like, it's... I thought Civil War would be harder hitting than it is.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm kind of getting at. Like, it doesn't hit you as much as Lee does.
No.
And
for what it's about, you expect to be hit quite hard, I think, going into this.
Yeah. I think, yeah, there's almost a coldness to the movie, which I guess is what they were going for. Like, very, like hard-hitting, but, like...
I know what you mean. It's hard because there's something about Civil War which makes it feel like huge. Like you saw the trailer and I saw the movie and I felt like it was going to be one of the ones that's going to be talked about in like movies of the year like that are kind of iconic, and
Yeah.
it doesn't quite deliver on that. It
No.
feels like a kind of movie that should, and yet, and it almost does. It's not to say there's anything wrong with it, but it doesn't quite hit that.
No.
And maybe that's because it's not hard hitting enough. A lot of people, I think, arguing it's because it's not clear what it's about. I think it is. I think it's about a war photographer and just what that situation is like, being someone who does just observe and take photos and doesn't really comment on it. And I really liked. I can never remember his name. What is he called? The guy from Parks and Rec.
Nick Offerman.
Yeah, I really liked him in this. I like what they did with his character. I think that's kind of one of my favourite things about it.
I think Jesse Plemons is a really good actor. I think, sure, his character in this is very similar to his character in Breaking Bad.
I suppose that was the bit of the movie
But
that was quite
I think that is
hard-hitting.
very hard hitting. That's the.
But also not in a tragic way, where they did much more with...
It's more shock value.
And there's attention to that, but not the same kind of...
Yeah.
You don't really get the time to... Because I suppose because it's the whole time you are in this situation in Civil War. You don't get the time where you're really stepping out of it and reflecting. The characters don't get the headspace to really do that. And maybe that's why it doesn't quite deliver in that way, because... I mean, which makes sense. I think that's what they're going for. But it means emotionally you're missing something of that, which is to an extent, I suppose, what you're looking for in a movie. I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I would have liked to have scored this in my top 10, but it's not.
No.
It just, yeah. Still a very good movie though, and I'll definitely watch it again. Everyone did good performances. The production quality of this was immense. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, another film that made you cry.
Yeah. Well, the start of this film is truly like.
I mean, you were absolutely in tears.
Yeah.
You have not seen any of the other Planet of the Apes films, have you?
I've seen the first of the last trilogy.
Yeah.
The one that had Tom Felton in.
Which I also saw, and not the others, and that was a long time ago, so it's hard to remember. So this felt quite fresh in that way to us.
Yeah, I loved this film. I really did.
Liked it, yeah.
I wasn't expecting to go in and enjoy it as much as I did, and find it as moving as I did.
Yeah, I mean, I was worried about them making this film because I had a complete trilogy. Not that I'd seen it all, but people rate it very highly, and it's dangerous doing more to that. You don't want to ruin it, and I always worry about them when is it worth remaking this film? Is there a point?
Yeah.
But it's a good idea, I think, doing it like 100 or whatever years it is on after Caesar from the original film is gone, and his ideas of being a bit gone,
Twisted into something that's not good.
It's a really interesting idea, that, and I think it delivers in everything, this film. The reason I put it here, I think, is because I did find it. There is a bit, you get the start bit, which is very tragic, and then there's a bit after that before they get to kind of the end location, and I felt that bit of the film was slightly dragged in pace wise. We're up to the bits in the list, I think, where we'd have to look for faults to mark it down.
Yeah.
And that's all I can think to say about that one. But the animation is great. If you call it, well, I suppose you would call it animation, wouldn't you? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's motion capture, really, isn't it? Yeah, they do. I think. Do you think it's stronger than Kong, Godzilla x Kong?
Yes.
Or?
Yeah.
I do as well. You do really feel the emotion on the characters, which is hard to do. Yeah, I think it's well worth watching. I don't know if a lot of people did see this because of the cynical idea of making more movies after a complete trilogy, which I get, but I think
this one's going to be a trilogy, right?
Yeah. I hope the others are as good. 31. I've got the Bike Riders here.
I've got Furiosa.
Ah. Well, the reason I put Bike Riders that high, I think, is because I did just feel that... I kind of miss it when I look back at that film. I miss feeling like a bike rider for a little bit.
That's cute.
So it just sticks with me like that. And you've got Furiosa.
Yeah.
Yeah, what should we say about Furiosa?
Oh.
Very long film, but it didn't feel long to me.
No, I don't think sometimes when films are very long, you're kind of like, oh, well, they could have cut this, shortened this bit. But with this, I think it was suited to being the length it was.
Yeah. If anything, I think it could have been longer because they got to a war battle and kind of montaged through it. And I kind of wish they hadn't.
Yeah.
Oh, we got one of our bunnies has just entered the room.
Mm-hmm.
I wondered where they'd been this whole time. We got Fred here.
Hey, Fred.
Yeah, did this movie have to win you around? Because I remember you weren't keen on the trailer.
Yeah, I didn't really know what to expect. Oh, Hendrix is here as well. Yeah, I didn't really know what to expect when going into this film.
Yeah.
Because I'd never seen like any Mad Max.
I mean, I've not seen Mad Max either, to be fair.
Or anything before. Sorry, the bunnies are like.
They're on our feet now.
Yes. But I did really like this film, and I was really pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I mean, I expected to quite like it because I quite like to look at the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
But I know what you mean. It's a big film. Would it be as good as Mad Max, which everyone says is brilliant, but I've not seen? It's a different film from what I've heard. Mad Max is like
Is
a really.
Tom Hardy in Mad Max?
Yes, he's the main character.
Huh.
Everyone says the pace in that is like just non-stop, furious speed.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in this, it's quite slow in bits. But I like that. Can you not get on my feet? I scored Furiosa a lot higher than this, actually. I love the aesthetic of it.
Yeah.
I find the world building is strong. They do a good job of expanding it without having to explain too much. Like there's not much they do explain. You just kind of feel it. I like the environment. It's kind of like Dune, but also more ridiculous. I like how bombastic and over the top everyone's names are. They've given themselves all sorts of ridiculous things to try and make themselves stand out, really, and seem as big as they can. I like that as an idea. And I really enjoy the scene when they're in that big car thing, and it feels like it could be a great co-op game of one person driving, the other person operating all these mechanics and climbing under the car to fix things, and that's just a great action set piece, and there's a lot of great action set pieces in this. And I imagine a lot of people would prefer the first Mad Max, and I can't disagree because I haven't seen it. But I like this film for what it is, and the slow pace. It's split into sections that makes it feel very epic.
Yeah.
It does feel epic. It feels like a big mythic story. This, and I'm so. What are you
We
doing?
need
Oh God!
a quick break for a minute 'cause the bunnies have got into.
I didn't even realise that was on the floor.
Hey, you.
They found the medicine cabinet. The bunny medicine
We should
cabinet.
say, yeah.
Not yeah. We've got a box where we keep some of their bits in, like liquid feed and that, and it's now on the floor.
Stop licking it. Hey, we know you love your cat.
Yeah, and Tom Burke was also really good in this movie. I think. Yeah, go on. I'll just keep rambling about Furiosa for a bit.
Okay.
Anya Taylor-Joy is very good in this. Probably the strongest bit about this, and I like you. It starts this movie when she's a child, and they do a good job of aging her up very gradually. And that's one of those things where a lot of movies, it's hard to do a story that big where you do go from that age, and then you go through an entire war in this film, and then get to this ending all about revenge, where the revenge is never quite. It's never going to be as satisfying. After all of this time and all of this heartache to get this thing, it's just not going to fulfill you like you want to. I just really like that idea, and I think they do it really well, and I'm so disappointed this film bombed at the box office because I thought it was great. And I said what I said earlier about Deadpool, so I'll say that again. I should probably take this moment to answer some comments, don't I? Someone's here talking about Robert Pattinson being very good. I think he's very good. He's done a lot of Christopher Nolan films now as well, hasn't he? That seems to have become his thing recently. To be fair, I even quite like him in the original Harry Potter. I'd never seen Twilight. I still never have. That was what I known him from first, and he's because he's quite a young actor then, which I imagine is a similar time to Twilight, and I think that shows it's not necessarily that he had to learn and develop. He's finding that. Are you still climbing on bags?
Is there any way I can plug my phone?
You want to charge that? Yeah, we'll charge it. If you got the plug, yeah. Oh, you'd pop it in there.
Yeah, which one can I unplug?
None of them. You'd have to unplug it. There's a plug at the back you can do it in.
Okay.
Just charging the phone in the PC. It's a running joke. I only liked Robert Pattinson when he died in Harry Potter.
I used to say that when I was younger, to be fair.
I think that's the worst of the Harry Potter films as well, to be fair.
Can you help me?
Can you find a plug?
No.
You got it? No? Alright.
Sorry. I really liked Robert Pattinson doing his voice acting in Boy and the Heron.
Oh, he was really good at that,
Yeah.
wasn't he? You didn't even realise it was him to begin with.
No.
I thought he was really good in that. Yeah, when I saw the cast list of that, I assumed that role would be Willem Dafoe, who was also in that film. Yeah, he's very good in that though. I was going to answer some comments while you were away, but you're back now.
We can answer them.
What is your motivation to keep this channel? That's a hard question. I mean, financially now.
Money.
It's not something I've made much a secret of, but I don't earn much from therapy anymore. I didn't much to begin with. Does that come out?
Yeah.
I work. A lot of my work is it's free counselling technically. A lot of the time
low income families, right?
Yeah, because a lot of the time the people that need it most are the ones who can't afford it. And my ex-supervisor set up a kind of a private clinic in a local community to provide, funded by the local council, to try and provide free counselling to a lot of families struggling, and there's a lot of other things as well. There's a lot of help done, some stuff for the parents, and we do some story-related classes and some music things. There's a whole, the eventual plan is to have a whole community centre they can kind of go to, built around therapy, and all sorts of other things alongside it. So I kind of transferred a lot of my work to that. Now, I don't earn much from it as a result, because none of us do from that. That's because you don't get much funding to get everything to work. And there was a time where I considered going into more different areas of therapy, where you do get bigger wages, or YouTube suddenly took off. Should I focus on that as well? I thought, yeah, I like working where I can provide it free and where I feel like I'm making the biggest difference. So if YouTube's going to enable me to be able to continue to keep doing that, then I might as well. So yeah, one of the big reasons then is financially. But it's just, I said this earlier in the stream, I've never not felt passionate about doing this. There's an endless amount of stuff to talk about. There's an endless amount that I don't get, like you say, I don't get really passionate and excited about things, but there's endless stuff I love about movies and stories and things to talk about. And I could do it forever. And I hope I do, really. I hope when I'm 80, I've still got a YouTube channel and I'm still talking things.
Well, who knows? By the time this stream's finished, we might be. Like...
And I've never, I remember when I started this, people would say about how difficult it is, YouTube. And it is difficult. And it's not to say it's not stressful.
Mm-hmm.
But people talk about how, difficult the comments can be and things like that. I've never felt that. I've rarely ever got hate comments. A lot of people vent sometimes, which I think is fair enough. But I've always just enjoyed the connection of that and getting to do things like this. And it has changed my life.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I not continue doing something that's changed my life for the better? Or I get to do something I'm passionate about.
Yeah.
And I don't earn huge amounts. I mean, at times it's a struggle, but we're just about managing with it. So why not keep going? Maybe it will keep growing as well. Yes, that's to answer that.
To be fair, you should have more subscribers because your content is great.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot. I mean, there was a brief time where when the Good Will Hunting video got 1 million odd views and some other ones took off, where I wondered, am I going to really kick on as a channel? when I've seen other channels that are similar to mine who have gone and got, 200,000, 300,000, 500,000 subscribers. Cinema Therapy are on 1 million and something, and I wondered, would I get that? I think I've come to terms with the idea that's probably never going to happen now. I mean, it's recently one of my Arcane videos got 200,000 views. That's the first video to get that many in about 2 years. I feel like I've come to terms with the fact the algorithm's probably not going to ever virally promote me anymore. And that's fine. I hope I can just continue to gradually keep growing a little bit at a time. If it takes me another 2 years to get another 50,000 subscribers, then that's fine with me, as long as I can just keep doing this, I think, is how I feel. I've come to terms with that.
We're also having fun doing things on the second channel as well now.
Yeah.
Where we can kind of just have a laugh and...
Yeah, which is good.
I guess it's like non-serious stuff compared to your main channel.
Yeah, I mean, you edit all the videos on there.
Yeah, it's not the best editing, but I try.
No, I mean, you learn.
It's like the first... Yeah,
it's better than my first video as well when I started. And I mean... I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I won't say it's not stressful. And it does feel hard those times where I suddenly go for a big dip in views and I then have to worry about my bills. That is difficult. Mm-hmm. But generally, I've been able to keep going, and that's what I want, I think, really, to just be able to keep going. And ideally afford a mortgage on a house, but at the moment it's just paying rent. I feel quite content with where I am.
There are a lot of people covering movies, etc., and sometimes what kicks it off for them is jumping on the bandwagon with Rings of Power hate, etc.
Yeah, I mean, I have learned I have to be more topical recently. As originally I just did whatever the hell I wanted, and I still do things I always want to do. It's never I do videos I don't want to make, but I have to pick times for them.
The trap.
The trap
video, for example.
Yeah. Can you select that on there? The phone keeps popping up on the screen. Yeah, but for example, that was partly why I chose to watch Arcane and make videos on them when I did, when it was topical. I made videos on Ted Lasso when that was coming out, or The Last of Us when that was coming out. I made the Coraline video around the time Coraline was re-released in cinema. So I do have to try that nowadays. There's sometimes where I just make a standalone video, like I did a Fight Club one not too long ago. That one's actually, it's got 50,000 views now. But for a long time, that didn't have many at all. And it's harder for me at that. That is an annoying thing. I wish I was big enough to just be able to do what I wanted freely. Because I've never made as many KTVs as I want to do. I have to do them a lot slower because I can't make it a priority. And I've never quite finished the Spirited Away one. Although I did make the next video for that, but then my computer died in a lightning storm and I lost it, and I just haven't found the will to remake all of it again. But so those things are difficult about it. I'm not going to say it's not. I'm happy to talk openly about it, but I'm fine with it as it is. It's a bit of a struggle having to, not jump on a bandwagon in that way, because I don't want to hate on things just for the hell of it. I'm very rarely negative at all on my channel because I don't feel as passionate about being negative. Mm-hmm. I like picking apart why things went wrong in a meaningful way, but not just to kind of the shock of it. I don't think I would do that, but I do have to be topical, and that is quite hard.
I think if it was something that you felt strongly about not liking, for example, Afterlife.
Yeah, but even then I wasn't getting over the top angry kind of thing.
Alright, this is a tangent, but we were talking about our favourite TV shows earlier.
Oh yeah.
I forgot to say, so there's a British TV show called Afterlife that's got Andrew Lincoln from The Walking Dead in, where he is writing a book about a woman who's a psychic, and he is very much a skeptic.
Yeah, we sort of we haven't found the second season of that. We got the first season on DVD.
Well, I've watched it all before.
I've
watched it quite a lot of times, but I 100% recommend that to anyone. It is heartbreaking, it's moving, it's everything.
Yeah.
I love it.
I've just got a comment from Lawrence, who, by the way, I will get round to responding to your email. I have read it and I like it, but obviously this has taken up most of today. What's it say? What I noticed is that the videos that manage to make their content more relatable to a bigger audience tend to get more successful. Yeah, which I'm probably bad at. And a struggle with that, I think, as well, is that I don't show my face, which I deliberately don't do because, I mean, when I was in training as a therapist, they were quite clear on that. They were like, never have social media because you don't want it to affect your work. You don't want the people you're counselling to find you and to have feelings about it that might affect the work in lots of different ways. So I don't take it as purist as they did, but I deliberately don't show my face because I don't want people I provide therapy for to suddenly find me here and that to kind of take over what the sessions are about type thing. But it probably does harm my channel because I can't just show my face and sit back and do like a cinema therapy thing where I just react. It's harder to do that when you don't show your face.
Yeah.
So I'm not very good at being relatable, I don't think. I'm not a charismatic person either. I think I think I come across sincere in my videos, and I think that does resonate, but it doesn't. You have to sort of get to know me before you feel that. It's not like you turn on one of my videos and straight away I'm hooking people with who I am. I don't think that ever happens.
You get a lot of hate about
who
you are. So.
Yeah, I get a lot of comments about my voice or one the other day.
My favourite one recently was the person who was like, what was it? You're a psychologist that doesn't exist, from someone who studied psychology. It's like, how can you study psychology and not know what a psychologist is?
Oh yeah, there was a lot of weird things in that comment, wasn't there?
Yeah.
I mean that's the other thing, when people have ideas about who they think you are based on very little information of the specific tiny bits they see of my life based on me talking about videos.
Yeah.
A lot of people
they kind of expect you to not have like dealt with things in your life or like.
Yeah, I get that a lot as well. I think because of having a British accent and I come across quite well spoken videos. I think I sound, when I talk out of microphone, it just seems to happen naturally. I'm a bit more mumbly, a bit more of my Suffolk accent comes out.
Yeah.
As opposed to a mostly well-sounding British. But I again get a lot of comments where people assume like, I've just had a rosy life where nothing's gone wrong, and I'm just some privileged therapist talking about things he's never had to experience, and who are you to say this?
Yeah, it's like when you touched upon like mental health and stuff, I think that was also the Afterlife video. People were like, how do you can't talk about mental health when you don't understand, and it's like,
yeah,
how can you say that to someone who you only see probably like 5% of their life?
Yeah, I think people do make assumptions based on my voice because of that. But I find it, I don't feel hard about those because a lot of the time that's people who clearly have experienced a lot of things.
And they're projecting maybe, but...
Yeah, but I think people are fair enough getting angry over that. Like if they feel something really strongly, and even if it's them misunderstanding me, I think it's fair enough feeling that way.
It's not trauma top trumps. It's like, yeah.
This is another business idea you wanted to do.
I did, yeah. I think that would be fun though, like.
Yeah, I wouldn't really agree. I saw a lot of very boring people get successful, and you're everything but boring. The context matters, and it's all in practice. Yeah, it's become weird. It's become a little moment now on the stream to talk about my channel not being bigger than it is. It's very big already. Like, I'm very proud to have this many subscribers. I found it really weird. We had a plumber come the other day to fix a washing machine, and I've got my 100,000 plaque, which we moved, so you found a place to put it up in the kitchen. And it's weird, those kind of things, when out of context of all the analytics, when you're looking at YouTube and you step back and you go, oh my god, that's a hell of an achievement.
I've been working with one channel with 50k views with a no face. We tried out a few methods and gained over 4 million views. I'd say it's a combination of testing, learning and luck.
Well, if you can get 4 million views for me, I would I'd very much appreciate that.
I think another point recently, we went to a one of your friend's child's first birthday party.
Yeah.
And someone was asking like, what do you do for work? And you were like, like counsellor, but I also do YouTube.
Well, I didn't. You brought up the YouTube. I tend
Yeah.
to be hesitant to, don't I?
Well, like, and then he was like, "Oh, okay," and I think like he probably got the impression that you had like 2 subscribers or something. I like because I thought that like when you first told me that
Yeah.
you did YouTube, I was kind of like, "Oh, you're just gonna have like 30 subscribers, and I'm gonna have to be like, oh yeah, that's good." Like,
yeah, yeah. Because I didn't tell you at first, did I? It took me a couple of weeks, I think, didn't it?
well, I knew that you did YouTube. You told me that.
Did I?
But I didn't want to push it because I was like, maybe that's personal to you, and I didn't want to seem like I only cared about
Yeah.
this one specific thing.
Yeah. Well, I don't think I'd have seen it that way. I think I was just.
No, but I didn't want you to think it was me being like, oh yeah, how many subscribers has he got kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that could come across as a bit.
Yeah.
So I just waited for you to show me, and I think the first one you did show me was the Coraline one.
Was it? The first one.
So I
that
think
was an
maybe
old one.
Coraline came up in conversation at one point.
Yeah. It probably was around then. Lawrence was hired for free coffees. Yeah. I've forgotten. Did we talk about these movies? I think we did, didn't we?
I think so.
Should we go on to 30?
Yeah.
Feel free to add more conversations, comments about that. There's more to talk about there, isn't there? But yes, now you've got Trap. Okay, so it's not in your.
Yours hurts my heart a little bit.
Mine's The Crow, 1994. If you can't, well, the original film, The Crow. I think 30's not. That's not a bad place for it, is it?
Yeah.
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 Is yours a lot higher then?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
I think that's fair enough. I mean, it's. I think about the film and I can't think of anything wrong with it. I think it's not necessarily my thing in a lot of ways. It is very comic booky and very. I would say edgy, but that almost feels like a criticism. I don't mean it in a bad way there, because that feels wrong. But you know, the sort of comic book. Extra exaggeration to really make things pop.
Yeah.
Is what's special about this film. It's not my personal preference, I don't think, but I really enjoyed it.
Mhm.
I mean, so it's just a hell of a lot better than the 2024 remake. And Brandon Lee is very good in this. Is that a big part of why it means as much to you because of Brandon Lee?
I don't know, like. It's a tough one. I just really like the story. And I think it is very moving and touching.
It is.
And that is what the new one is missing.
Yeah.
Because it makes me, like, right now, it makes me tear up a bit thinking about it.
I mean, that is what really makes this film work, to be fair, yeah.
Because you can almost feel, like, the desperation in Eric in this one.
Yeah.
And, like, I don't know. You feel, like, the actual love he has for her.
Oh, yeah.
And
I can't disagree there.
I don't know. I just think it's a really, really, really good movie.
It's got a really
And
strong atmosphere as well.
Yeah.
I really like that about this. You feel it. The rain in it's great. They do a great job with that. Daniel Kurtzer. God, I haven't. Yeah. Hey, it's been a while. I knew him on the Discord back when that was a thing.
Ah, okay.
For the rest of you,
Hi.
I did used to have a Discord server. Mostly, I think that was when COVID was a thing, and then when I was still single, so I had more free time then. And
Oh
obviously-
yeah, blame me for.
No, well, work and work in general. And I do keep meaning to restart the Discord server, and I plan to. Oh yes, if you look at Schnee, his most successful videos are How Arcane Writes Women. The title is perfect to make anyone interested, even if you didn't see the movie. That's what I mean by context. Yeah. That is the bit I struggle with, the business-wise side of marketing videos. It's never been a strength of mine. And I've gotten better at it, but there are a lot of times, even now, where I release a video, and then a day later think, oh, this would have been a much better title for it. Why didn't I call it that? Which happens in an annoying way. Or a thumbnail, where I've done, at the time, it feels like a good thumbnail. And I think, oh, hang on, it looks nice, but of course people didn't click on that one. That happens a lot. And I wish I was better at that. I've gotten better, but it's never going to be a thing I'm naturally good at. And it's a shame. Yes, it's good to see you too. It'd be good to know how you're doing. That's probably not the thing to discuss here, but yeah. And I still always feel a lot of good memories about the Discord server. I do genuinely plan to restart that at some point. I still haven't done much on Patreon recently though, which is something I'm going to talk about there. A lot's gotten. I suppose it's because we've been moving, really, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's been a busy time for us. Is there anything more to say about The Crow at the moment?
I guess we can say more when we get to it on my list.
Okay, all right. Well, Trap I think's fair there.
Yeah.
I put it quite a bit back from that. I can't remember what mine was now, but I can see it 30. There's my Never Let Go at 29, and your 29 is Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just when I think back at Never Let Go, as much as the ending was disappointing and frustrating and a bit confusing, it's just how heart-wrenching a lot of bits of this film was.
I do think as well, like, Never Let Go did stick with me after it finished. Like, I did find myself thinking about it a lot.
Yeah, it's... The things it explores are things I think, in general, I like to see explored in a movie. Mm-hmm. It's horrible, but in a really powerful way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does stick with you. The supernatural stuff I kind of forget about, but the kind of core emotional struggle of this family is really strong.
I think, though, the supernatural stuff, you aren't really sure if it's real or not. So I think that is another reason why I don't really care about that, because it is what you make of it when it comes to the supernatural stuff.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Some creators make a Discord for their Patreon members.
Yeah, I mean, I do intend to restart it. It's just a case. It's because it was me falling away from it. I didn't find the free time to post as much, and I should be on a Discord server when it's my community. I should be there a bit, and I think I'm hesitant to restart it because I'm worried. What if the same thing happens again? I don't want to restart it and then let it fall away again. I want to really be able to commit to it.
Maybe that can be like a New Year's resolution.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. What got Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes up to 29 for you?
I don't know. I just really liked it.
Is it how? I mean, was the start bit your favourite? How moving that was?
No, I don't think it was my favourite, but I think it was a really strong intro to the movie.
Yeah.
A lot of emotion.
It was very emotional. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the ending was strong. I kind of wish they'd gotten there sooner though. I do think that.
Yeah, I think it did maybe drag at points, but I was never bored, and I was really intrigued, and yeah, I really like it.
It's another one where I like they played the trailer for this a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I did like that one. I like this. I kept saying it, didn't I? What was it? Are you familiar with the concept of evolution?
Mm-hmm.
I like that bit.
Yeah.
There's a review.
That was really loud.
Was it? Yeah, we had way more time during COVID for Discord. Yeah, we did. A lot of people, I think, on the Discord server were at a good age for it as well, where it was me as well. I hadn't still quite settled into what my life was, which is a great time to be on a Discord server as a result of that, and to be in a community where we're still kind of finding ourselves in a way. I do really miss that though. That was a great sense of community, and I would like to restart it. 28. We are getting there. There's Paddington in Peru with a low resolution. And there is The Empire Strikes Back. Oh, is that going to be controversial, putting that at 28 on the list? All right. Well, we'll briefly touch on Paddington before.
Mm-hmm.
There's not much to say, seeing as we've discussed it already.
Yeah, I don't really have a lot left to say about Paddington. I like it. I think it's a good film. I don't think it fits with the other two. But I think if you were going into this and hadn't seen the other two, I think you would think it's a...
Do you think the humour was as good as the other two?
No. But I think that's because you don't have a lot of the side characters. Like, you don't have, like, Mr. Curry.
Yeah.
And them characters kind of build the story more for me.
I mean, there is less to draw on humour-wise as a result.
Yeah.
Olivia Colman was very good in this.
Yeah,
though.
Olivia Colman's amazing. I also really liked Mrs. Bird in this.
Yeah.
Played by Julie Walters.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
I always get confused between Julie Walters, Julie Andrews, Julie.
I do. Yeah, I think that. I think Olivia Colman probably was the standout bit of this film. I think without such great performances for a lot of them as well, it could have been a bit forgotten, this movie. But Ben Whishaw, again, is really, really good as Paddington. It's so easy to underrate how good he is as Paddington. It's so hard to do that kind of role where you are just good and heartwarming and it not feel like one-dimensional.
Yeah.
I think that's really skillful. I kind of wish we'd got more of Mr. Gruber in this one, because he was kind of the touching point at the start of it.
I kind of would like to if Mr. Gruber decided to go with them.
Yeah. Or
something, or
some yeah, but I don't know how you realistically do that.
Yeah.
That's the problem. So it is hard for them doing this kind of film, but I do like the idea of it, and it does mostly work. Empire Strikes Back, I put there mainly now. It's just because I prefer the other films on the list. I think it's not any criticism of this, although I do think it's worse than the other two. We saw all three of the original trilogy at the cinema this year. They were they did it like Star Wars Sunday, wasn't it? Where every Sunday it started with Phantom Menace. We missed the first three. We saw for reasons we wanted to see them.
I think we were on holiday.
Oh yeah, that's probably why. We saw these three. Well, I don't know why we didn't see the others. Oh, they weren't. They were barely showing them. That was it. Because like it's supposed to be Star Wars Sunday, but they were showing the original trilogy Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday at lots of different screen times. And then the new trilogy, there was like one showing on a Sunday.
I wouldn't have gone to see them anyway, I don't think.
No, I mean, I saw the first one and I was a bit underwhelmed. I didn't see the other two. I suppose it's kind of what we talked about before with Empire Strikes Back. I feel sorry for C-3PO in this one. I feel he's just treated very badly by everyone. In a way he's not so much in the other films. I
also think this is the film where Mark Hamill's acting is the worst.
Yes, that's a good point, actually, because you do notice it, especially with the Yoda scenes.
Yeah, when he's not actually with a person who is there to bounce off of, I don't think his acting is that great.
I agree with that. I think he's a really, really good voice actor and an okay physical actor. All of my favourite Mark Hamill performances are voice ones, I think.
Yeah, I really liked him recently when we watched The Fall of the House of Usher. He was pretty good in that.
That's true, yeah. But I think that about this film, I think there's a long stretch of it where Han and Leia and Chewie don't really have much to do. They're in that worm. They're kind of hanging around for a while. I wish they got to Lando sooner, because I think that whole area you could have done a lot more with.
I really like Lando as a character as well.
I do. I wish they'd been there a lot longer. And I also don't like the romance between Han and Leia. I think it's aged quite poorly in this film.
I think Han Solo just comes off as really creepy.
I do. I said this to you before. He reminds me of John Bender in The Breakfast Club, how Han is in this. And that's not really a compliment. Because it's supposed to be really rosy and romantic here. And I don't feel that. But it's also a great movie.
Yeah.
It's easy to forget how good the original Star Wars movies are because they just feel such a staple. But they are really, really good.
Yeah, they're fun.
Let's move on to 28. Well, there's a couple of comments here as well. What do they say? Some creators make a Discord to Patreon. Yeah, we had some Discord. First thing when lockdown happened, I reconnected with a bunch of people that played the same Facebook game 10 years ago. Would that be Facebook game?
Yeah, I guess so.
They made a community for throwback and nostalgia. Yeah. I forgot about playing Facebook games. That was a weird old time. Yeah. And most people, I expect, jumped up at it because we were locked inside. Yeah.
Is it now 27?
Yes. 27. Ah, that's A New Hope. And yours is Carrie. I forgot about that. Yeah. I could see that because it is a very contained movie, but it does what it does very well. A New Hope, I think, is stronger than than Empire Strikes Back because, in a way, it doesn't hit the same heights. You don't get as massive a fight with Darth Vader at the end, but I think it's got less flaws. That's kind of what I'd say about that.
Yeah.
Anything to say about New Hope or?
No. I guess we can talk more when we get to it on my list.
Okay.
Right, before you click.
All right.
I'm sorry.
What? What's next? Is it Fight Club next? Oh God. Is it? No! No! Fight Club at 26. Mine is The Fall Guy. I love Fight Club. It's always...
I think for me, it is... I think there's two things. So you watched this at a point in your life when you...
I found it a very strange time in my life.
Yes. And I think this film touches upon a lot of like toxic masculinity and things like that.
Yeah.
So I think maybe it is targeted towards men more.
Yeah.
Is that
Well,
negative to say?
No, I think you've got one female character in this and she's treated horribly by everyone.
Yeah. So I don't relate to this film in any way. I don't have that connection to this film that you probably would. I think it's a very good film. I think it's well shot, and I think...
Does that mean, though, because none of your Star Wars ones have come out yet, do you think it's a worse film than the Star Wars trilogy?
Yes. Well, I won't say worse, but I think I enjoy Star Wars more than I do Fight Club.
Okay, so that's less an objective argument than... Okay,
it's just my personal opinion, and, like, yeah.
I've got the Fall Guy here. I like this picture of the Fall Guy. This is probably a background shot, isn't it? This is probably just him and the stuntmen taking a photo together.
Now that they are making a remake of How to Train Your Dragon, if you have not covered those movies, it might be something to do at the moment if you found them worth watching.
Yeah, I've never seen them, to be fair.
Me neither. I've heard they're really good, though.
Yeah. The Fall Guy is another one that kind of bombed, not horribly this year, but I'm surprised it didn't do better.
Oh, I do think it was, like, shoved down your throat, though. Anytime you went to the cinema, the amount of, like, adverts for this film.
It's not a great trailer either.
No.
Because I didn't think it stood out to me. I think we only really saw it because we were there at the cinema that week anyway, and we do quite like Ryan Gosling. As of like, all right,
I like Ryan Gosling.
We'll give it a shot. But it's not really clear what this film would be like.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was surprisingly good.
Yeah.
Stupid and cheesy, but...
I originally considered this probably in my top 5 favourite films that I'd seen when we first
I know
watched
what you
this.
mean.
There's like, I don't know, I have a lot of love for this movie, I think.
It is very charming.
Yeah.
I think
it's a comedy film where I think the comedy genuinely does hit.
I do. I think it wouldn't have done if it wasn't Ryan Gosling, though.
No.
I think he is such a perfect choice for this movie.
Mm-hmm.
He is who you do have to cast, especially off the back of how he is in Barbie.
Yeah.
I can't imagine anyone else doing this role as well. I can't imagine Ryan Reynolds doing well in this. I can't imagine...
No.
What other kind of comedy actors are there? I can't think of anyone who could do it like
Jim,
Ryan Gosling does.
The first thing that came to my mind was Jim Carrey, and I'm like, no. They are really good up there with Coraline when it comes to animated movies.
Okay, we'll have to look into How to Train Your Dragon. Mm-hmm. It's just a fun movie, and it's quite nice to celebrate stuntmen.
Yeah.
A lot of people said it dragged at the end. I kind of get what they mean.
I don't think it
necessarily
did.
agree. No.
I liked the end with all like the stunts and.
I did.
Yeah. I really like Aaron Taylor Johnson's character in this film as well.
Yeah, I did. We've seen this one 3 times as well, haven't we? We saw it twice in the cinema.
And then we watched it in Cornwall with your parents.
Yeah, and I don't think my parents understood this movie. I don't think they got it was meant to be a bit cheesy.
No.
Because they didn't laugh much.
No.
Either that or it just happens to hit for us, not them. I don't know. But yeah, it's fun. That's also why I've scored it here, though, because it is basically just a fun film. Yeah. 25. That is Return of the Jedi.
Return of the Jedi.
So I put both as Star Wars.
And I have...
okay. So we're getting
Empire
similar.
Strikes Back.
Are all your Star Wars ones in a row?
Yes.
Because mine are.
And mine are in the same order as you, I think.
Are they?
Yeah.
Because that's the next 3. Okay.
I bloody love the Ewoks.
Yeah?
I do.
I do. I think it's unfair. I've never understood that about Star Wars. And people say, oh, it's ridiculous. Like, yes.
Yeah.
That's what Star Wars is. When wasn't it ridiculous? That's the fun. Like, it can have some heartfelt moments and be silly at the same time. I like that about it. And that's kind of why I forgive Jar Jar a lot more than most people do. I mean, C-3PO and R2-D2 are similarly ridiculous. And there is just something fun about the Ewoks. But I don't think they're why I think this is the best of the trilogy. I just think it's got a lot of great payoff for the trilogy. I like C-3PO gets to do something in this one. I think.
Yeah, I really liked that part.
I think the Han and Leia romance is less. It works better in this one. And yeah, Luke, Darth Vader, Darth Sidious all get a great final moment. That's just a really good scene. All of that. There's a great build up throughout this film to that, of Luke leaving his training early in the last film, and then where is he now? His idea of is he going to become like his dad? That's the fear.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just really strong. All of that as an ending. Yeah.
Yeah.
I quite. Do you think it's culturally insensitive to Ewoks in a way, and how they celebrate C-3PO as a god? And I don't know. Do you think it could be? I don't think it is. I think you can get away with that because it's all fantasy. Okay, yeah, maybe not.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't know. Like this, suddenly find this weird tribe who try to eat them at first, and then they see I don't know.
I don't think it's that deep. Like.
Okay. Yeah, I don't feel that anyway. I suppose I was being devil's advocate. So, yes, good movie, and I'm glad Han Solo was in it because originally he wasn't going to be, was he?
Yeah.
I like that at the start as well. The whole action scene where they're saving Han.
I heard that Harrison Ford wanted to be killed off in Return of the Jedi.
I'm glad he wasn't.
And yeah, I think he only agreed to come back for The Force Awakens if they killed him off.
Oh, I thought you mean he's supposed to be killed off in Empire Strikes Back and wasn't going to come back for Return of the Jedi.
No.
I see what you mean. I wish he hadn't been in Force Awakens, actually.
Yeah.
I'm glad he didn't die in Return of the Jedi, but I wish he hadn't been in that. Anyway, so your next one will be A New Hope, and then Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
We've kind of covered all of them. My 24 is Kinds of Kindness. Are you surprised by that one?
Yeah, it's a lot higher on my list.
Kinds of Kindness is...
I like that picture.
It's a good picture,
Yeah.
isn't it? It's a 3-hour movie, each 3 1-hour stories.
And you could easily watch it as 3 separate 1-hour stories if you wanted to separate it a little.
Yeah, in a way, I wish...
I think they should, when they release, if they do ever release it to Netflix, do it as like a
3-part series.
Yeah.
It'd probably hit a lot hard.
Because it would just seem like a fun anthology show.
Yeah. And it's all the same cast, well, pretty much all the same cast for each of the stories. It's by, I can't remember the name of the director. He's a really good director. It's probably the oddest film I can remember seeing in a long time.
Yeah.
I can't think of any other film like this. And I don't know how you describe them, really. It's 3 stories, I suppose, about, well, different kinds of kindness, or that's not really the word.
And how kindness can lead to other things.
Yeah. And
like
dark,
extremes of kindness,
and,
I
yeah,
suppose.
and toxic. Yeah. And it's a really odd movie. Quite dark, but
there are
really
some
funny.
Really funny moments, yeah.
It's surprisingly funny.
My favourite bit was when, I think it was either the first or I think it was the second story, when Jesse Plemons' wife goes missing.
Yeah.
And he's at like some friend's house, and he's talking about like how he wants to watch the video because he's sad, and we were like, oh, it's going to be like some like holiday or like
the odd memories they had together.
Yeah, but it was just like a porn video like that they'd made together.
I liked all of the shots as well where Willem Dafoe was in a very serious moment, and then he stood up and you see he was wearing like just shorts.
Yeah, I think he was very good in this.
I do. Was this the movie that made you really like Willem Dafoe then?
Yes, and then on top of that, like his character in Beetlejuice.
Yeah, I liked him in Beetlejuice, yeah. I think this is one of those movies, if I watched it again, it might score higher. Because I feel like there's a lot you could pull out of this film. And it almost requires a second viewing. So I don't think I can criticise anything about it. It's very long. It's not going to be for everyone. Because it's so odd.
We watched this and Horizon on the same day as well. So it was like 2
3
3-hour films on the same day.
Yeah. It ends quite sudden, and I think I quite like that because
Mm-hmm.
you go through all of this story, and then it's kind of all for nothing in the end,
Mm-hmm.
which is quite nice for what it is. And they're all really good performances in this. I think especially Jesse Plemons in the first story.
Yeah,
And the first story is my favourite.
I think it was mine too.
Yes, very, very strong. All right, so that was my 24, and my 23 to catch up with you was The Wild Robot,
Oh.
which we saw not long ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very sweet film, another one that made you cry, of course.
Yeah, of course.
I think I kind of wanted to put this one higher because there's a lot I loved about this movie. It's very moving. I like the idea of this robot that's designed to assist people ending up in nature and not quite sure what to do about that.
Yeah, and wanting to help still, but
Yeah, and all these animals
all
seeing
the
it
animals
as
are
a threat,
scared. Yeah.
and it kind of having to adapt to nature and how what
Mhm.
it's designed for. I like in general. I like that as an idea that having to become more than you were designed to be is in general there's a lot to it. There's a lot about death in this movie, surprisingly, very dark.
Mm-hmm.
Like just not dark, but very matter of fact about death, and happy to joke about it despite being a kids movie.
Yeah, I definitely cried watching this film as well.
Yeah, a lot of funny moments.
Mm-hmm.
I especially love the opossums pretending to die.
Mm-hmm.
I think I didn't put it higher though, because I think this is originally a book, and I think you can feel like.
I think it's a book series
Oh, is it?
because we were in a bookshop earlier today and I saw this on the shelf, and I think there's 3 books in this series.
Okay, well that even more so because I feel like there's lots of story that in a book makes sense where you can go from chapters and then there's different kind of storyline bits, and they've tried to get them all into the movie because there's a whole story and then there's the bit where I can't remember what the character's called. The bird flies away,
Yeah.
and then there's a whole thing the robot does at the same time, and then there's a bit after that, and it feels like almost like it dips into almost like it could have been a different episode or something for a while.
Yeah.
And I feel like that slightly hinders the pace, but not too bad.
Mhm.
That's the only criticism I can think to make about this movie, really.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, 23 is high on this list.
Mm-hmm.
We are into good movies now.
22.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
mine's Love Lies Bleeding, which we have already discussed. And I think kind of all of the positives we said about it there is why it's here. This is another one. I bet if I rewatched it, there's a lot more I could say about it.
Mm-hmm.
Some movies you can just feel there's more to pick apart. Beetlejuice, mine hasn't come yet.
Beetlejuice,
Mine's higher than
Beetlejuice.
this. Yeah, I wonder where mine is. I really, really liked Beetlejuice.
Mhm.
I didn't expect to like it as much as this because you never know with a sequel, especially so long after.
You don't know if it is just going to be like a money making, like a money grab kind of thing.
I'm also, I can't. I mean, maybe there is some something I'm forgetting, but I can't think of many recent Tim Burton movies that have really, really hit. He feels like he's struggling to find his way as a director recently.
I can't really think of. I know like there's.
Once upon a time, he was like massive. He was
I
one
can't
of the
even
directors.
think if there's any. I know there's meant to be maybe a Nightmare Before Christmas 2, and I think they're doing a live action of Corpse Bride at some point.
Yeah.
But as for like original stuff, I can't remember.
Yeah. But yeah, so for that reason, I wasn't sure how this would be, but I really liked it.
Yeah, me too.
I think I heard somewhere that Michael Keaton said he would only do this if they didn't make the movie about him. If it was still about the family and he was kind of a part cropping in on it,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
I think is a really good thing to do because
Mhm.
you could have easily done a sequel where you did end up making about him and then
Like an origin story almost.
yeah,
Like a,
and I'm glad it didn't go down that road.
I think the only thing about this film that I think is a disappointment is you've got Beetlejuice's ex-wife,
Yeah.
and she's just kind of there.
Yeah, I didn't
Like-
think that was necessary.
I think the scene with her like stapling herself together again is really cool. But then the character just kind of is a non-character,
There's a lot of stuff about how she's gonna come and be a danger.
but she doesn't do anything really.
No, I don't know why she's there. You could cut her quite easily. I feel like that scene was just a TikTok scene, really. The whole stapling together thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot in this movie. It's very chaotic,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe if it wasn't a Beetlejuice film, the chaos would have been a bit jarring. But because this is a film about a weird demon who causes chaos,
Yeah, it makes sense.
it works.
Yeah.
And Willem Dafoe is my favourite bit in this.
Yeah, I love him.
It's such a cool. He's what is it? He was an actor who, in the afterlife, is started a police force, but he's an actor being the police.
Yeah.
And so he gets like cue cards hold up for what to say in his police
Mm-hmm.
speeches, and he has to be reminded he's an actor when he's getting too into it. I find that really fun. It's just such a cool idea. That
I think another one of my favourite things about this film was like the Soul Train.
yeah,
The
that was
idea
cool.
of a Soul Train is fun.
You do feel like there's just a lot of fun being had with this movie.
Yeah.
If you're going to make a sequel years after, this is the kind of thing to do.
Mhm.
Just have fun messing about
And I
with
think
it.
they did like a lot of the characters like Justice, like Lydia.
Yeah,
Like you can see her growing up to have her own like ghost hunting show.
yeah,
That just makes sense.
yeah. I was suddenly thinking of Gremlins 2 then, like how that took the original and just went mad.
I don't remember Gremlins 2.
It's mad. Absolutely, it was meant to be, and this isn't as mad as that, but it's that same kind of thing, and you can't fault it for that.
Mm-hmm.
It's all over the place, Beetlejuice, but
I think it's fun.
I had a really good time with this movie. It's probably soon on my list as well. My next one is
Beetlejuice, yeah.
Beetlejuice. Oh, it's Gladiator on yours.
Yeah.
And you haven't got Gladiator 2 yet, so that's really high up on your list then.
Hmm.
Is it going to make the top?
No.
Okay. We should probably talk about Gladiator. I would like to take a quick break though. Because I haven't had one. I haven't even been to the toilet either. So if you just maybe be back in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, we're back in like
I want to make a cup of tea or something as well.
yeah, something for the throat.
So I'm just gonna mute the mic and put it on this screen for a moment. See you in a second.
Bye.
Right. We are back.
Hey.
I've gone and got. It's not tea. I've got basically hot water with some coffee syrup to try and help my throat. Amaretto coffee syrup. Okay, so we were on. 21. We've got to talk about Gladiator now. Oh god.
Oh no.
Done it again. What did you see my next one? Yeah, I mean, when I saw Gladiator come up, I felt a little sad, and then I looked at my list and realised where my Gladiator is, and I don't feel too bad about it, actually. I think it's kind of fair. So we having already said what we liked about the second one and feelings on that, is there anything you didn't like about Gladiator 1 which makes you prefer the second?
Russell Crowe.
Just Russell Crowe. I mean, I agree with that.
And it probably is just me, but like I don't like all the political talk.
Yeah. Well, I feel like there's more in the second film, though, isn't there? They talk a lot about what Rome means.
No, but there's more action as well.
I suppose.
Whereas, like, in the first one, it's very much like... And I was like, can it just get to the action?
It took you a while to get where this film was going, I think, as well, didn't it? Because it's
I
quite
knew what
a slow
it was.
start.
Like, I mean, the title explains the plot perfectly fine.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's quite... It's a while before he's a gladiator, though, isn't it?
Yeah. You can do it, guys. You're almost there.
I probably agree with Russell Crowe. I don't think he's at all bad in this. I think he's better than Paul Mescal is in the second film, actually, as well.
I don't know. I think both of their accents are all over the place.
Yes, and I don't feel like he really elevates his film in any way. Russell Crowe. I think he's just fine as kind of your typical like 2000s action hero.
Mm-hmm.
He does feel like that, and I feel like you could have added a lot more to him, and it's kind of a shame they don't. It's not necessarily his fault. He's also written that way, but yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, originally...
Oh, I really loved... So, we watched the first Gladiator in cinemas just after we watched Salem's Lot.
Oh, yeah, it was that day,
And
wasn't it?
during Gladiator, I was like, this child looks so familiar. And it was on my mind for ages. And then I Googled afterwards, and one of the adults in Salem's Lot is the little boy from Gladiator, and he looked exactly the same.
Yeah, he does. when you said it, I was like, oh yeah, I can see it in my head.
I think it's a shame that they didn't get him back for the second, because there were scenes when like it shows like him when he's younger again, and it's like, but that's not the child.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I originally, when we did this, I think Gladiator came about 14 on my list.
Mm-hmm.
And I there's a lot of me that wants to put it higher, because I was really into this as a kid.
It was higher on mine initially. I think on mine it was like maybe like 14, 15.
I think what I love most about this movie is the music, though.
Yeah.
More than the movie. I mean, it's got a great atmosphere, this film.
Mm-hmm.
It's not at all historically realistic, but you kind of feel like it is. You do get sucked into this world, and you want to believe it. And it's just a great, really strong, classic kind of 2000s, old, big, historical drama type thing. It's but it's mainly the music, I think, which makes it so stirring for me, because I bloody love Lisa Gerrard, who did the singing for this. I just really like her music as a whole.
Just like Hans Zimmer.
Yeah, Hans Zimmer was he was the composer, and Lisa Gerrard's worked with him for some of the singing. But she's just a really good singer. I like all of her music. So I don't know. I feel like a lot of people, I think, would agree. They find this movie really, really stirring and kind of motivational somehow. But I kind of also feel like that's a bit of a trick with this movie. I don't feel like it's justified for as good as that makes it feel. I don't know. I suppose I'm saying that because mine's not far behind.
Yeah.
I want to put it higher.
He makes such good music. I love him.
Hans Zimmer does. Yeah, I saw him live. My brother randomly about a year ago said, "I've got tickets to Hans Zimmer. Do you and Dad want to come?" And it was a really odd thing to suddenly happen that, but we did. My brother was really into it. I thought, yeah, okay, we'll go along. And my dad even really enjoyed it. He's very into classical music. He doesn't like the idea of modern classical music, but he did really like it. That was fun. Yeah, and Lisa Gerrard was there for that, which was cool. She popped out to do the Gladiator bits. There was also the singer from the Dune. Before I'd seen Dune. Anyway, yeah, all right, 20. There's right behind it.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. To be fair,
They kind of go hand in hand for me. Like I think, yeah.
Do you think it works as like a follow-on then?
I do, yeah.
I think I probably do as well.
I think it could have been a hell of a lot worse than it was.
I think it's one of those things. Yeah, it could have done. I don't think it's as good, but I think you probably could do a thing at like cinemas or whatever where they say today we're showing Gladiator 1 and 2. I think you could do that rather than wanting to forget this movie happened and just showing the first one.
Like, sure, it's not going to have the same longevity as the first one, I don't think.
No, but
I think it is a good follow-up.
Wonka, which we'd already seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We can talk about Wonka then.
I love Wonka.
I
really
love
do.
Wonka. I mean, I made a video on this when it first came out, and I got a comment. It's quite a bit after it, but I got a comment. It made me laugh when I saw it. Because someone was like, "This whole video is you criticising every aspect of this film, and then saying I'd give it 9 out of 10." And that probably was that video, because there's lots of individual things I could nitpick about Wonka.
But as a whole, like, the film is so good.
It is. I mean, that's kind of the thing, because when I think about it like that, there's this that could be better. There's that, but then it does just stick with me. It's been ages now since we've seen Wonka, and I still just want to smile when I think about Wonka.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to like it as much as I did.
Before, when we knew it was getting released, but prior to it coming out, I remember being like, "Oh, I don't really want to see it." Like, I've never really understood the hype around Timothée Chalamet as an actor.
No, never did I.
And I wasn't sure if it.
And I do stand by thinking he's not quite right for this part. To be fair,
I don't have the same feelings. I don't think. But I was kind of like is this really necessary? Is it a story that anyone really needed?
No.
But I really like it. I love it. I remember, like, for a couple of weeks after, I would every weekend I'd be like, "Can we just go see Wonka again? Can we see Wonka again?" I don't know. I think it's just really heartwarming, and I have a lot of love for the original Gene Wilder, Charlie and the Chocolate Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, and I kind of like that they use that as like the canon.
More than
Wonka.
Tim Burton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the negatives are that I don't like. I think Timothée Chalamet is very good in this film, and I do think like it works with him. But I think there are little bits that I don't necessarily believe about his Wonka.
Yeah, me too.
Like, he's meant to be a bit crazy, a bit out there, a bit eccentric. But I don't believe that with his character.
I don't think he quite pulls it off. When he's supposed to be like the whimsical one.
Yeah.
Those are the lines I don't entirely buy. There's a bit when he's like, "How do you like your chocolate? White, dark, nutty, absolutely insane," or something like that. And I don't quite. Yes, there is that. And also because it's not as good as the Paddington movies. It's the same director, Paul King, and it's got a feel like Paddington, but it's not quite as good as Paddington.
I mean, it has a lot of the same cast as Paddington.
Yes, it does. Simon Farnaby even helped write it as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
But that's no criticism of it really, because it is very different to Paddington at the same time. It's similar in a lot of ways, but it's doing its own thing as well. And I shouldn't really mark it down for not being as good as Paddington. Yeah. That is unfair. In a way where I could mark down Paddington and Peru for not being as good as Paddington 1 and 2. Yeah,
some of the songs in this though, like, are tunes.
They are, to be, because like, at the time I wasn't
some
sure.
Nights we have laid in bed singing songs from this film. Like,
yeah, because I wasn't sure at the time, but they have stayed with me. And then I did that video where I ranked all of the songs from all of the Wonka films, and a lot of them are really good.
Yeah. What was number 1 on that list?
It was probably
Pure Imagination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It probably was. I can't remember, but there's a lot of fun about this movie, and it does just make me smile. I think this is a great one to watch on Christmas Day.
Yes.
That's a peninsula one for that. It makes me love chocolate. I really enjoy the music, and I don't like musicals. I like the humour a lot. Hugh Grant is good in it.
I love Olivia Colman and what's he called? Tom
Davis
in this movie.
Yeah,
I think
they're
they're
really
both
good.
so good. What's she called? The little girl who plays Noodle.
Coraline, I think.
Yeah, I think she's really good.
I think some of the other characters around Wonka, they're like their community group bit, the other people they team up with, I think don't get enough space.
I really like Abacus.
Abacus Crunch, was it? Or something like that?
What do you think of La La Land?
I haven't seen La La Land.
I've never seen it either.
I assumed I wouldn't like it, really. But I don't know.
What do you think of it? Like, what?
Yeah, is it worth seeing?
Should we watch it?
Because I think I probably would like it, to be fair. It's not a typical film I would choose, but neither was Wonka. Well, it kind of was, because I love Paddington.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, Wonka was the reason we started going to the cinema, really. Because it was the week it was coming out, and I saw that it was out first in the UK compared to the US, and I thought, in terms of YouTube, I can get ahead here. I can actually do something topical and not be behind everyone else movie-wise. Because normally they're out a week earlier or something in the US. So I was like, I want to go see it for that reason, to make a video. And you weren't going to come at first. I can't remember why. It was one weekend, wasn't it? And you're like, well, this is when we're still living apart. And you're like, well, maybe you come up to mine after you've seen it. Then you ended up coming, and then you really loved it. And then we started going to the cinema every weekend because of Wonka. La La Land, you either hate it or love it. Some people love it because of the story, and some hate it because of the story. Yeah.
Maybe we'll give it a try at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd probably be fair to it. I think I'm quite good at being fair to movies that aren't my personal preference.
Yeah.
I would love to have scored Wonka higher, because it does just make me smile even now thinking about it.
Yeah, I would really like to watch it again.
I would.
You really like the guy who plays Slughorn as well, don't you?
Jim Broadbent. Is he in this? Jim Broadbent?
Not Slughorn.
Oh, Slugworth.
Slugworth, that's
Yeah.
the one.
Yeah, what's he called? The guy from Peep Show.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great in this. I can't remember his name. He's really good in this, though. I don't think Matt Lucas is as good, to be fair.
I am very glad that Matt Bainton's in it.
Yeah?
Yes. As an avid fan of Horrible Histories, is that a thing in other countries? Horrible Histories?
I don't know. If it is, then yeah, him, Simon Barnaby, who's in that, and Paddington, and helps co-write Paddington as well as Wonka. With Horrible Histories.
I recommend, like, even if you do live in like other countries and stuff, searching like Horrible Histories on like YouTube or something, because it is great.
A staple kids viewing that's still enjoyable when you're older.
Yeah.
Horrible Histories was great.
Yeah.
All of it's on iPlayer if you do live in the UK. So much good stuff on iPlayer I never knew about.
I think one day I'm just going to binge the entirety of
iPlayer.
Horrible Histories.
Oh, the entirety of iPlayer.
I don't think I'm going to do the entirety of iPlayer in one day, but...
And they've got all of Doctor Who on there, haven't they?
Yeah.
All of QI.
QI, another classic.
I'm starting to cough now from doing this too long. Right, 19. We're into the teens.
We're into the top 20.
There's Fall Guy on your list. Mine is Civil War.
Okay.
Yes. I'm quite happy with Civil War going there.
Yeah.
I think we've said...
I think it's fair.
Yeah. I think we've kind of said our problems, but I don't think that's necessarily fair on the film at the same time.
I don't think it's a problem, though, like, because as, like, if we're not comparing it to other films, then I think it is a very solid film.
I do. And
But for my preference, I don't think it hit me as I thought it would.
No, but I also don't think that's necessarily fair in the film, because I feel like it does do what it sets out to do. You're very much in that space.
Yeah, but I think movies touch us all in different ways.
Yeah.
And I think we all get from films what we do. Like,
yeah.
We each get something different from a different film. And for me, this one just didn't stick with me, and I didn't really get anything from it.
No, I know what you mean, because I thought it would. I thought I'd come away brooding about this because I love a good brood after a film.
How do you remember them all?
Do you mean what these films are based on the pictures, or
like what we thought of them? Or
I don't know. Yeah, well, we've talked about it a lot.
I don't know.
We?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel because you are just in that. I suppose it's earlier, really, so I don't want to repeat myself too much. But because the film is all happening within that war, and they don't really get the headspace, and so I think that's part of why it's not as moving, because you don't get the headspace to process really in the film.
Yeah.
And I think that's a decision that makes sense. But yeah, it means it doesn't mean as much to me. The context of the movies, how do you remember them all? Oh God, Hendrix, come out, mister.
Don't mind us. One of the rabbits has just.
Off you go.
No.
She gets very grumpy, don't you? When we stop you doing things you want to do. Bunnies are very... No! No, I just said, off you go. You can't go behind there, there's wires. There's wires, and I don't want you chewing them, huh?
I don't watch a lot of movies and somehow confuse them. The ones I did watch.
Well, I suppose because we've seen these all this year.
And we've spoken about them so much.
Yeah, because we've already made videos on some of them. And, I mean, we fought a little bit before this. Hendrix is still there. I guess I've done this a lot in general, haven't I? It's been the last 5 years of me talking about things I've seen. I get confused my own stories a lot.
Yeah.
I can't remember any of my poetry off by heart, even though I'm putting together the book at the moment, which is something I probably should talk about more. I'm going to publish a poetry collection soon. It was one that's about 5 years old, and I originally hired someone to do the illustrations who had to drop out, and then there were some other troubles which have delayed it a lot, but I finally got around to doing that. That's going to be hopefully soon. What's she chewing? Cardboard. It gets to this point at night, I suppose because bunnies are more awake at night, and Hendrix does just make a racket. Now we've got an actual full flat with different rooms. It's a bit nicer, but before, when they were staying in the same room as us, you'd just hear chewing and digging going on all throughout the night. So you prefer the Fall Guy to Wonka?
Yes.
Do you find it more funny?
I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily funny. I think I went into Fall Guy thinking I was going to hate it.
So did I.
Like, I didn't even want to see it, like, initially. But we were like,
I got so fed up.
I don't think there was anything on that weekend, so we're like, oh, we might as well just go see it.
Yeah.
And I loved it so much.
Yeah, I did. I suppose those pleasantly surprised aspects does bump it up as well. I think there are less problems. I mean, I can criticise bits of Wonka more than Fall Guy.
You have a rabbit.
Yeah,
You've got two.
Two house rabbits.
Yeah.
Yep. We've got Hendrix and Fred. We did have Lennon, who, if you look back on old videos, you will find. We've also, on our second channel, Thoughtless Tree, we talk about the bunnies quite a bit there, so there's videos about them.
We did a video where we showed loads of pictures about, like, the rabbits and, like, talked about them a bit more.
Yeah. And we moved into this flat about a month ago? 2 months ago? Something like that. And they're really enjoying it here. It's the most space they've ever had. It's quite a big living room to run around. They like it gets to about 7 or 8 in the morning, and they'll decide to jump on the bed, and they'll suddenly come charging into the bedroom and jump on the bed and wake us up. Always around that time.
Yeah, you just hear them like darting around, and it's very sweet.
Yeah.
I had 2 of them too for a long time.
Yeah, they're really underrated pets, I think, rabbits. There's so much personality to them that because they're not vocal like dogs or cats, I think people overlook how much they express. But yes, 18. Mine is Gladiator. Yeah, so not much higher. And a wild robot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to put Gladiator higher, but I don't think I can. I think increasingly the other movies on this list are just better. I think there's few things Gladiator doesn't do well, or what it wants to do, but I don't know. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the reasons I loved it, and it felt so personal to me growing up, it feels different now. It doesn't motivate me like it used to.
Hang on a second. Did you say to me, do I prefer Fall Guy to Wonka?
Yes.
Because I haven't put Wonka yet.
Oh, no, you haven't. It was my Wonka.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was completely irrelevant.
Yeah, I've confused you then.
Yeah.
Wild Robot then. Yours is very high compared to mine.
I really loved it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think I am just like... The Wild Robot started to get some traction recently.
Has it? Maybe I should start talking about it then, because I did consider making a video on it, didn't I?
I think it is just really a heartwarming film. And especially as someone who adores animals.
Yeah.
Like, pretty much all animals.
It's right up your street, this kind of movie.
Yeah, just
And
like
mine, to be
heartwarming animal film.
Yeah.
Which touches upon like some real struggles that animals have to deal with in the world as well. Like fires and
Yeah.
things like that. Yeah.
The hibernation bit of the film was good
That,
as well.
yeah.
I
I really loved it.
I did. Pedro Pascal was quite a good.
I didn't think it was him initially, was it? But
That one person I didn't think was right, actually, was Matt Berry. And I love Matt Berry, and he's got such a distinctive voice. But they made him play quite a straight character, and
yeah,
he's got such an odd voice that doesn't suit doing that, I don't think. Which is a shame.
like I'm all for him being in films like that because I do love Matt Berry. I just think maybe do something a bit different with the voice because it is just Matt Berry.
Yeah. I don't know if anyone knows who Matt Berry is.
I think he's getting more well known because he was in What We Do in the Shadows.
Yeah, the BBC version of What We Do in the Shadows.
And that became quite big.
Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. Obviously,
IT Crowd
was the original one, I suppose.
Toast of
Toast
London.
of London, yeah. I really like Matt Berry.
Yeah.
We got sidetracked there.
Yeah.
Anything else? Is there anything you think was wrong about The Wild Robot?
No, I think it was pretty perfect.
I do. I mean, this was a film as well because we had quite a lot of audience interruption in this one, and it didn't matter.
No.
Whereas sometimes it's really annoying. That's a good measure, maybe in a way, actually, because obviously we saw this with Pact, and a lot of them are kids because it was the first day it came out, and obviously, I mean, also you don't.
He was hilarious in IT Crowd.
Yes,
yeah,
he was.
he's great.
And you expect noise, obviously, with kids in a movie like this, and that's fair enough. But there's somewhere you feel like the kids are getting a bit bored or distracted or doing other things. In this, it was just like it was them talking because they were so into it and reacting, which is quite sweet. Father. Yeah. So. Yeah, and that's a good measure, maybe, how good Wild Robot is, that all of the kids in the audience really enjoyed it. They do a great job. I can't remember who it is who voices the robot.
It is the woman from Quiet Place.
Oh, is it?
I think so. Lupita.
Oh, she's really, really good in Wild Robot, I think.
Yeah.
To voice a robot and give it emotion, but still have it believably as a robot it's a tricky line to balance. She does a really good job
I
with
think it is her anyway.
17 then. I can't think what's left. We're almost into top 15.
Yeah, it is her.
Oh, she's great in that then.
Yeah.
There's Wonka.
Yeah.
Okay, so it preferred it to. So that's high up in kids' films then. So higher than The Wild Robot. Fall Guy's not a kids' film, but higher than that.
Yeah.
Higher than Paddington, Peru.
Yeah, it's off my list.
I was trying to think of other movies it was on. It's still Paddington 1. Higher than Beetlejuice. Paddington 1 and 2 are still
I
to
remember,
come in
like,
terms of kids'
initially when we
movies.
did this, I put Wonka quite a bit lower. But I'm like, I don't feel like that about Wonka. I
No.
really like it.
I mean, I did as well, because I think about this, and I think objectively, and I can think of lots of things I think could be better done, and I start to place it lower. But then I remember how this movie makes me feel, and I do just put it higher.
Yeah.
A lot of people were negative, I think, about this because of the cynical idea of a Wonka reboot, and I get that, but it's made by Paul King, and you can feel he's doing his own thing here.
Yeah.
And it's really good. It does, yeah. I just feel really positive when I think about it, and I think that means my objective, rational reasons aren't necessarily fair. My 17 is Heretic. Is yours higher than that? You look surprised.
Yeah, mine. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I Fred's here now. Oi. I have to investigate everything, rabbits. They're the most curious animals I can think of. Yes, okay.
I loved Heretic.
I loved Heretic
I think
as well.
initially when I left, I was kind of in a state of like not really knowing what to feel. But then
And was that Fred?
I don't know.
One of them we just heard shooting down the corridor behind us. You go on. You didn't know what to feel, and
But then like I did keep thinking about it a lot afterwards.
yeah, I did. To be fair,
And there is something really like eerie about it, and
there is. I was really invested all throughout this, wanting to find out what's going on here.
to say it is so like dialogue heavy as well, it never gets boring.
I know. Yeah, I mean there's barely any action. Mostly all in one place. A lot of it in
Just 3 characters, maybe
Yeah.
4 if like with a minor role.
sitting or standing in a room, talking a lot. Yeah, and to be as invested as I was, and some of it quite wordy as well. Not
Yeah, it's lengthy. Like
yeah, and for it to feel so tense and so gripping, despite that, is testament to how well written this is and how well directed. That it, can you two not? They've suddenly realised we've been in this room and they want to see what's going on.
because they're usually not allowed in here because of like wires and stuff. And
There's a fella called Max. I feel like knowing who that is, I feel like that's some kind of Carl Pilkington quote I can't think of.
okay.
Or something like that, in case you're wondering.
Well, there's been times when I've
Chimp
seen
news or
like the comments on some of your channels, and I'm like, "What does this mean?" And you're like, "Oh, it's just like a Carl Pilkington thing."
Yeah, what we're saying about Heretic. Yeah, really gripping in that way. Obviously, Hugh Grant is immensely good in this movie.
Yeah, I think we've said this like multiple times before, but I really like Hugh Grant now.
I do.
I think now that he's stopped being cast as charming British man love interest, he can actually have more fun with roles.
Yeah. I feel like he's having the time of his life in this movie.
Yeah.
He's really good in it. It does make me smile thinking about that. He's so eerie. But I enjoyed all the kind of theology arguments and debates going on in this film. I like that there's a push and pull.
Yeah.
I like that they get to come back at him. Hey, don't go behind there. You know there's wires. You can't get behind there anyway. I built a barrier. Stop trying, huh?
Little shit.
Heretic, if you haven't seen it, how it's a difficult. You've got two
girls who are, I guess, going around.
It's not Jehovah's Witnesses, is
It's
it?
Is it Mormon?
Yes, it's Mormons. Isn't it?
They're going around, I guess, not preaching, but like,
Well, the missionaries, I suppose.
Yeah.
And they knock on this man's door, Mr. Reed, who says he's interested to hear about what they've got to say. He invites them in, and then he discusses theology and presents them with 2 doors. One he writes belief on, one he writes disbelief on. And it's psychological and eerie and weird. And yeah,
there's a lot of like little twists and stuff, and it's just great.
I did see
it.
actually on the point of cinema therapy, which we were discussing earlier, they started a second channel where they just review movies, and they did this one, and they mentioned that they are both Mormons.
Oh really?
Which I didn't know about. I suppose they haven't mentioned it much before in the channel, as far as I know. And they both think it's a really great representation of it. So I think it is. I
swear I read somewhere that there has been a bit of backlash in like the Mormon community about
I think yeah, officially they've criticised the film and regarded it as one not to watch. But I think when you really look at it, it's really respectful to those characters. I think they're very human in a way Mormons often are picked on. I think in films, anything like that is.
Yeah.
They're both really good characters who get to have some real debate rather than just be like straw men for Hugh Grant's type character to just pull apart. I'm glad it's not that.
I have put this film quite a bit higher than you.
Yeah.
And I think that is because so another factor for which I judge films is uniqueness and originality. And I think this is a completely
that's true.
new kind of thing. It's not something that's been done really.
Yeah, I can't think of any other film like this, actually. That's true. And when you say that, I feel like I have been harsh in it. Because I can't think of anything wrong with this film at all. I think people might have bad opinions on the ending. I can get that. But I don't. I like the ending.
I liked it. Yeah.
I really, really like the start of this film as well.
Mm-hmm.
It starts with just the two Mormon characters sitting on a bench, talking, and they make it. They end up talking about porn, don't they?
Yeah,
One of them's watched porn, and they talk about in relation to gods, and it feels like
it just feels like a normal conversation, maybe
Yeah.
that like
they're taking it a level of sexual exploration going on there, and they're having to kind of justify it through a lens of God.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
is really interesting, and they're two just really good, strong human characters.
I especially liked. I cannot remember the characters' names.
I can't remember
The
either.
blonde girl.
One of them was called Sister Barnes, but I think that was the other one.
The blonde one I really liked. There was like just a lot of sweetness about her,
Yeah,
and I think that was kind of maybe what you were meant to do because she is wearing like a lot of light clothes. She's got the light hair. She's maybe more so the good one out of the two.
I kind of like her changing that because originally she's very much, if I be nice and agree with him, he's going to let us go.
Yeah.
And
Whereas,
you see
like,
her sort of
I think
change
The other
and start to push back.
the other woman, she is like dark hair, quite dark, like makeup, clothes, and she is more of like the cynical, I guess, one of the two.
Yeah, they're both really good though.
But I do like the dynamic between them, and I think
I would highly recommend seeing this film if you haven't.
Mhm.
And as I said to you before, as someone who did spend a lot of his teenage years reading every different theology and religion book I can think of,
yeah.
and spirituality, there is something in it that does appeal to me.
Whereas like I would say I don't have really an interest in religion. I don't think religion's stupid, and I think like people are valid in their beliefs and everything.
Yeah.
It just isn't for me, really. I don't think.
Yeah.
But I don't think that took away from any of the film. I don't think it comes off as like preachy or like anything.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I think
It's a difficult thing to do because when it has such a big debate about religion,
Mhm.
to not either end up really criticising one side,
or like pandering towards.
or
certain...
coming across preachy, and
Yeah,
it doesn't
yeah.
do either.
No, I think it is just really interesting and.
Yeah. So maybe I should have ranked it higher. I don't know. You kind of convinced me there. Right, 16 then. I put Coraline, which originally was, I think, almost in my top 10 when we first did
Yeah.
this. It's dropped down quite a bit. Yours is Kinds of Kindness. Yours is a lot higher
I really
than mine.
liked Kinds of Kindness.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's fair, because when I think about it, it's one of the most artistic films I've seen
And
this
it
year.
is, it's like I just said, it is super unique.
It is.
Yeah.
Like Heretic, I cannot think of anything even remotely similar to this film. It's
Maybe even more so than Heretic, it is just its own thing.
It's bonkers.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the director's name. I don't know if he's made other similar ones like this or not. Maybe it's a thing he does. I'm pretty sure it's male. I can't remember his name. But maybe, if not, then yeah, this is really original. I enjoyed it. But I'll talk about Coraline then first, shall I? Seeing as that's not come up yet.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder where it is on your list. Is it soon or... Has it made your top 10?
We'll see when we get there.
I made a lot of videos on Coraline. I just released a 2 and a bit hour one, which is partly a compilation of all my other ones, partly sort of reacting to them and adding some new thoughts. So obviously, I think there's a lot you can discuss about this movie.
Mm-hmm.
And there's probably more I still haven't discussed about this movie. It's a really good movie.
Yeah, it is.
I do have some problems with it though, I think, and I've discussed them in the past before. I think there's a bit near the end where the pacing kind of, after the other mother's sort of defeated. There's a bit sort of tacked on after that, which doesn't...
I do think the whole search for the ghost children's eyes and things like that, I do think that bit is very rushed.
Yeah, I do.
I wish it was drawn out more and there was more like, I don't know, more like challenge or something with the eyes instead of it, 'cause it is just very straightforward and...
Yeah, it's that kind of section. And I forgive that in a stop motion film because, like... every extra second is a lot more difficult in a stop motion film. The budget can run away with you.
Yeah.
But I do think they could have made this film slightly longer, not quite as trim. And it's a shame they didn't. But it's still great. Sorry I haven't seen any movies from this year. I didn't even go watch Coraline when it came back to theatres. All I have is Carly Pilkington quotes. Alright, Kirsty. Yeah, that is a quote. A Carl Pilkington quote. Alright, Kirsty.
Why?
I can't remember the situation of that. Can you remind me where he says that? He does. That's gonna bug me now if I can't think about that.
That should be my ringtone.
Yeah. Anything you want to say about Kinds of Kindness apart from how
I don't think I
original
have
it
much
is?
left to say. I just really love it, and if anyone hasn't seen it, I do recommend it.
It's one of those...
It seems like a lot, like a 3-hour movie, but I don't think it dragged at all. I think I had a great time.
Yeah. It was barely anyone in that screen, was there? Just that bloke who kept looking on Instagram.
Oh, well, yeah, that was a problem in itself, wasn't it? But
yeah, but...
I almost nearly got in a fight.
Yeah. It's probably my favourite Jesse Plemons role, actually. More than
Yeah, I
Breaking
think
Bad.
because he has been kind of typecast as the racist redneck kind of character, I suppose. Right?
Yeah, he's that in Civil War and Breaking Bad, really, isn't he?
So...
Oh, yeah, monkey in a lab makeup products. Yeah. Yeah. There's a story about a monkey that's... He just chimpanzee news, and monkey news even.
Yeah.
It's a story about a monkey that they're testing makeup on it, and it learns what the laboratory people are doing,
Right.
and it ends up adding makeup to try and look like one of the lab technicians. Who gets to walk out, and they say, "All right, Kirsty." It's a ridiculous story. I love Carl Pilkington stories. Yeah, all right. Should we move on to 15 then? Top 15.
Mm-hmm.
You have The Crow 1994, top 15.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, that's high. And mine is Dune. And I kind of wanted to put it higher.
I put it at Faulty One.
Does this mean if I get a chance to say about the positives of Dune then?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I suppose I did mention it before. I cannot think of a more sensation-wise impactful film to watch in the cinema than this, and I'm so gutted we didn't get to see the first one, having seen this, because I loved it. The whole sequence with the worm riding it, I think was really great. The battle at the end, I was fully for that.
I wouldn't say it's one of like the best theatrical experiences.
No?
I'd say Two Towers was better.
No, I don't think so. I mean, Two Towers is more like heart, but the effects of this, the production, the sound is so good in this. I love the sound.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't have the same feelings about it that you do.
I know. Denis...
Do you think any of your feelings towards this comes from the fact that you really enjoyed the books?
Yeah, but I enjoyed. I didn't watch the books until I'd seen this.
Oh,
because
did
I
you?
loved this.
Right.
Yeah, that was why I then went and read the book, or at least the first book.
How many books is it?
A lot. It's originally one, and then there's a sequel after that called Dune Messiah, which I think was kind of made because people misunderstood the first book.
Is that what the show's...
No, the show's a made up thing like 500
Okay.
years before in the past. And Dune Messiah is kind of about things going wrong. I imagine that's what the next part is going to be of Dune, if he does ever get round to making it. I don't know. It's not exactly nailed on, but and then after that, I think they go a bit mad. Apparently, the books are mad after that.
Okay.
I've not read them. But yeah, I think it's a really strong build up to that battle at the end. I think it's a great battle. I then like the battle with Austin Butler, the two of them fighting. There's visually, I think it's so strong. Sound wise, it's so strong.
And it has Batista.
Yes. Character wise, it's I get what you mean, and it is kind of cold in that way. But there's still great ideas in this. I still find that so cool as an idea. The classic hero story, and how that's not necessarily always a good thing, and how you can kind of the dangers of becoming like a messiah, and people wanting to see you like that. And the whole Liz and Argylle thing is funny, but that is a bit of humour that does add to this. I think I saw something recently that Denis Villeneuve was saying, as the director, saying that he doesn't really like dialogue, and you can tell that with this kind of film. That it's supposed to be visually is everything, and I really like dialogue, so I will say that much. That's probably why it's not higher.
I think without the dialogue, it is hard to relate to characters.
Yeah.
Or it's hard to care about the characters.
I wish the film would have
But
been
the
longer.
dynamic between... What's the name? Zendaya's character.
Yeah, Cheney.
Cheney and...
Paul.
Yeah. The relationship between them, I just think feels like nothing, really. Like, I don't know, it just doesn't...
I find it so absorbing, this though, and like all of the world bits, the stuff, and I don't know what the hell's going on in terms of like why they've got certain scrolls that they're using those metal scroll things for messages. I don't know why that is, but it's just striking.
Yeah.
There's the weird like paint firework things going on at one point. I don't know what that's about. There's so many things like that where it's just stuff in the world that's just there, and you don't need to have it explained to you. It just makes it feel really rich.
Yeah.
I do get absorbed in this story. And I think it's top 5 movies of the year, objectively. But there's also...
There's just some that you enjoyed more.
Yeah, there are. Because there's... Like you say, it doesn't have the warmth of Lord of the Rings. Or the character.
Yeah.
But it's certainly got the ideas and the visuals and all of that. Right. 14 then. I don't know what's left. I don't know.
Just click then.
Okay. Monkey Man.
Mine is also Monkey Man, I think.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes. That's annoyingly a low resolution picture as well.
Yeah.
I really wanted Monkey Man to be top 10 by the end of the year, because I this is one I do have a soft spot for. And maybe it's because Dev Patel is possibly my favourite actor.
I think he is great.
I think he's really, really underrated. This is his debut as a director, as a writer, I suppose, as well.
So good.
Yeah, and it's a martial arts film set in India, semi-fantastical, I suppose, slightly. Bit of a political edge to it, which I'm glad it has, to be fair. Some interesting myth stuff around... I've forgotten the name now. Is it Running Man? I can't remember. For a martial arts film, there's a lot of other stuff packed into it as well.
Yeah.
And I just really talk about, or have you talked about Megalopolis? No, that was another one we missed, wasn't it? And I'm really annoyed. I mean, a lot of people said it was awful, but I still would have been intrigued to see it, and I still do want to see it. I
can't remember why we didn't. I think
something was happening that week,
yeah,
and then it was just gone like quickly, which is a shame. Because I really like Francis Ford Coppola as a director. Godfather's up there with my favourite movies of all time, and I like Apocalypse Now. Yeah, Monkey Man is we missed Megalopolis.
I can't say that.
Megalopolis.
I can't say it.
Annoyingly, that's not on here. Monkey Man is really, really good. A lot of people said that they found the pacing of it odd. They think it's like slow to begin with before a really enjoyable mad ending, which I fundamentally disagree with.
Yeah, I don't agree.
I
think it kind of had to be at that pace.
Yeah, you've got like a more slower, tense bit at the start where he's planning his revenge, and he's acquiring a pistol in all sorts of ways, and he's trying to be a bit John Wick, and that all going horribly wrong. and then he has a kind of journey of learning and developing, and I like that they do that. I think that's really important to the film, and I'm engaged with that start bit, and it's where you get to feel what this world is like and the situation he's in. It's strong for that. It's so much heart you feel is poured into this movie. It's really strong martial arts, considering he's never done this. He's always wanted to do a martial arts film, I heard, but he's never got the chance, so he's made his own one. The music is really good in this film.
Yeah, it is.
That's probably possibly the best thing.
A really fun bit where like heavy metal music's playing.
Yeah.
And there's like a martial arts kind of fight going on.
Yeah.
So good.
There's so much flair in how he's... Considering this is a directorial debut, there's a lot of flair to it.
Yeah.
And I remember reading a lot. There's a lot of stories about the behind the scenes to this, the things that went wrong. I think he had a broken arm or something like that, and he was continuing doing the fight scenes because they running out of time and budget, and there was a chance it almost got completely shut down. I think COVID affected it as well for those reasons. Maybe it wasn't his arm, it was something like that.
I am really interested to see where he goes from here.
I am. Yeah, I'm glad. I think it done well enough. I don't think it was a huge budget as a film. I think it was a success financially, at least enough for him to hopefully go on and make more, which I'm glad about.
I think this is another film that is very unique. Like, people have compared it to other stuff, but in itself, I think it is unique. Like, the general story and...
I do. I think...
It isn't just like...
Yeah, it's not just a martial arts film. But it's also really good martial arts. Quite brutal at points as well, actually.
Yeah,
isn't it? Yeah. I really want to see it again, actually. I'd quite like this one on DVD.
Yeah, me too. I really want the poster from this film. It is such a good poster.
It is, yeah. The red and black looks really nice on that. I probably should have got that as the picture, shouldn't I? Rather than this odd low-resolution one. My Little Factory, wow, you are still streaming. Yes. My throat is dying doing this. I just wanted to say that I absolutely adore your videos and the way they are produced and made. Your delivery is very pleasing. Thank you. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's hard with those kind of things because I do just talk ordinarily, I think. So it's nice when it comes across like that. I know some people have said this earlier in the studio, find my voice boring. I get a lot of those comments.
Yeah.
That I sound too posh is another one.
Which is because you're not really posh in the slightest.
You get, I suppose, because what YouTube is, you're supposed to talk really fast and with energy. No, hey, what's up, you guys? We're going to be starting talking about Monkey Man today. I don't know any of that.
What, like Keemstar or something?
Yeah.
Welcome to Drama Alert.
And I don't do that, and I never will, just
but
because that's not me.
Yeah, you're not really a full of life person, are you? You're always just a bit half asleep, and that's just...
I mean, you do famously, if I send you a voice message, you listen to it on 1.5 times speed.
Sometimes times 2 because, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I do cut out a lot in my videos as well. I talk a lot, and some of it's rambling, and I get rid of it. But I cut out a lot of pauses at times, and you can't do that in a live stream. And I do sound very rambly, I think, much more. I don't cut out all of the pauses. I tried to leave some of them in so it still sounds wasn't sincere, but
yeah,
you know. But so it is nice when people do like the delivery as I am, because it is just me, really.
I think what a lot of comments that I've seen about your voice specifically is because you are from Suffolk, you don't really say your F's.
No.
Correct.
I don't think that's a Suffolk thing. I think that's just me. Instead of THs, you mean I say F.
Yeah, yeah.
Like my little fort tree.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
slowly learning to do that, though. To say...
Sometimes
thought.
I still get confused about what you're meaning to say, because...
Yeah.
That's just you. I can't complain about how anyone talks.
If that is their idea of posh, holy shit, they're in for a surprise. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I am. I mean, I sound more posh and articulate because there's a microphone in front of me than how I talk in normal life, where more Suffolk comes out. But I suppose it's if you're not from Britain and you you're not as good at picking apart different accents, then it does just sound like a well-spoken British accent.
The thing is, there are so many different accents in Britain. Like,
yeah, but the
Like
stereotype of Britain is still posh, isn't it? That's what people think about UK.
my accent's probably very different to yours. I don't know.
Yeah, well, it is.
Yeah.
Is that still the stereotype of Britain as posh? Do you think that's changing? Thanks to things like Love Island and bottle of water meme. Do you think that's? Do you think we're not seen as posh anymore? I don't know.
I think we're just seen as people who have bad teeth and can't talk right.
Yeah, I mean, my teeth aren't great. Well,
your teeth are very nice visually.
I just get a lot of problems with them.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't matter how much I brush or floss. The struggle. Anyone that likes British accents would appreciate yours. I don't know if that's mine or yours, but
I think yours is.
I can tell from the
mine.
perspective of a musical person, your rhythm and speech patterns really make it easy to pay attention to what you say. That's nice. I think it helps as well that I'm just I do feel passionate about what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Well, they get a video recently
You
saying I
both have
sounded
great
bored
voices.
and I sounded asleep. Apparently, in I think it was the Wizard of Oz video I did. Someone said that. They said I sound like I'm asleep.
Thank you, Grasshopper.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I just saw as well that you'd become a patron, which is nice. You will get to enjoy the fact I haven't posted recently on Patreon. That's something actually this next coming week I'm going to, because I used to consistently do every week I'd post on Patreon, and it's had to fall away. Part of there was the holiday, and then there was moving house, and then there was a couple of other things.
Yeah.
And I haven't been on there for a while. There's some messages on there I really need to respond to, which I just remembered actually. God.
I'll press you about it this week.
So there will be more if it looks a bit bare at the moment on Patreon. That's a current lapse.
I mean, there's readings of Game of Thrones that you've done and stuff, right?
Yeah, I'm still working on that.
Yeah.
I still want to turn it into a whole audiobook, and other things. I'm going to post some of my poetry on there soon as well. Anyway, 13. Yours is Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
It's almost 11 o'clock now.
I know.
Lee. I know that'd make you sad that it's not higher, Lee. I'm kind of sad Forrest Gump's not higher on yours. I prefer supporting smaller creators, but you still have to choose with care. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, there's a lot of creators I've supported on Patreon in the past. Some of them I still do. It's hard to find them because there's a limited amount that you can support, and it's hard to find things. And people do dip out a lot as well, which you have to get. Originally, I think when I started Patreon and people would suddenly leave, I'd feel like, have I done something wrong here? But I think I kind of understand that now, of like, there's a limit to what people can afford to keep doing or how much they want to go supporting.
And I think you would much rather, if someone can't afford to support you, just support you with like comments on your videos or like even a like or something. Like, if people can't afford it, it's not the end of the world.
I've never, because originally I don't like it when people feel like they should be giving more money
to...
or they go for really high tier, and I'm like, are you sure you can afford this? But anyway, right, let's talk about these two then.
Have either one of you seen Once? Well, no.
No, I've heard of that. I think have I heard of that?
I don't know.
Okay, it sounds familiar. What is it? Right, Forrest Gump then. My Forrest Gump's higher than this.
Yeah. My Lee is a lot higher than this.
Yeah. All right. Why Forrest Gump here?
I don't know. I think it's a fair spot.
Yeah, I mean, everything left on this list is really good, I think.
Yeah, and I think there's just more films ahead of this that I had deeper feelings for.
Is there anything you could criticise about it?
No.
This is one of the rare occasions where you didn't cry, and I did, wasn't it?
I did cry once, I think.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I cried a lot.
I can't remember what bit made me cry.
Was this on my birthday? This was showing in the cinema, or it was around?
It was
then,
the day
it?
after your birthday, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I cried a lot seeing this.
Yeah.
Because I know I would. I always do when I see this film. it's such an odd. This is another one that's a really specific idea.
Yeah.
And I can't think of any other movie quite like Forrest Gump. It's very feel good, but in a way, because there's a lot of feel good movies I don't like because they feel quite forced. And in a way, Forrest Gump it's ridiculously over the top, some of the things that happen to him.
But I also think like it's not like it's trying to be this emotional film.
No.
Because there is a lot of comedy in it as well.
Yeah. And I think because all of it's framed from him telling the story, you kind of buy into the oddness about it much more.
Yeah.
It does just work. I can't fault this film, I don't think.
I do just really like Tom Hanks as well.
Yeah, I do. It's a really good performance, this one.
Yeah.
I think some of the Photoshop bits have aged badly.
Yeah, like the John Lennon and like JFK ones and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think that took away from anything.
I really like Gary Sinise in this as Lieutenant Dan. I enjoy his whole plotline in this film. In fact, that's possibly my favourite bit about it.
Yeah. As someone who was an avid CSI New York fan, it was great to see him in something.
Is he in that a lot?
Yeah. Because I only saw Forrest Gump for the first time this year, right? When we watched this.
I remember we got out of the cinema and you said, am I supposed to like Jenny? Because you're like, I don't like her much.
Yeah, I think I understand why she acts the way she does. Because I get like that childhood trauma can affect people in different ways and send you down different paths in life.
Yeah.
I think what...
I do feel very sorry for Forrest, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where my kind of, not dislike of her comes from, but slight annoyance, maybe.
Yeah.
Because I think there are times when she treats him like he is stupid, or that he's not worthy of being loved, or... You know what I mean? And they really hurt, because it's like, he is just this very good person who just wants to help people. And I think that she does maybe use that to some extent.
Yeah,
like,
I think that's
she
fair.
leaves and then comes back when she needs something.
It's a shame she doesn't tell him about his child before.
Yeah.
If it is his child, I think it is. She tells him... Does she already know she's ill when she tells him? I don't know. It's kind of those things aren't clear, and I'm glad they're not clear. But I think there's a version of the film in that sense where it could have been like like when you should fall in love with me because I'm a good person and you need to learn to appreciate that kind of criticism of her. And I don't think it is that, and I'm glad it's not that, because you get that. I mean, there are communities where it is very much that negative view of women like that, and this film could almost have become one that people co-opted in that way, and I don't think it has been, and I'm glad it hasn't been, because they do a very good job with both those characters.
Yeah.
Lee, then. If you haven't seen Lee, I highly recommend it. I didn't feel like one many people talked about.
No.
I didn't hear any discussion about Lee. It's Kate Winslet as Lee Miller, who Civil War, a character called Lee something in that, is named after the real person Lee Miller, who was a war photographer during World War II.
Yeah.
And this is a story about her life, Lee Miller. And she famously...
It's the stories behind like iconic pictures that she had taken.
Yes.
Like taking a bath in Hitler's...
Yeah, that's the most iconic one. She broke into Hitler's house. It was the same. It turned out to be the same day he killed himself. I think it was that she broke into his house and wiped her boots. That after going through concentration camps, wiped her boots and the mud of all of that over his house, left him on his mat, and took a bath. And it was kind of it's a really iconic, rebellious photo.
Yeah.
I think that's the most famous photo. But there's. I
think the way that this story is told in this film was really, really saddening.
Yeah, I mean, there's many photos of the Holocaust. And
I think just in general, like, 'cause It's done as an older version of Lee Miller talking to a supposed, what you suppose is a reporter?
Yeah, about her life.
About her life and everything that happened and stuff. And, like, there's, like, revelations, like, towards the end of the movie about, like, who this reporter really is and things like that. And what's really happening. And I think that was done really beautifully and just really, really sad.
You're crying now thinking about it,
Yeah,
aren't
it
you?
is sad.
It is, yeah. It touched me a lot. Like her as a character and that relationship at the end of this film.
Mhm.
And then obviously, it's... I just hiccuped and burped at the same time. And then obviously, the Holocaust is... I mean, there's photos she takes, and then at the end of the film they include some of the real photos.
Of, like, children in the concentration camps and things like that.
And maybe this is why we didn't rank Civil War higher, because having seen Lee the same year after it,
Yeah.
Lee is a better film than Civil War,
Yeah.
and they're quite similar. They're both about war photographers named Lee. Yeah, it
But I think, whilst wars are happening, this is fully a true story. And I think that is what hits hard, because
yeah.
this is, like...
There's something a really shaking, I think, about just the simple cold reality of seeing a photo like that and knowing that's real,
Mhm.
as opposed to just how undebatable that is. You know, all of the Holocaust deniers talk all of this waffle,
Yeah.
and then you see a photo like that and it just brings it home again.
Isn't J.K. Rowling now a...
Is she?
I
Oh,
swear
for
it was
God's
something along the
sake.
lines, right?
Can she can she stop?
Anyways.
Yeah, we were both really moved in this film. I really recommend it.
Mhm.
It's very hard hitting in places, but it's also because it's narrated kind of from an older Lee.
Yeah.
You do get space to step back from it, which I think is important and stops it being too overwhelming.
And there
at
is
the same
comedy, there is, like, heartwarming moments of
Time. Yeah,
just people enjoying what they can of what they have, and
yeah,
I guess it also touches on, like, the heartbreaking reality of, like, what happens to people in war. Like, there's a scene with one woman who her child's gone, her
Oh, God,
husband's
yeah.
gone, and she's just in this building all alone, like,
yeah, sweeping up the remains of rubble and things.
yeah, and that's really, like, sad.
And Kate Winslet is incredibly good in this.
Yeah.
I've never seen her in anything
Yeah, I was about
before.
to say, I don't think I've really seen her in... I've never seen Titanic or anything, and I don't really want to watch Titanic. Cause,
No,
but...
I fully believed her in this. You
Yeah.
really feel her changing as a person.
Mm.
Andy Samberg is also really good in this.
Yeah, he was so good. I didn't expect it.
No.
But yeah, he was. And then, so you see, like, the real pictures at the end of the people, and, like, when you saw the guy that Andy Samberg was playing, you were like, yeah, they're, like,
There is yeah.
there's no one else who could have played him. They're, like, doubles of each other.
Kate Winslet was amazing in The Reader. I've not seen The Reader. Do you know?
No.
What it is? No.
We'll have
She's
to
really, really good in
check-
this,
We'll
though.
have to check it out.
I don't know from anything other than that I know she's in Titanic, which I've never
Yeah.
seen.
I
Um,
just fully believed her as the character.
I
Like,
did,
she
yeah.
was the character. Like, at the end when they show the real pictures, I was like... But, like, I was so... do you know when you get it so, like,
Yeah.
drawn into something, you're like, but no, that's not Kate Winslet. That's, like...
The more I talk about this, the more I'm like, why the hell didn't I put this higher? Because part of me thinks this is my movie of the year. And I think the reason I didn't is because apart from Kate Winslet, the other characters you don't get much
Mhm.
development to, like Andy Samberg's or her husband's or things like that,
But it is...
which is unfair.
It
of me.
is Lee Miller talking about Lee
Yeah.
Miller's story.
So it is unfair, isn't it?
Yeah.
So maybe I would have scored this one. I don't know. But then again, there's also a lot of the next 12 films are also all brilliant.
Mhm.
Speaking of, what do we got? Kate Winslet was amazing in The Reader. There are references to Nazi Germany in that movie as well, and it's quite an interesting story. We'll have to go back through all of this and
Yeah, and, like, make a note of, like...
once we were, it was a New Zealand movie starring Tamara Morrison, Bobby Jango Fett, in his breakout role. It's actually amazing. I feel I can't say much, but yeah, so there's a lot we're going to have to make a note of.
And then there's the person who made a 10-hour Robin Williams video, which we need to...
That's going to occupy me for a while.
I don't need you, Stray. You have got...
Number 12. Mine is Furiosa.
I'm going to put Inside Out 2.
Now we look at it. Why did I put Furiosa ahead of Lee? I love Furiosa, but it's not as good as Lee.
No, it's not.
But I mean, we've kind of discussed it already. I waffled on it for a while while you were getting a drink before.
Mm-hmm.
Inside Out 2, then. We can talk about that one.
Yeah.
Which do you prefer, that or the first movie?
Inside Out 2, I think I prefer. Ralph Fiennes is the other main character after he ages up.
Oh, I like it then. Yeah. Ralph Fiennes is one of my favourites. Yeah, I prefer the second Inside Out. Mm-hmm. We watched the first one the week before we saw this in the cinemas, didn't we?
It was either the week before or the day before, I don't remember.
Yeah, we watched it on Netflix or wherever it was.
Yeah.
And we both really enjoyed that. And I do think the first movie is a tighter film and structurally more together, whereas the second one's slightly all over the place. And I made a long video about it where I talked about a couple of things I would change, but
yeah,
it does hit me harder.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a much more difficult emotion to explore, and they do a really good job of it. And Maya Hawke is really, really good as Anxiety. This one both made us cry, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
The whirlwind scene is iconic. That is iconic cinema.
The bit that got me every time was there's like the, what would you call it, like the emotion tree thing, and then they're all like kind of hugging.
Oh, and it's doing the different voices going out of it.
That bit makes me cry.
Me too. A lot of this movie makes me cry.
Mm-hmm.
I even cried at the end when I didn't the first time, but we saw it 2 times, didn't we?
Yeah.
The second time was when there's that that was that this when they came in and they were like,
"Is this Twister?"
Yeah.
Like, no, it's
they came into the film 30 minutes late, sat down for 10 minutes, and I'm like, hang on, this isn't Twisters, is it?
No.
Even just at the end of the movie though, when like she's waiting on that message about what is it? She gets into school or whatever.
The hockey.
Yeah.
Team.
And you just see her looking at her phone and her expression.
Mm-hmm.
I felt oddly proud of her somehow.
Yeah.
Like you'd gone through a big journey, and I felt proud to see her growing and just happy for her.
Mm-hmm.
And that made me tear up. They're just really, really clever films.
Yeah.
I think I've not seen many Disney, to be fair,
mm-hmm.
but I think Inside Out and Inside Out 2 are probably my favourite. I prefer them to Encanto, which I have seen, which I should make a video on actually.
I haven't seen that one.
I can't think of any other recent ones I've seen. Yes, okay. I shouldn't have put Furiosa this high. It's probably more a 15 or a 16 on my ranking, I think. Blink Twice, just outside of top 10 on mine. And yours is Coraline. Yeah. We've talked about Coraline already. Blink Twice, this is another one that I was really surprised about. Because I thought the trailer just looked a bit ordinary for this.
I mean, even like this like poster kind of thing for it. Because I think this was the actual movie poster.
Yeah.
It doesn't scream something that I would want to watch.
No. And you watch the trailer and it's like, oh, they go to this billionaire's island and stuff's going to go wrong because he's a billionaire.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels a bit generic in that way. And to be fair, that kind of was what the film is. I wouldn't say there were many twists. There were at the end, I suppose, a bit, but
yeah,
that is kind of what you get.
But I don't think that takes away from anything. I think
no. I'm glad there weren't more twists, to be honest, because I think that would take away from what this film's about. Yes, it does. I think Blink Twice was deliberately made to draw parallels to current shenanigans, as you call them.
I adore this film.
I do.
I love it.
I mean, there were bits in this that were very hard-hitting, but done in a very respectful, non-gratuitous way, which I'm really glad about. Because that could have completely changed how I felt.
But I also think because this was a woman-made movie.
Yeah.
Maybe that no, I'm not saying that like male directors would have put it a certain way, but I think because this is about, well, it's not just women that it's happening to in the film, is it?
Which I'm also glad about.
Yeah. But I think.
I mean, I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
It's a debut film, isn't it?
I think maybe it comes into it. These characters seem a lot more believable as characters because the female characters especially, because they are written by a woman.
And they are.
Has the experiences of women.
Yeah, and I mean...
I think one of my reasons that I initially said that I love this film is because a lot of the time women are seen that they need to be in competition with each other all the time.
Yes, that's a good point.
They have to one-up each other, or they can't get along because they just always have to see each other as competition. And initially, you think that is where the story is going because there is one woman who was like on like a TV show like Survivor or something, and you're meant to feel like she is this like cold, kind of for herself kind of person. But then I kind of do like how it is just the women coming together and helping each other and things like that. Yeah,
that was a really good twist in the movie because at first you don't realise she's in the same situation. You're made to...
Yeah.
I mean, when you think about it, it's really obvious, but you're made to not see it from that lens. And yeah, socially they're put in a position where they're made to compete with each other, and that's not right.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a great twist in this, actually. It's not like a massive like story plot ending twist, but it's a really important one.
I felt so sad for the blonde guy. I found that heartbreaking.
Even the discussion. What is he called?
Channing Tatum.
Channing Tatum has with him before that is really upsetting. And Channing Tatum's very good in this, actually.
See, I have never really thought he was that great an actor.
No.
But in this, I think he was really good.
I think he was. Yeah. And he's another one. I said this earlier about actors performing parts where they seem a little bit asleep. Mm-hmm. He does that very well in this. Like Maker Monroe in Long Legs, unlike Dakota Johnson in Madam Web.
Yeah.
And because you feel what's behind that, and then you feel, and you can see a lot of projection in his character.
Mm-hmm.
And I just I had a bit of a shudder then just thinking about the movie because it's uncomfortable, but at the same time oddly really fun in bits.
Yeah,
and I mean, it's really hard to blend that in a way that not be jarring.
When you've got such a serious topic. And to also have comedy in there as well.
Yeah.
And just kind of like feel good kind of things. But I think that if you have very specific like comedy characters in a film like this, I think that does help. Because in this you've got Haley Joel Osment's character.
Yeah.
He's very good like comedy value in it. But yeah, I love this film.
I do. I'd happily watch this one again.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'd be very uncomfortable for bits of it, but you should be.
Yeah.
And I even really liked the start. I think both the two main women there are both really strong, and they've got great chemistry.
Yeah.
And that really helps leading into this film. Even before you really get to Channing Tatum or any of that.
Mm-hmm.
You feel fully invested. It's what Zoe Kravitz, isn't it?
Yeah.
A debut director. Another one, a debut director like Dev Patel, where there's so much flair in how this film's put together. I cannot criticize anything about this movie. Again, I could have put this one higher. Arguably, it's top 5. And how we didn't expect. It's such a shame it wasn't marketed better because it so deserved to be really, really. A great movie. I highly recommend it. Top 10 then. Ready for this?
Yep.
Bullseye said, I slept all morning for me and I missed the entire stream. Basically, I'm glad to catch the latter part though. Better late than never. Where are you from then, Bullseye? I suppose being a big Carl Pilkington fan, as I've known you for a while, I just assumed you were British. I forget that he's grown in a lot of appeal beyond there. Anyway, top 10. Shall I do yours first?
Yeah.
Paddington! Only at 10?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Paddington 1, that is, of course.
Yeah.
And mine is Wicked Little Letters, which is another one that's probably worth describing, because I feel like this isn't one a lot of people saw.
Wicked Little Letters is... it is a very kind of niche topic. It's pretty much about... Was it during, like, the war?
It might have been just after it, I think.
So, in a very small, like, village, after the war, people start receiving, like, hate mail, I guess, in the post. Like, really vulgar, kind of offensive letters.
Yeah.
And some of, like, it's kind of, like, so ridiculous and so funny that, like,
Yeah, it's not even like... It's like someone who doesn't know how to use swear words started using swear words. They're all really odd how they come across.
What are some, like... My favourite was just the simple smelly bitch and things like that.
Yeah.
Foxy ass tart or whatever it was.
Yeah, she keeps saying foxy arse or something, isn't it? But it's like it's this very quaint, old-fashioned British village where there's all the old standards and expectations, and then there's suddenly this vulgar language. And how much of a fright that is for everyone there, and who is it behind? And there's these two characters. There's Olivia Colman, who is receiving all of these hate mail messages, although it starts to be other people as well, but originally it's mostly her, and she's very much the good Christian, shocked by all of them. Her
dad is like very religious, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's played by Timothy Spall.
Yes. He was very good in this as well, isn't he? They were all good. They blame the messages on their neighbour because she can be a little bit
Larry
vulgar.
Or
Not in a bad way, really. She's just a bit more working class, I suppose, than is socially acceptable in an old English village back then. And there's all of that drama, and it's a true story. It says at the start this film is truer than you think, because there's some bits in this which you think are just made up.
Yeah.
But actually, then you Google it, like, oh my god, that actually happened.
Yeah.
It's very funny, this film. I think.
I went into it not knowing what to expect at all, and I was like, how can something the premise seems quite simple.
Yeah.
How can that be so entertaining? But it is.
Yeah.
It's so good.
It makes it sound one note as well when we say about the vulgar language. That's not the only comedy going on.
Yeah, it isn't just constant vulgar language, and when it is, it's more done in like a... I don't know, it's hard to... It's not... I can't explain, like... It's almost done in a tasteful way.
It's really, and you feel the kind of the psychology behind it, I suppose, why this is happening, what this person's expressing. It's great. I love this. Originally, this was probably top 5 for me.
Yeah.
We watched this one twice. I'd happily watch this one again.
I think it's on Netflix now in the UK. So if you're in the UK, I recommend giving it a...
Yeah, I wonder if it's on Netflix elsewhere. If it is, I would highly recommend it. It's great fun. It's surprisingly moving. And I really like the ending as well.
I live in the Bay Area, San Francisco.
Okay. Yeah, that explains the time zone difference. And yeah, that says a lot about my assumptions. I just assumed you were British. Yes, Wicked Little Letters is great. Paddington, I scored Paddington 1 higher than this. Is it for you? Is it the Nicole Kidman point?
The thing is, at this point, we're in top 10, and every single film is a perfect film, in my opinion.
Yes.
So it comes down to what order do I put them in?
Yeah.
Because they are all so perfect, and if I could rank them all number 1, I would.
Yeah.
But I think, I don't know, I do think the issue with Paddington 1 is that Nicole Kidman doesn't ham it up a bit more as the villain.
Yeah.
But that is the only thing I can nitpick about Paddington. I think Paddington and Paddington 2 are perfect films.
I think they are. I think if I was to make an IMDb list of every film I've seen ever, that they would probably still be in the top 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Nicole Kidman's got a more serious role than Hugh Grant's.
I do like her in it, don't get me wrong. I think she was a good choice for the films.
Yeah.
But I think her character, comedy-wise, has to bounce off of, like, Peter Capaldi's Mr. Curry and things.
Yes.
Whereas I think Hugh Grant works as a villain in his own right. Like a comedy villain in his own right.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that fully. I think Paddington's got a better start than Paddington 2, though.
I agree.
I very much enjoyed the comedy in this one where...
I really like Hugh Bonneville's Mr. Brown in this one.
And the comedy of him not really wanting Paddington at first and that kind of friction between them is really great. There's so much in this movie. I've talked about this at length lots before, about identity in these films and belonging and cultural issues. And
I think, like, the touches upon, like, immigration and things. And
yeah. I think it's easy to overlook how moving these films actually are. Plus, they're just really fun. They work for all ages.
And Paddington is just adorable.
He is. Visually, these films are delight as well. There's great blending of different styles that works. Just you do just drift through these films.
Yeah.
I love them. I like the start actually as well. The bit of the start with Gale from Baldur's Gate is cool.
Yeah.
Was it Tim Downey, isn't
Tim Downey.
it?
I guess prior, like when we rewatched these in the cinema, like we'd really got into Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
We love Baldur's Gate, so much fun. And I adore Gale. And it was just, I got a bit excited to see Tim Downey in it. I don't know. It was just quite nice.
It was a really good day that day because they were re-showing Paddington 1 and 2 like directly after each other. It was in the same screen as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it was just a really fun day. That there's barely anyone in there though, which is odd.
Nah.
Considering how packed Paddington 3 was when that, or Paddington in Peru. Anyway, God, look at the time. It's 11:30 here.
Oh well.
Number 9, we have Paddington 2 on yours at number 9. And I have Inside Out 2.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that. I thought Paddington 2 would be higher. Yes. What else can we say about either of these two films? I mean, the reason I submit it is Hugh Grant that edges it for you.
It is tough now because I just love them. And there's not a lot I can say because there's nothing I can pick apart about them because they are perfect films.
Yeah.
And
I also I have talked about this before when we made the video on the second channel all about Paddington, so I'm not going to repeat it all. But I also think it's not just Hugh Grant; it's also Brendan Gleeson that elevates the second film, and he brings a lot of heart.
I think even
to this.
all the prisoners are all really good.
Yeah, I love the whole prison section. It just makes me smile. It's such a great idea as well. Like Paddington's found his way in the community, but let's put this good-natured bear with a load of people who aren't going to take their good nature very well. How does it work then?
But also, Paddington using his good nature to help other people.
Yeah.
And showing other people that they can be more than what they are.
Yeah. There are moments where he's almost like a parent to Brendan Gleeson, which is really sweet. I love this film so much. Inside Out 2, I've put there because I just think it is one of the most emotionally clever films we've seen this year.
Yeah.
And animation-wise, it's great. I wish
Bill Hader?
That's the one. It wasn't just him as well. It was two of them.
Yeah.
It was discussed as well. I don't think it was quite as good in this one as the original voice actor. But yeah, a really strong movie. I haven't scored it higher, I think, because it is a bit all over the place. As much as I love it, I think that is a fair criticism people make about this movie.
Yeah.
8 then? I can't think what you've got left then. I'm surprised both Paddingtons are out already. My number 8, The Two Towers.
When are you gonna do favourite films of all time? If you have not already, mine is The Fly, 86.
Yeah, we should do. Oh, The Fly. God, I remember I watched that because when I did a module for my literature degree where we did
Is that
film.
Hitchcock?
No, it's Cronenberg. Is it the Cronenberg one? I think it's 1986, unless I'm getting it wrong, with Jeff Goldblum.
Oh, yes. I
I
don't know what I'm thinking. Oh, am I thinking of Birds?
Yes.
Yeah.
We had to study that for a film module, and I remember I watched it the same day. I ate 2 big bowls of trifle for some reason. It was when I used to live right next to the supermarket, and I fancied trifle, so I just walked there.
Do they even have trifle in other countries? Who knows?
I don't know. You have to Google it. It's a lot of cream and a lot of jelly.
I know there's an episode of the TV show Friends where one of the characters makes a trifle, but they get the recipe confused with something else, and they add like minced beef and stuff in it.
They used to sell these big bowls of them, though, like a big mixing bowl, and and there's times they do it half price, and back then it was $1.25. I remember walking there seeing that, and so I bought that, but it was in my uni flat at the time. I didn't have a spoon, so I also bought a pack of cutlery. And the person at the counter was like, "Are you buying this to eat that trifle?" Like, yes. But I went back and I watched The Fly, and my stomach was so sick from the trifle, and the visuals of The Fly did not help at all, and I just felt awful. Yeah. Oh God, do not eat while watching that movie. Yeah, my stomach curdling with trifle. It didn't help.
Also, bye, Lawrence. Sleep well.
Yeah. It's good to speak to you too, and I will probably answer your email tomorrow. Is tomorrow Monday?
Yes.
Yeah, I still have time tomorrow then. All right. So all right. Yeah, let's answer that question though. I'm rambling a lot now.
What question?
Favorite movie ever?
My favourite movie ever. Immediately my head goes to V for Vendetta.
Yeah.
I don't know if it is, but
that...
I...
See you, Lawrence. Yeah. Is that like, because that's one it always was for a long time, kind of
Yeah.
like I used to feel about Gladiator and things.
But like, I think with me, I have favourite films from different genres.
Yeah.
I
I get that.
It's like, I adore horror movies, and my favourite horror movie is, well...
Is it The Faculty?
I love The Faculty, but I'd say I love House of a Thousand Corpses and Devil's Rejects are up there.
Outside of horror, would you say?
Outside of horror. Do you class V for Vendetta as horror? Probably.
No, probably not. No, I don't think
Thriller?
so. More
Psychological?
superhero, maybe.
Yeah, because it is. Is it
It's-
DC?
I don't know. It's written by Alan Moore, the original graphic novel. I don't know if it comes under that umbrella or not. My favourite movie then would probably be The Fall, the 2006 film by Tarsum Singh. I made a video on that once. It's absolute delight, that movie. Quite moving as well.
Oh man, I love the Devil's Rejects. Yeah, Devil's Rejects is... I do prefer Devil's Rejects to House of a Thousand Corpses. And I know there's a third one. I think it's called 3 in Hell or 3 from Hell. I haven't seen it, but I don't know. I like to consider them just a 2-parter, because I think Devil's Rejects ended kind of perfect. So
I love Jojo Rabbit as well.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen that since it first came out, so I don't... Because like sometimes when you've only seen the film once, you don't know if your feelings are accurate.
Yeah.
But from what I remember, it's up there with my favourite films. Well, I have seen it.
Obviously, we
twice,
love
I
like Cornetto trilogy, Lord of the Rings.
Oh, yeah. Hot Fuzz, especially, probably out of the three.
Shaun the Dead for me, but
Yeah. Spirited Away.
Mhm.
All right, number 8 then. My number 8 is The Two Towers. You look sad about that, but I have reasons.
My number 8 is Heretic.
Because I think I've put Two Towers there because the version we saw in the cinema was the extended version.
Yeah.
And there are scenes that are included in that I feel like, yeah, I can get why these were deleted.
Yeah.
Like, there's some of the scenes where the comedy
The
doesn't
Merry
entirely work.
the Merry and Pippin like height ones, I don't
Yeah.
think really.
Yeah, I think that. Amadeus, that's a great choice. That was my nan's favourite film.
Oh really?
Yeah. That's another film that's like, I think that's 3 hours long, that film, where it doesn't matter that it's so long. You don't get many 3-hour films nowadays, I don't think.
No.
Yeah, I've put Two Towers there because of that. I think though.
A film that
But
I
it
forgot
is-
to say on my favourite Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed.
God's sake, yeah.
Classic.
We made a video on our second channel. We do a thing called Movie Battles, where it's like a round of 16 knockout tournament of random films, and you kept wanting Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed to beat everything.
Perfect film.
But that's another Attack the Block. That's got to be up there.
Attack the
with
Block
films.
is one of my favourite films, yeah.
If you haven't seen Attack the Block, I highly recommend it. It's got a young John Boyega. It's got Nick Frost in it, hasn't it?
Yep.
It's-
Jodie Whittaker.
Yeah. Really, really, really good film.
Mm-hmm.
I wish more people talked about it.
Yeah.
I think The Two Towers is my favourite out of the trilogy, the more I think about it, though.
Yeah?
I love the way it ends. I love you get that song about Gollum at the end, and it's a film about Gollum, I think, more than any this one.
Yeah.
And
Is Gollum like your favourite Lord of the Rings character?
It probably is. He's the most tragic. He's the most moving.
I think he's the one that's got the most, like, story arc as well, in a way.
Yeah,
The most sad character.
he is, and it's both wonderful and really heartbreaking that it does require Gollum at the end in order to destroy the ring, and that he has to go down with it.
Helm's Deep is the best battle in the movies.
Yeah, I think it
Yeah,
probably is
yeah.
as well. But my reason for liking Two Towers best, I think, is because of Gollum more than just Helm's Deep.
Mm-hmm. I think my favourite scene in all of Lord of the Rings is in Two Towers, and that would be the last walk of the Ents.
Yeah, that makes you cry every time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Into the West is the song, and it's on my Spotify. There's so many great bits like that in this movie, and I think they had to Peter Jackson had to rearrange some of the story for this one because it's not how the second book ends. I think it goes to Shelob where this ends,
Oh, okay.
and I really like the decision to end it here.
Yeah. It makes sense. I
Yeah,
think.
because you've got the arc he changed about Faramir, and how
Yeah.
you've got like a peak where you feel like Gollum's going to grow, and then things go tragically wrong, and then you end on that point where he's deciding to take them to Shelob.
Yeah.
I think is a really good decision.
I do think the positives about seeing the extended instead of like just focusing on like the negatives, including like the Merry and Pippin stuff and whatnot.
Yeah.
I think is the context you get for like Boromir, Faramir, and Denethor.
Yes.
I think because I think in the theatricals, Faramir does seem like a bit of an arsehole.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But I think once you get a bit more context for why he is the way he is and why he so desperately.
Yeah. And also, it's the power of the ring. Like people are always hard on him and Boromir, but like realistically, if this is real, then that's the idea as humans that you would be badly affected by the pull of the ring. That's kind of the point.
I do. I think, yeah, Boromir is like one of my favourite characters in Lord of the Rings.
How do you think? Because that's the other thing. Because there's a couple of films still out this year, and how we're going to do this, I should have explained this at the start, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
Is we're going to. Well, the other films we'll see. We're going to then do an edit of this video where we'll cut some of it down and make like a final one on your second channel, and we'll add in the remaining films out this year, including Lord of the Rings, War of Rohirrim.
Yep.
Something of Rohirrim.
Yeah, we're gonna go see that next weekend.
Yeah, how do you reckon it will be? Do you reckon it'll be good?
I'm excited because it's made by the people who made like Ghost in the Shell, right?
Oh, is it?
Like the anime, yeah.
That's cool.
And I do love the fact it is an anime.
Yeah.
I think that is really cool.
And part of me feels odd about it because that's not how I expect Lord of the Rings to be. But I imagine after
I
5
think
minutes, I'll just adapt.
It is kind of needed though, something different.
I do.
Because you've got like the trilogy, which I think is one of the most perfect trilogies possibly ever.
Yeah.
And then you've got Rings of Power, which, yeah. You've got the Hobbit movies, which didn't do great.
Yeah.
So I think you do need something different.
I think
I think going down... I mean, there is already the animated Lord of the Rings thing, but that is of the trilogy. So I think going down this route is really cool.
I do, and I think if you're going to animate it, I think anime is not a bad choice.
No.
Yeah, I hope it's really good. I don't feel like it's going to be awful. I've got a feeling it'll end up pretty good somehow.
Yeah.
End up like at a sort of 20-30 mark on the list.
We could be pleasantly surprised. It could be top 10. Who knows?
I hope so. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, you put Heretic there, and I think for the reasons you gave earlier, that's absolutely fair.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just go on to 7, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
There are definitely some important scenes with Faramir you need for context.
Yeah.
Have I missed some of the comments? The Minas Tirith is mostly about the Rohirrim James. Helm's Deep is iconic and generally considered upper echelons in terms of how the whole battle works in the movie. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of people recently criticising the Helm's Deep battle for historical inaccuracy,
Mhm.
but I really don't care.
I don't think it really matters, really.
No.
Like,
I think it's really great to be able to do a battle as big as that and it still express a lot of story and have proper beats throughout it. That charge is the best moment of all the films. Yes, it is. I love that bit where they charge out and the music just swells with that. That's my favourite bit in all of the music as well. That charge bit. Definitely some important scenes with Faramir for context. Charges ultra feels. Yeah.
They tried to make Hobbit Lord of the Rings 2.0, so that might be a wise choice. This might be a wise choice. Yeah.
Yeah. What, animating it? Yeah.
I think, well, like, The Hobbit isn't even how Peter Jackson wanted to make it.
No.
So I think that kind of says a lot about, like...
It's a shame as well, because, I mean,
I think it could have been really good, but...
Even the book, tonally, is very different to Lord of the Rings, the Hobbit book. And yet, so it is a shame that they tried to make it the same thing.
I love the Hobbit book.
I do.
It was read to me as a kid, and yeah, I love it. But yeah, I don't think the films.
Yeah. Okay, so still going. Yes, we
still
are.
here.
We're almost there. Number 7. I'll do my number 7 is Speak No Evil, and your number 7 is
Wicked Little Letters.
Wicked Little Letters. Yeah. I think it's fair getting that in the top 7. Speak No Evil, I think originally was my top 5. It was number 5. It's dropped to top 7 on mine. As someone who only started watching horror movies because of you, and hasn't seen that many, this is my favourite horror movie. Yeah. Probably even more. Well, yeah, I put it higher than Heretic, haven't I? I was so tense.
I'd say this is more horror than Heretic, though. Heretic's more like psychological thriller, I'd say. Whereas, well, this is to some extent. Yeah. But this has more elements of horror in it, I think, than Heretic.
I think the reason I've ranked this one higher, and it's not anything wrong with Heretic, because if you added this stuff to Heretic, it wouldn't work half as well. But it's that Heretic is very contained, and you've got those 3 characters, and it's all focused on them. And again, like we said earlier, to be able to do that, to just have those 3 characters, mostly dialogue, mostly in the same room, and it be as gripping as it is really successful. But Speak No Evil, I think what I like about this is that even besides everything with James McAvoy, who's really, really good in this, and
he's
really,
so good, yeah.
Even discounting all of that, just the family, the ordinary family in this, their dynamics is really interesting. They feel like
the
proper
dynamic
characters
between the kids, things like that.
Yeah, like there's a lot going on with them, even if there wasn't horror to this.
We don't blame Jackson for The Hobbit. No, we don't.
No, I don't blame Jackson at all for The Hobbit. It wasn't his fault. Yeah. Originally, it was going to be Guillermo del Toro, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he had to drop out.
Wasn't there something about how he didn't want to be in New Zealand for however long? Or...
What, Guillermo del Toro?
Yeah.
Was it?
It was something like...
I would have loved to have seen the version as he wanted it to be.
Yeah.
It is just a shame, really, isn't it, The Hobbit?
I think even if it would have been 2 films...
Yeah.
It would have been maybe okay. I think, yeah.
Which I think originally it was going to be 2.
Yeah.
But Speak No Evil, yes, it's really strong for the great comedy actually in that.
Yeah.
Even discounting all the horror, child actors really strong. I cared about the family and the dynamics.
Wicked Little Letters was a lot of fun. Stayed in my top 15.
Yeah.
So good.
Wicked Little Letters is great. Anyone who hasn't seen it, I recommend it. Same with Speak No Evil though. Same with everything now remaining on this list.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like the way the parents saw their child differently was interesting. Like struggling with anxiety, and you got a dad who feels very done with it, and I think that says a lot about his relationship to his wife, though, more than his daughter, and her feeling very differently about it. That's all interesting, and then you get James McAvoy, and you get this whole edge of like. How at first they kind of look up to him as like, I wish I could be as free and open as him, and how that's not necessarily a good thing.
Yeah.
But they kind of sort of get drawn in by it.
I just kind of like. Oh my god, you're still here.
I said I was
said
going
I was
to work
gonna-
at the beginning of this stream.
I
Yeah.
hope work went okay. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, well, God, it's
Mhm.
almost 7 hours we've been doing this. This has been like a full-time day job.
Yeah, I
it's,
know.
it's almost midnight now.
What was I think my other thing was with Speak No Evil, you know something isn't right with James McAvoy's character,
Yeah.
but you don't know to what level, and I think
Yeah.
that's what adds like a really tense kind of feeling, because
Yeah.
you know something is going to happen,
Yeah.
and
You know it is, but it's not happening yet, and you're kind of like, please get away before it does,
Yeah,
and they're
yeah.
not, and you understand exactly why they're not.
yeah, and then like, there's the reveal of what is going on, and it's just
Yeah, that really did get me. That was a
Yeah.
great reveal, because it kind of was what I was expecting. Like I said to you in a bit, I reckon this thing's happening with this character.
Speak No Evil was okay. James was great. That was most of it.
It's more than okay. I think it was a really strong film, and I liked the whole angle as well, where he criticizes them for being too polite and not more open and forward like him, and that's kind of why he's doing it. And I like that because I fundamentally disagree with him, and I think that's the fun of it, that he's
I like
wrong.
him as an actor, generally solid in all the movies I've seen him in. Yeah,
I like James
Yeah,
McAvoy
really
as
good.
well.
I initially remember seeing him in the British version of Shameless. He's in the first couple of seasons.
Is he?
Yeah, when he was quite young. He's good in that.
I think he's briefly in Band of Brothers, as far as I can remember.
We discovered Mr. Tumnus in Narnia.
Oh yeah. Yes, he was in X-Men, wasn't he? He was in his Dark Materials TV adaptation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah, he was good in that. Well, I never saw the end of that, to be fair.
I've seen him in some other stuff, but I can't remember. Anyways.
Right, let's get to number 6 then,
Yeah.
which is for you. Why is it suddenly lagging? Oh, there's your Speak No Evil.
Yeah.
Mine is Forrest Gump.
Mhm.
Yeah, I do just love Forrest Gump. We've
Yeah.
kind of discussed these two already. It's just few films move me like that does, and the simplicity of it to work as well as it does, and it is a very original movie.
Mhm.
Which we're saying a lot about these now. A lot of these are very different movies now. We're getting down to the last few,
Yeah.
or that so far. I don't know if it's going to be the case for the top 5. Is this stream going to stay on the channel so I can go back and listen to what I missed? I assume
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
I don't unless it like I haven't clicked some button and it disappears.
Is there any way to save it, like, when we're done? I don't know.
I hope so. I mean, I intended to stay there. My other ones did.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah. If it doesn't, I'm going to be really disappointed.
We'll just have to do it again.
We'll just do this every night.
Yeah.
Okay, top 5 then.
Mhm.
And we're almost there. And I'm feeling really tired now.
Yeah. I'm not tired, but my voice is starting to feel.
You got 4
Sleep.
hours sleep last night, so I'm
Yeah.
surprised you're not. Right, number 5.
Mhm.
I think I remember what it is. Yep,
Mhm.
Paddington, first one. And Two Towers.
Mhm.
I was wondering if yours was to be top 3 for the Two Towers, because you do. I mean, we both love Lord of the Rings, but I think you especially do.
Yeah. I think for me, Lord of the Rings feels almost like home in a way.
Yeah,
Does that make sense? Like,
I do.
it's really comforting, and there's been times when I've like had a bad day, or like, I don't know, and I think just putting even the music from Lord of the Rings on,
Yeah,
it helps me relax and feel calmer. And there's been times when I have just fallen asleep watching one of like the trilogy, just because it is really comforting.
and it is. Yeah, I mean, I said this about Dune, but it is more so Lord of the Rings. You just feel absorbed by the world.
I also feel like I feel a connection to all the characters, which sounds really pathetic, but do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, they almost feel real to me.
Yeah, I do. I get that completely, and it means a lot. I've said this before. It means a lot to me personally to see that Billy Boyd, Dominic Monaghan,
Sean Astin,
and
Elijah Wood.
yeah, are all still friends in real life somehow.
I love the fact that Billy Boyd and Dominic Monaghan especially have like a podcast together and stuff, right? And
Yeah,
them two especially, I think, are like really close.
Yeah, and that does mean a lot. I mean, films, a lot of what it is about is companionship, and that's such a pure and sacred thing in Lord of the Rings. To see that kind of carried through somehow means a lot.
Yeah.
And to know that all the cast had a great time on those films somehow means a lot as well. I can't imagine a better experience of films to take part in.
Mm-hmm.
I would have loved that.
Yeah. Who would you have wanted to play if you could play any character in?
I'd probably have been one of the hobbits, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
I'm a bit like a hobbit. I walk about barefoot a lot.
Mm-hmm. I like to think I'd be like Galadriel, but I'm probably more like a Rosie Cotton.
Yeah. There aren't many female choices, really, are there?
Shelob.
Who else is there? There's Arwen, there's Eowyn.
Eowyn, Arwen, Rosie, Shelob.
Is that it? You were saying the other day Shelob's the female character with the most screen time,
yeah,
weren't you?
or something like that. I don't know. Are these movies you watched in theatres or every movie you saw this year?
Every movie we saw in theatres.
Yeah, like there were re-releases for like Lord of the Rings and stuff.
I don't think there were many movies we didn't see in theatres though this year.
I love the Friendship Onion podcast. Is that the podcast that
Must be. That sounds sounds like
I
it.
especially adore Dominic Monaghan, I think.
Do you?
I love him. I've heard like questionable things about how he was like on the set of like Lost and things like that.
Yeah.
But a lot of like Dominic Monaghan characters have like a special place in my heart, like Mary and Charlie in Lost. If it was acceptable, I would get not Penny's boat tattooed on my hand. I really want to, and maybe one day I will. But
I would be one of the hobbits that never leaves the Shire. Yeah, I would as well. I barely ever
to be
leave.
fair, I wouldn't want to leave the Shire.
No, I wouldn't. That is everything I'd ever want.
I just want to live in the Shire. Probably marry. I'd want to marry Sam. Yeah.
I just want to sit under that tree where Frodo does, reading a book.
Yeah,
I used to do that a lot at uni. Just walk out to the woods with a book and just read.
Like the old guy that was still sweet. Yes.
I would become him probably, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
No,
Is
I
he
don't
the
think so. No. I'm grumpy about things personally, but not about other people. Proud feet.
Yeah.
Lothlorien or even Doubt. Yeah. I know what you mean. I'd be tempted by them. I think I'd find Lothlorien a little too
if I could live,
somber, though.
If I could live anywhere that wasn't a Shire, I would probably pick Minas Tirith.
I might pick Lothlorien, having said
Yeah?
that, to be fair. Yeah. I wouldn't want to live in Minas Tirith. I hate
No,
heights.
because you don't like heights, yeah.
I'd feel cramped in there as well. I mean, how happily all of us are just talking about living in places in Middle Earth says a lot about. I mean, it's the books mainly, obviously, but
Yeah,
also what these films mean.
But I think the films have like added on to the books instead of it being like.
There are a few stories and few worlds where you can just ramble on so happily about things like that. Who you would be, who you'd want to play, where you'd want to live.
I love these conversations though.
Yeah, you just can't help smile at it, and
Yeah.
that's how much these movies mean, and that's something really, really special about them. And that's something a lot of films and stories can't quite capture. And I think like I don't really like the phrase "lightning in a bottle" when people say that, but I think the Lord of the Rings films are, I think they're an absolute triumph of cinema. A lot of people criticize things that are different about the books or done worse than the books. There's a lot has to change for what a film is.
Yeah.
And I think I agree with a lot of the Peter Jackson changes for what's needed in terms of the structure of a film. But they're just, yeah, they're never going to be forgotten, those films, I don't think. They're perfect.
I think they do really hold up as well, even to like, with like some of the CGI and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's a point of Scouring of the Shire not being added, but and it is a shame in a way, but it doesn't really miss it. Yeah, and the scenery is amazing. The fact they took all that time to build the Shire.
Yeah.
I do miss being able to say that when you get epic films like that, and like you say, they poured their heart into it. You don't get to feel that much nowadays. I mean, I even think that about Harry Potter, because a lot of Harry Potter's tainted for me now with J.K. Rowling, and there's a lot about.
Yeah.
I mean, it's never even close to Lord of the Rings story-wise,
No,
anyway. But
I think
you look at the films, and you do feel like there were directors and casts and a lot of special effects and things that did pour a lot of heart into those movies.
there are like certain cast members from Harry Potter who still talk to this day so fondly about them. Like Tom Felton's a big one.
Yeah.
The twins, they're doing like a cooking show to do with
Yeah.
Harry Potter. Because that is just was their life for a long period of time.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just because we're waiting for another big thing like that. But I start to wonder if you do get that with cinema anymore. If big films like that, they don't pour the same passion and heart into it that they once would have done. That they are all... Maybe that's just a cynical edge from all of the remakes and reboots. But
Modern movies. Yeah.
one movies are mostly like CGI and more CGI. Yeah, I mean, that Harry Potter example is a good one because I don't think the films are flawless. Partly because of the story, but
I think there are a lot of like so as a kid I was obsessed with Harry Potter.
were you?
Obsessed. I loved it. Like it was my favorite thing for years.
I always preferred Star Wars. I think.
I also love Star Wars and like Lord of the Rings and things like that. But I adored Harry Potter because I think like we grew up at a time when the books were still getting released.
Yeah, we kind of grew up with them.
There was that excitement of the new book, and I used to go to like local supermarkets at midnight and they would release the books then me and my brother would like rush home and like start reading them right away and stuff,
Yeah.
and like the excitement to see what happened next. But I think as I've grown older, don't get me wrong, there is still a part of me that will always feel a connection to it. But I think as I've gotten older, I've realised a lot of the plot holes in Harry Potter, and I think like the depiction of a lot of characters is kind of cruel.
Yes, it is.
And just like the naming of some characters could be seen as questionable.
Yeah.
And just J.K. Rowling being quite a fucking horrible person.
I mean, spoilers for the future of my channel, but I've recently written 21,000 words about the first Harry Potter book, about things that are wrong, things I would change, what I would do with it, and I haven't really talked to you much about what's in any of that, have I?
No.
But I do feel there's a lot that's wrong with that world, and I was surprised by that when I flicked back through the book, just how actually mean-spirited you can feel J.K. But not just the fat phobia, which is far more intense than I expected, but there is a really bitter edge to just a lot of it.
Wasn't there that whole thing about how Umbridge was based on someone that she used to work with or something, who just wore a lot of pink and she didn't like it?
Yeah, there's an odd edge about females being too feminine in there. There's a lot of things which, when now you know who J.K. Rowling is, you can't not see them.
Kind of makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of a shame in a way.
People say like, oh, she became this way, but I think it has always been there. She just disguised it more than she.
Yeah, and it's two sides to it, like, because I think also like J.K. Rowling becoming who she is, it makes you much more want to re-examine Harry Potter in a negative light and be more critical because of who she is. And in some ways it's not entirely fair because there are reasons those books were successful. Not everything about them is wrong. But yeah, there definitely are some things.
She's based on Margaret Thatcher.
Based on Margaret Thatcher? I hadn't heard that. There's some interview or somewhere of her, so she says something about someone else. But Margaret Thatcher makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there is a meanness there. But I suppose the larger point was there's a bit of a child in me that still has fond memories of Harry Potter. I think mainly what I hoped the Harry Potter books would be, and my excitement for that world. And then there's the disappointment of it never quite living up to that in the story, compounded by who J.K. Rowling's become, and just a feeling of disappointment there. And then I just feel sorry for the films, I think, because I wish I could still enjoy them, but I just feel uncomfortable now on the basis of all of that. But there's so many actors, directors,
Yeah. Ooh,
massive cast
which
that works in a
leads-
film.
that leads to my claim to fame. How I grew up living on the same street as the guy who played Neville Longbottom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he wolf whistled you, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My
but-
skirt once blew up when I was waiting outside the pub and I got wolf whistled and I was about to turn around and be like, what the fuck? But it was Matthew Lewis, so I was like, okay, that's acceptable.
But yeah, you don't have those same feelings about those films that you do in Lord of the Rings, and partly that's because Lord of the Rings is so much better. Partly it's because of J.K. Rowling. But it is a shame because people did put a lot of heart into those films, and that was something those actors grew up with, and you don't get to have the same feeling about it. That where Lord of the Rings, it's just really, really special and eternally will be.
I really feel sorry for David Tennant because he has this huge kind of like conflict with J.K. Rowling now, and he will be tied to Harry Potter forever.
Yeah.
Did I say David Tennant? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you think you said someone else?
Yeah. Yeah.
But yes. Anyway.
That was a big ramble about.
I know. I'll leave that all for a 21,000 words video on the Philosopher's Stone.
And then are you going to do the rest of them?
Maybe, I don't know. It depends. That video could get 500 views. It could get a lot. I don't know.
It's called the Sorcerer's Stone in other countries, right?
Yeah. Partly I don't want to do it because it's just exhausting to think about everything wrong there, and some of it's quite dark as a result. But I think it's a good video. I really enjoyed what I've written for it. Number 4. Oh God, are we gonna waffle like that on every one of these last ones? Shaun of the Dead at number 4.
Yeah.
My number 4 is The Iron Claw. I'm surprised Shaun of the Dead's number 4 because, we were both listing that as some of our favourite films of all time.
I adore Shaun of the Dead. You know how I feel about this film.
Yeah.
I think it's perfect. There is literally nothing wrong with this film.
No, I don't think there is.
I don't have feelings about her. I don't have those feelings about her, but I can appreciate this whole. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't think of anything I would change about Shaun of the Dead. I can't think about anything I'd change about Hot Fuzz either. So why is it 4 then?
I think the ones I have left hit me more.
Okay.
I think this isn't my favourite films of all time. This is like favourite films that I've seen in cinemas this year, and I think.
So you mean like the cinema experience of it?
I guess yeah. Not the experience of like the audience and stuff, but like I have seen Shaun of the Dead so many times. You know what to expect. You know it's going to be great.
Yeah.
So the ones I have left are ones that have like genuinely like hit me in different ways. I think the ones I have remaining are ones that have made me really emotional.
Yeah.
And feel things.
I mean, The Iron Claw is a great example of that.
Yeah.
Because that one hits very, very hard.
I love this movie.
What, The Iron Claw?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I really love it. I didn't know anything about this family before, the true story of them. And it's just a really, really strong movie, perfectly done. But this is one of those ones we said before about the trick of biopics and things, and this one's a true story, but there's something clear they're also exploring in it.
Yeah.
Which is to do with vulnerability, I suppose, and the need to feel strong and how that can become a danger.
And I guess it's like growing up with parents who are living vicariously through you.
Yeah, and because you've got a clear point to it, that gives everything a through line, and I can't fault this. This is one we watched as well in Cornwall with my dad, and he I don't think he quite got it at first. He said he found it quite slow to begin with, and then the more he thought about it, the more he really liked this film.
It said it stuck with him and he was thinking about it a lot.
It does stick with you, this film, doesn't it? It's really sad. You'd have to warn anyone, I think, going into this one to expect to be sad, but it's I love it. You could make such a great analysis on family dynamics here as well.
Yeah, I think all the acting is perfect. I think it's great.
Yeah, I've never seen Zac Efron in anything before. I think he's really good in this.
I was a big High School Musical fan when I was younger.
Oh, was he in that? Is he?
Yeah, he's like the main character.
I've never seen that. I don't think I'd like it.
Probably not.
All of them were good in this.
Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz are timeless. Yeah.
Yes.
Even World's End has its place.
You've only seen Shaun of the Dead trilogy. No, you got to see all the trilogy. I mean, some people don't like to include the World's End, but I think the World's End is really good as well. Not quite as good as them two, but it's not bad.
It just has a different message to the other ones.
Yeah. I think the ending. I think
it's rushed.
I don't know. I think people are harsh on it because it's not it's not how you expect it to end. But I still really like the idea behind it.
Yeah. I just think I thought the pacing was a bit weird like in the second half of the film.
I know what you mean. The rest of it's really enjoyable though.
Yeah.
Yes, they are timeless though. Number 3 then. Is your number 3 going to be the Iron Claw? I can't think what's left. I think I know what my number 3 is. I think mine's Fight Club. Yes. Yours is Lee, of course. Yeah. The World's End has so much heart. Yeah. I agree with that. It's the one that makes me the most emotional. Very much so. I particularly remember a point in my life when I was at uni. It was like towards the end of uni, and I didn't know where I was going in my life after that.
You were feeling a bit like Simon Pegg's character.
Yes, I was. So I fully empathised.
I love Scott Pilgrim. Edgar Wright, he is very good. Yeah.
I've never seen Scott Pilgrim.
I have, but
Edgar Wright's another one of those directors where I don't want to see everything because then you can only see it for the first time.
Yeah.
Like Miyazaki. Anyway, I love Fight Club. We didn't really talk about it much before. I've seen this film.
I don't have as much to say on it as you probably do.
Well, I've seen this film so many times, and every time there's something else I'm seeing in it. There's so much to it, and it's everything just moves so smoothly across it. The narration is great. I love the grimy feel of this film, not just like aesthetically, but kind of emotionally as well. It really gets under your skin. There's so much to talk about. I really want to make a video all about Marla at one point because she gets overlooked a lot.
Yeah.
There's all the questions about what's real or not. I think sometimes people get carried away, like people do with Coraline, where they get a bit too caught up in the theories about what's real and what's not. And at some point you have to wonder, kind of, does it matter? What's the meaning about what's real or not anyway?
I love Helena Bonham Carter. Sweeney Todd is one of my favourites. I love Sweeney Todd as well.
Yeah, I didn't see what you showed me.
Helena Bonham Carter is probably one of my biggest female celebrity crushes.
There's another celebrity. There's been a lot this video, hasn't there?
There is something just so. I don't know. There's something about her.
Do you find it in this film as well, in Fight Club?
I just feel really sorry for her in this film.
I do as well. Like,
I think her character is just quite lonely.
No one understands her in this film, and she doesn't really get any chance to voice it, and it is really sad when you think about that. And I really like that about the film as well, because that's so interesting.
Yeah.
There's so much in Fight Club. I love it. It doesn't mean as much to me personally as it did when I was younger. But it's still great. I'll always love this film.
Yeah.
Number 2 then. Lee is fair at number 3 as well, I think. Your number 2 is Iron Claw. So what's left after that? Has anyone been keeping up? Who's got a good guess of what Kirsty's number 1 is?
I think it was the same as what it always was.
Oh, in which case I do know what it is. Yeah. Okay, yeah. My number 2 is Paddington 2.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to put it first. I was very close to putting it first.
I think it wasn't it?
What, first?
Yeah.
Last time?
Yeah.
No. I think it was.
Oh, was it second?
I think my 1 and 2.
Oh, yeah. I think of Kate Winslet, I think of two movies, Titanic and Little Children, both great.
I've not seen either of those.
No.
But I really liked her in Lee. I think it's the only thing I have seen.
I feel a bit weird about Titanic. I think I've spoken about this before. I think making a romance out of a real life tragedy feels weird to me.
There was someone in my family, I think, who worked on the Titanic as well, unless I'm remembering wrong. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Titanic, so it's hard for me to comment, but the Iron Claw yeah, I think both of these are fair at number 2. Both very different. They couldn't be any more different, these two films. One's incredibly sad and real and raw and kind of, and that's something else I like about this, is how you feel all the wrestling. Like there's a feel to it aesthetically, and you got the sound of the ring and the pain.
I do like wrestling anyway, don't I? So I was already like really intrigued.
And there's sections where he is just throwing himself at the floor, and you feel this pain and this anger behind it.
So this person wasn't talking to me. But they're like, have you seen Hard Candy? And if you mean the film that has Patrick Wilson in, it is possibly in my top 10 favourite movies of all time.
What is it? I've never heard of that.
It's a psychological thriller of sorts, I suppose. Elliot Page, Patrick Wilson. It's where she meets a man online and he's a bit of a wrong 'un and he's done things, and it's her trying to get a confession out of him.
Sounds quite cool. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I really like it.
So, is there... Oh, I've just knocked over my drink. Is there anything left to say about these two films?
I don't think so. I think we touched upon it earlier when we were talking about, like...
Hi, Jackie C. You've joined very late.
Hi.
7 hours into this. Just touching on Ironclaw?
Oh, yeah. No, we touched upon earlier. We were talking about Spiritfarer, and we were saying about the game. And I was talking about, like, the love for, like, just the general premise. And there is a scene in Ironclaw which kind of touches upon that. And it feels like it shouldn't fit in this film. But it is so well done, and it is, I don't know.
I love that scene as well. I do. And Ironclaw, this came out, what, it must have been around March or something like that?
Yeah.
May?
Yeah.
I don't know. It was quite early in the year, because I remember this is one of the early ones we saw.
Yeah.
I remember at the time thinking this is probably, like, going to be a top 5 movie for me this year. And it's nice to see. I don't know if it was top 5 for me, actually. Where was it?
Yeah. It's
Number 4. And yeah, I kind of knew then, and I'm glad to see it is still there. It just really stand out. And that leaves one. And I think I know what both of them are. Do you know what mine is?
Shaun of the Dead?
Yep. Shaun of the Dead. It's
The Lovely Bones was disturbing for me to watch, so I think perhaps best avoid certain movies.
Your number 1 is going to be Blink Twice, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Which is quite nice to see that there, actually. Because I only put mine at 11, didn't I? And Blink Twice was a great surprise, a great debut movie as well.
Yeah. And I think it just has a lot of, like, messages in it that I think are important.
Yeah, I do. But both got a lot of comedy, these two films, actually. But obviously Blink Twice a lot more. It does make me shudder thinking about those scenes.
Yeah.
Really well done. I'd give anyone a warning going into this, a possible trigger warning. But it's well worth it.
It's not done in, like, an exploitative way or anything, though. It's really respectful of, like...
I'd like to see that movie again.
Yeah, me too.
I'm still not sure what I think about the ending of it, though, and like how she
like
resolves
it. I think.
I don't know. I don't know if it is positive, or if we're meant to see it positive, or if it's a confusing. I don't know. I want to see it again for that reason. I think, to figure out what I think at the end.
Yeah.
But that's our list then, isn't it? We've done it. It's taken us 7 hours, but we've got there.
Yeah.
Through every film we saw this year at the cinema.
I guess, has anyone got any questions or anything?
Yeah, before we finish and probably go promptly to bed. I'll hide these two now it's done as well. Okay, it's just a chat on the screen now. Lovely Bones. That was one you showed me as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, I love The Lovely Bones.
I
love the book, and I think the film is a really good adaptation of the book.
A lot of people didn't like the film and said it was
I like it.
tasteless and things, but I didn't feel that about it at all. I thought
It's
it was a
one
really
of the
good
only
film.
films as well where Mark Wahlberg doesn't bother me.
Yeah. Oh, that was. Is that out yet?
The
Or
Flight Plan or whatever it's called.
yeah, that one with Mark Wahlberg.
I
they
don't know. I
keep
don't really have
advertising.
any interest in it though. I don't think.
No, I don't. I don't want to watch it. How do you stop? Is that a Carl Pilkington quote? That's. I don't think it is. It's not. I was thinking of the pop it on your wrist thing. That's different. Have you watched Nimona? I haven't. I have not heard of it. Have you heard of Nimona?
I don't think so, no.
Nimona? Is that this year? Because I've not heard of it. If it is, that again shows what they don't show at our cinemas.
Oh,
But
it's like an animated.
let's have a look.
On 1% battery.
Oh, oh, Google it then.
I've died.
Okay.
It looks interesting though.
Have I told you about the immune system? I'm like that. That's a Carl Pilkington thing that immediately wakes up in bed and turns over to Suzanne and goes, "Have I told you about the immune system? Because it is great." And she says, "Not now." I'm like that in mornings,
Right.
aren't I?
No. You're the worst before bed. We'll get into bed, and then you will just be so like overly tired. You start talking absolute nonsense. Like you'll turn around and ask me like, "Do you know who?" And then insert really niche celebrity name is.
But why? I just get people's names in my head and I can't think who they are. They've just got a name in my head. You got really annoyed at me because I was trying to ask you what your favourite type of stone was.
Yeah.
Weren't you?
Like, oh, I love marble. It feels laminated.
I do. I do. Marble probably is my favourite type of stone. It is.
Uh-huh.
It looks. It's the waxy laminate feel of it. It's cool. I don't even know what you answered that question to. Slate's another good one though.
Yeah.
And Flint and ones you can skim with. Is that how we're ending the stream talking about favourite stones?
Nimona, it's not from this year, but I feel like you'd love it.
I just googled it and it looks quite cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on Netflix. Oh no, it's on Netflix in the US.
Oh. Can you use like a VPN?
Yes, I
For
could
them
do.
things?
Yeah. How do we finish this stream? We got to the end.
Mhm.
I don't.
I don't know. I feel like I have more to say, but I don't. If that makes sense.
Are you happy with your list? Is there anything you feel like you got wrong?
I think it's pretty.
I think I would maybe move Lee and
We'll
Heretic
have
higher
to
on
watch
mine.
once Rory is just me.
Yeah, we've come away with a lot of recommendations here, haven't we?
Mhm.
We'll have to make a like. Have you made a note of them? You said you made a note of some.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Apart, any you make now, her phone's died though,
Mhm.
so any new ones are a bit late, I suppose. This has been fun though.
Yeah, I had fun.
There's been consistently about 15 people watching it. I don't know if that's a good amount or not. That's what 0.0001% of my channel. I don't know.
And I think it's quite nice though when it's like a small few people because you can actually
Yeah.
feel like you're talking to people instead of at people.
Yeah, I'm still a small enough channel that I can be small. Like, I'm big enough that some videos can do really well, but I'm also still small enough that if I do something that's a bit niche, barely anyone will watch it, or that it will be just a small amount. That still happens quite a bit, and I, as much as I would like that not to happen, there is still something quite nice about it.
Yes.
I've enjoyed this.
Yeah.
I do feel absolutely knackered now, though. I would have been here earlier, but I'm a night owl. Yeah, you are as well, really, aren't you?
Well, I'm a bit of both, aren't I? Like, I'll go to bed at like 2 a.m. and then be up at like 6 or 7.
Yeah.
I don't really sleep.
Whereas I could happily sleep 12 hours and still be tired, couldn't I?
Yeah.
You just finished your stream. Where are you going next? In terms of like literally, or because it'll be bed after this, I think. You're probably going to feel too awake now. You feel a bit buzzed, don't you? Normally after
Yeah,
these things.
probably.
But
I have to,
I
like-
feel knackered. Oh, whoa! Is that a super chat?
Oh.
Congrats on the 150k and a marathon stream. I don't know what about that is.
No.
I don't know if that's a lot or not, but thank you. That's
You're very
really kind.
sweet. Yeah.
Yeah, and becoming a patron in the same
Yeah.
night. That's really nice.
And it's been nice, like getting to know you and talking, and
Yeah.
we should do this more often.
Maybe not 7 hours next time.
Maybe like we could do it like on our second channel.
Yeah.
Do like just chatting.
It's enough for curries. It's not enough for curries, but it covers coffee. Yeah, or something. Yeah. We'll wait for another birthday before we go to the curry place.
No, we should do it on like the second channel and just kind of talk about life, and it's about £30. That is so
crikey, that's a lot.
Yeah.
God, that is a lot. Yeah, thanks. I hope you're not stretching your budget there doing that though. That's a lot to donate. That is enough for curry then, for one of us. I'll have a curry and you'll sit there and have a coffee.
I'll have some rice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't drink coffee.
No, you don't, to be fair.
Nah. British.
Is there anything else to finish on? I mean, yeah, I said I'd change Heretic and Lee probably.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like there's any films I was too harsh on really though. I
live a life of leisure.
Thanks then, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're not quite at that stage yet.
I mean,
we've got a nice enough flat now.
we
Yeah.
don't do too bad, I suppose.
No, I mean I still get stressed, I suppose, don't I?
Yeah.
When there's weeks where things dip and that, but that's not been the moment. The last month, thanks to Arcane, has been quite successful on my channel. It wasn't at first. I was worried all the videos were going to do really badly, but then suddenly it picked up. And that just shows again how much YouTube is down to marketing, and how I'm not very good at that.
You guys gonna watch the HBO reboot of Harry Potter?
Probably not.
Potentially, maybe. I don't know.
I don't feel that interested, to be honest.
I just don't think it's needed.
I don't want to support it financially.
Yeah.
But I don't get the point. If they explains there was some really creative idea behind doing it, then I'd be intrigued. But mainly my curiosity is just to know whether it's going to be awful or not.
Yeah. I think if you are gonna do, is it like a TV show? I assume.
Yeah.
If you're gonna do like a TV Harry Potter kind of adaptation, do a show about the Marauders.
Yeah.
Because I think that's a really interesting element of Harry Potter.
Yeah.
And I think that could work as a TV show.
Do a series where they get rid of the statute of secrecy, and it's actually a difficult cultural situation of Muggles now learning all about magic.
Yeah.
And trying to adapt. Do something with that instead of it always just being secret. And because I don't understand the secrecy. I think it makes no sense. That's what I'd do.
Same. I don't care if it's still given it. They should have done more. Yeah.
But
Because
I mean,
I find characters like Sirius Black and Lupin really interesting, and I think if they did more like deeper dives into the characters in a TV show, I think it could work.
yeah. Yeah, it could. I don't know whether I'd watch it though. I feel like
I don't know if I'd watch it, but I think if they were going to try and do something different.
I feel like I'm getting to an age where I'm starting to feel like ready to move on. Like I think that's part of what me making this 21,000 word video about A Philosopher's Stone is. It's a kind of me picking it all apart and looking at how it could have worked so much better. And I think in imagining that, I feel like I've kind of seen in my head what I would have wanted out of it, and in which case, why would I need to watch anything else if I've already imagined for myself how it could have been?
Yeah. As a Star Wars fan, I have given up hoping for new to be good. Yeah. Yeah. I hear some of them were good though, weren't they? Some of the series. What's the
Andor
new
was
one?
the one people said was good.
The Acolyte.
I thought that was
Acolyte?
bad. That one, wasn't it? Acolyte, I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not up with the news
I don't know.
on what's good and what's bad.
Which is weird because I collect Star Wars memorabilia and nonsense, don't I?
You do love Star Wars related things.
Star Wars related tat.
You famously got a Darth Maul backpack, which is pretty cool. People always comment out whenever we go anywhere.
Yeah, I recently bought a lightsaber.
Yep. Not a real one, obviously.
No, I've got a bunch of. Well, I initially had like probably like one Funko Pop, but now it's become a bit of a problem.
Yes, it has.
Mando is good. Acolyte is not. Yeah, I heard like I've watched I think season 1 and 2 of Mandalorian, but I heard the 3rd season wasn't good. I don't know. I was never a Star Wars fan, so it doesn't hit me. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there anything TV wise then you're looking forward to?
Darth Maul is my favorite. Darth Maul is my favorite character as well.
I like Darth Maul.
Yeah. I remember watching. I think Phantom Menace was the first Star Wars film I watched when I was a kid, and I was probably about, I'm gonna say like 8, between like 8 and 10.
Yeah.
And I found Darth Maul terrifying.
It is pretty. It's a very menacing character, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh my god! Is your profile picture Darth Maul, the Lego Darth Maul?
Oh.
Because I've never looked closely enough. I always thought it was just like a red eye. It is, isn't it? That's Darth Maul. I've all the times you've commented, I've never noticed that.
Very observant of you. To be fair, I was oblivious.
That's quite cool. I like the Lego Star Wars games.
We never finished
The newer one, no.
I think, I don't know.
It was too broad.
It was such a big game, it got a bit overwhelming.
Yeah. He has an ear piercing. What, Darth Maul? Yeah, he does, doesn't he, actually? I think he does. Does he?
I don't know.
Should we get to finishing then? I'm getting tired.
Come on, man.
Is there anything to say before we finish? Is there anything you want to say before we finish? Talking to, not you, Kirsty, but people in comments.
Oh, thank you.
Is there anything you want to say?
Lauren. I don't know. I feel like I'm having so much fun.
I'm knackered though.
I am tired though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Ray Clark didn't take his out, and now it's coming.
Oh, that's quite cool. Even for the choreography, I'm surprised. I'm surprised it didn't, or even tape over it. You felt like
I've seen Ray Park from a distance.
You got to explain that because that just sounds like stalking.
Yeah, outside his house. I went to a Comic-Con when I was younger with my friends, and he was there, and it was cool. Yeah, I know now he still does lightsaber workshops for people and stuff.
Does he?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Like lightsaber training.
Your voices need a break. Yes, it's struggling. You guys are awesome. Is all I have to say. Have a good rest.
Don't know about awesome.
It's been great. Thank you. Yeah, it's been nice to not do a live stream on my own. I think this time. Looking forward to the Harry Potter video analysis. Hope you have a good night. Yeah, I don't know when the Harry Potter one will be out. I've written it all. I've recorded some of it, and when I record, I often ramble off into extra things, so it could get even longer, and then I'll have to somehow edit it down. I don't even know what I'll put on for the video of it. So
I hope you have a good night too.
Yeah.
Speaking of, my mum originally almost called me Laura, didn't she?
Yeah.
I really like the name.
I think Lara's a nice name actually as well. Yeah.
My birthday is the 4th. Yes. As in like May 4th?
Yeah.
Or just the 4th? Because if so...
I like my birthday. My birthday was always on the last day of school. Well, mostly on the last day of school.
Mine was always WrestleMania. I definitely look forward to what you have to say on that.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good one. I'm looking forward to that video. Whenever the hell I can get it edited, it's absolutely
I don't know if this is like a spoiler, and I don't know if I should say it, but I will anyways. It's whatever. There's hardly anyone here. The fact that you have the video of the rewrite of Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
That you haven't done anything with yet.
No, I mean, there's a lot of reasons I delayed on that. And increasingly it's because I didn't feel happy with it.
I think it's really good though.
I could have done a lot better job of it though. I once made a thing. It was a weird challenge I set myself once to look at the film The Phantom Menace and try and like rewrite the script, but only in 48 hours, to try and change what I would to get some of the things that don't quite work about that film to work better, and to see if, in hindsight, with the power of that, I could. Kind of just as a practice for improving editing. And I shouldn't be harsh on myself because it was done in 48 hours and it was a mad frenzy. Like, literally 48 hours as well. So, like, including going to bed, that cuts away from the time.
Yeah.
But, yeah. And I wanted to share it, but I've delayed on that.
Mm-hmm.
I should. It's on Patreon, to be fair.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
But yeah, I wasn't happy with that. Yes. I'm feeling tired.
Mhm.
I think we're finished. I feel like we're now waffling on past it, like it's already ended, and we've missed a bit.
My mum got me Laura because she went to the cinema when she was pregnant and watched. I guess there's a character with that name. Never watched it because I'm so tired.
I've never seen Dr. Zhivago. I don't know what
No.
I've heard of it. Or I don't know what it is.
I know it was called Kirsty after the main character in Hellraiser.
I don't know why it was called Joe. I rarely mention my name on my channel, do I?
Mm-hmm.
But it's Joe, if you haven't grasped that. I've probably called it because my brother's called Jack, and it's just a similar name to go with it.
Yeah. It's kind of just like, not basic British boy name, but it is one of the most common, I suppose. Right?
Yeah. It's probably still up there for fairly common. It's never been like common. I don't think it would make top 10 names, but there's always somewhere up there, I think. Alright, should we finish? I feel like I'm struggling now.
Okay.
If we go on too long, I'm going to get overtired and start talking nonsense.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah, I don't want to do that live, though.
So I do.
Yes, okay, we're going to finish there. It's been fun. Thank you for the support.
Mhm.
Thank you, Grasshopper, as well, for the super chat. That's really nice,
Yeah.
actually. I didn't expect to get any, to be honest. So that was nice. £30 as well, crikey. I would conclude this with some good conclusion or closure. I don't know what there is to say. That's apart from the ones we're going to add soon, because we'll be watching Lord of the Rings, War of Rohirrim, or whatever it's called, next week.
And then the weekend after, maybe Mufasa and the Sonic movie.
Yeah, maybe we'll see that. I haven't seen the other Sonic movies.
Yeah.
But if we do see them, or if there's anything else that we don't know about, we'll watch them at the cinema and talk about them on the second channel. That's Thoughtless Tree. If you want to find it, it's linked somewhere or other on my channel or in the descriptions of videos.
Yeah.
Otherwise, just thanks for being here. Thanks for meaning we're talking to ourselves this whole night.
I have had a lot of fun, actually. It's been really good, yeah.
Because you weren't nervous about doing this, were you?
I don't know. I wasn't nervous, no, but it's also kind of daunting to talk for like 7 hours.
Yeah, well, I didn't expect it was going to be 7.5 hours long, no.
No.
There are still good movies out there. That's the message. Stay tuned for that's the message. Yeah, I think there is. I think if anything, we've shown that there are a lot of good films that were released this year.
Yeah.
I think you can fall into a rut of just talking about all modern movies are awful. You turn it be bloody critical drinker and say about everything's terrible. But no, there's if you have to look for it because it's never the ones they really market a lot of the time. But there is really good films
on the same subject as well. Like talking about like kind of the death of cinemas.
Yeah, it's sad to see, isn't it? How empty our local one is. And if that goes, it's going to be very hard for us to see movies after that.
Yeah.
It's such a shame because the
whole experience I love.
I feel like that cynicism kills a lot of it. But yeah, when you do look, almost every weekend there's been something worth watching for us. And there's so many films we didn't even get to see out this year that were great. Like The Substance was the obvious one.
Yeah.
Which I would love to have seen.
You wanted Kneecap.
Challengers would have been very interesting. I imagine that was a very good film.
Alien might not have been, but it would have still been fun to see.
I can't think what else, but there are other things.
There's been a lot of re-releases and stuff.
Yeah, there's still a lot of good movies. And like Blink Twice isn't one I would have ever thought to have seen because it didn't look great from the trailers, but it was great.
Hey guys, I'm going on a speed dating event soon and need an opening question for each of the mini dates. What would you suggest?
Oh god.
I don't think either of us.
We're awful at that, aren't we?
Yeah.
We've never been good at I mean, I don't know if it ever comes across, but I'm a really awkward person in real life, aren't I?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not good at any of that stuff. It's why being a therapist and letting the other person open up first and being a sitting back listening role to begin with suits me.
Quite socially awkward. I mean, I can mask it quite a lot, but I am pretty awkward.
What is a good opening question? It's hard that one, because
it
if you're doing a speed dating event, you need to stand out compared to other people.
I also guess it depends if you want to go in and seem normal, or you do want to attract someone on the same level as you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm very much of the philosophy that you don't try to impress people.
I think that's
because you want to find someone who is similar long term.
I think that's what kind of works about our relationship. Like, from the very start, we haven't ever pretended to be someone we're not. Yeah. We are just like 100% our slightly odd selves.
Yeah, I don't know what if I'd ever do speed dating. I'd probably come up with just something odd to say.
Yeah.
I'd probably be like, would you rather have an upside down nose or upside down eyes?
Oh, this would be the perfect opportunity to use my favourite question.
What's your favourite question?
If you had to make a movie again and one cast member stays the same, human, same actor, everything, and the rest is Muppets, what film are you making? And like, what Muppets play what character, and which like actual human stays the same? Yeah. You could have worded it better than that. I'm tired.
When speed dating, you definitely need to word it better than that, because it'll be time will be up by the time you asked it. I'd probably ask as well something because I think I'd be uncomfortable about the whole oddness of speed dating. It's all a bit odd and ridiculous and awkward. I'd probably want to make some sort of joke about it. I know what I'd probably ask. No, that's a terrible question. I was going to say, what's your worst dating experience?
No.
That's probably not a great one, is it?
I think I'd say a bit of, like, not advice in that sense, because I don't think people are stupid, but, like, bringing up previous dating experiences while you're trying to date, I don't think is the best option.
No. But I think I'd be tempted to just sort of joke about the awkwardness of a speed date.
Yeah.
And that's probably a mistake in a lot of ways, but...
I got a date later. Well, I hope it goes well.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, I never really did dating, did I?
No, I haven't really.
I've somehow managed to avoid it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is good, because I'd be awful at it. I would.
I had, like, a relatively long relationship, like, from school.
Yeah.
And then I was, like, single for ages because, I don't know. And then we met each other. And
do your best Douglas Renner impersonation.
Yes. Do yours.
Victoria, I suppose you did.
I was not expecting.
It wasn't very good. I thought it was going to be better than that, but it wasn't.
Or just do your best impression. Ask them what is the best impression you can do.
What is the best impression they can do?
No, for the speed dating. Say I have got. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So can we keep this quick? I've got a date later.
Yeah.
To be honest, that might work. To be fair, like the stupidness of that.
Mm-hmm.
Your best impressions.
My best impression is my Ralph from The Simpsons.
Yeah, I used to do a good Richmond from IT Crowd, but I can't really remember.
I'm gonna try and do my Ralph. What should
I can do Pingu, can't I? I can go weirdly high pitch for that.
You bent my Wookiee.
Yeah, I'm tired.
Or just ask them about their favourite films.
Yeah, but I also
and tell them to tune into My Little Thought Tree's YouTube channel.
Oh, on the date.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll work. That's a blinder.
Yeah, that'll win them over.
All right, let's finish then.
Okay.
Yes, we've gone past the conclusion, so we'll just say bye. And I assume if I click the button end